where we stand in times of challenge and controversy. To me, that means love for all people is a choice and a responsibility, that we must have the courage of our convictions. So I ask myself, is this the time when we finally overcome racism? I pray that it is, and I weep for my fellow man. If you will, please stand and say the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. I want to welcome our newest board member, Adrienne Woods. And I know that you'll enjoy having her, and she will bring to this board some expertise that we don't currently have, and so we look forward to working with you. I look forward to them working with you, Adrienne. Secondly, I want to mention that one of us, Sarah Moore, has been recognized at 40 under 40 for the state of Arkansas, and we congratulate you on that, Sarah.
Thank you.
And then, not least, but last, I want to mention, I don't know if y'all are aware, there were 12 students in kindergarten through third grade who submitted, many submitted stories, but 12 were chosen in those 4 grade spans to, their stories were, and they will be reading those online on PBS Kids, and their stories have a great span, some of them illustrated them, so if you want to tune in and watch that, it'd be great. And we have had so many recognitions that we get emails about, and ordinarily we would be bringing people here, and unfortunately that's not happening now, but we want those people to know that that doesn't mean that we value them and the work that they do for kids all over the state. Okay, any other recognitions that anyone wants to bring?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we do have some recognition that we...
I'm not sure your microphone is working.
Okay, Dan, what do I need to do? I'm muted on my computer. That's right, okay.
While y'all are working on that, I don't see Dr. Hill on my screen. Dr. Hill, are you with us?
I don't think Dr. Hill's with us. All right, how's that, Dan?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, very good. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity. We do have the recognition today that normally in the June board meeting, we would be celebrating the end of the term of one of our members, and we would be having a reception and invite a lot of folks here. And you know, it's just very saddened that the current public health emergency has placed us in a situation where we can't do what we normally do. But many times traditions have had to take a back seat, especially over the last few months. But it is still worthwhile to celebrate. Ms. Zook joked with me a few weeks ago would be celebrating her leaving, and that's not really what we're saying here, but it's celebrating her years of contributions to the state of Arkansas, to the State Board of Education, and to students. And from my perspective as commissioner and now secretary, Ms. Zook, you've been the person who has been there, you know, since before I got here, and brought a lot of history and background knowledge. It's helped me greatly. It's helped, you know, your leadership has helped shape where we are now and where we're headed with respect to students in Arkansas. You bring a student focus that is very laser focused. And I know that comes from your years of experience in the profession of education and your years as an advocate for children. And your being a mother, grandmother, sister, you name it. You have a very special you have a very special set of skills, a very special background that you have brought to this position. And I just want to say how much I appreciate the leadership you have brought. I would say that your focus on literacy is something that all Arkansans should celebrate and appreciate. Your focus on meeting the needs of our students with disabilities is something else that if we could give you a trophy for advocacy, you would be most deserving of that. And I just want to say we will miss you. I don't expect that you'll be going too far away, because your spirit is one of involvement. Where you may not be on this board, I know that you will continue to be involved, and the state needs that. The children of Arkansas need that. So thank you. And with that, I think we have I know Dr. Pfeffer, and I will apologize, Dr. Pfeffer is going to be filling in for me. She had some comments that she wanted to make as well. She's getting ready to fill in for me at the governor's press conference. But we do have a video that we want to show right now that has a number of the folks that you would have heard from if they could be here in person. So Dan, go ahead with that.
Hello, Diane. I just want to say how disappointed I've been that we haven't been able to get together and meet the last several meetings. I'm sure it's made chairing the meetings that much more difficult, but you have made it look so easy. I've had the pleasure and the honor of working with you the last 2 years, and I have learned so much from you. I've seen you lead us with so much positive leadership and so much grace throughout some of our most challenging times. And I will always remember those times and appreciate your leadership so much. I've learned more about the science of reading through you and the dyslexia students. I've seen your passion that you've had with our special needs students, and it has really touched my heart. You have such a servant's heart, and you care about every child in the state of Arkansas, and I appreciate you so much. I'm gonna miss you terribly, and I'll always remember your leadership, your smile, your caring for so many students, and I hope you come back and visit with us. You'll be missed, and your leadership will be missed. Thank you again.
Ms. Zook, I just want to let you know how much I've enjoyed personally working with you, how much you have taught me about being concerned for every child. What I've learned from you, though, your heart and passion for children with learning disabilities is something that has just really given me even more zeal to want to investigate that even more for underserved kids, to make sure that we are identifying those challenges which may keep them from achieving academically. So you've been an inspiration to me in so many ways. Your board leadership over the last year, your commitment to academic excellence has just been enormous. And I want to thank you for all of your community service and all of your efforts to not only the State Board of Education, but to education as a general in the state of Arkansas. As a former teacher, I easily see why you're so good and why you're so effective as a former coach, because you are a coach in the classroom. And so we're gonna miss you, but we're not gonna be gone from you because you have too much expertise to sit on the sideline. So we're gonna keep you in the game with us and keep you involved and make sure that we're not allowing your expertise to be wasted. God bless you, and thank you so much for everything you've done.
Diane, it's been an honor to work with you, to learn from you, and to know you these past couple of years. You spent your life working for students, and that is just so evident. Your passion, coupled with your dedication and hard work, is an example to us all. You leave literally no stone unturned as you seek the best education for all students. I really appreciate that you didn't stop teaching when you left the classroom. You have impacted countless students inside the classroom and outside, and I consider myself to be one of those. I've learned so much from you, especially in the areas of dyslexia and special education, but I've also learned how to deeply care for others and for their well-being in your actions and your words and all you do. Thank you for your leadership this year, your dedication, and most of all, thank you for your service to the state of Arkansas. You'll be deeply missed by me on this board, but I know you'll continue to do great things here in the state, so thank you.
Okay, so I just wanted to say good job at accomplishing all that you set out to do. You've been very, very effective, and I'm sure that your constituents are really gonna miss your advocacy. But I am also sure that you're gonna continue to be just as effective in whatever's next for you. See you later.
Mrs. Zook, thank you so much for your outstanding service this past 7 years. You have done such a tremendous job in serving the students and educators of Arkansas, and you've been a great example to us of how to always be student-focused in every decision that we make. So I thank you so much for your example, your dedication of showing us how to study and to make sure that we understand the information before we get there. And then your knowledge of special ed, it's been so valuable. I don't know what we're going to do without all that extra knowledge that you bring to the table, but you're going to be missed. But we wish you all the best and wherever you go in your service in the future, because I know you'll be serving somewhere. So thank you so much for all of your service and best wishes for the future.
Hi, Diane. Just want to say congratulations on 7 years of serving the students of Arkansas. We appreciate your service, and I thank you for your tenure as chair. I appreciate your calm and poised demeanor and your leadership. I also appreciate your advocacy for students with dyslexia and how you have championed that cause and helped so many students throughout Arkansas. I've enjoyed our time together, and I hope that we will stay in touch, and I look forward to seeing the things that you'll do to help our students in Arkansas in the future. Thank you.
Good morning, Diane. As COVID continues to control our lives, I'm saddened by the fact that we just can't give you a proper send-off. And video, I guess we'll just have to do for now. Things I've really appreciated about the time you and I have been on the board together, you have always been a huge advocate for children with special needs and disabilities. And I look to you for advice and guidance on the decisions about those, and I'm really gonna miss that. You were always prepared for the meetings, many times when I wasn't. And, you know, I guess I'll just say I'll do better. But, you know, one of the biggest things that I appreciate, a childhood memory of when you go to school, you always said the Pledge of Allegiance. And it really means a lot to me that you probably had some pretty terse conversations with people to add that back. And that really means a lot, like I said. Hopefully soon we'll be able to congratulate someone for adding prayer back to their state board meetings. But hope you and Randy have a good time. And I will miss you, and hopefully I'll talk to you soon. But cheers to you, Diane.
Morning, Diane. It's Susan Chambers from Northwest Arkansas. Wish we could be together. Certainly wish that the celebration of your service could be everybody in the room with hugs. Obviously not appropriate right now, but please know the heart that is being expressed through video for you today. I just want to thank you, as you being the person that is most senior to me in terms of experience on the board. I've always admired the wisdom of those that came before me and that had more experience than I did on the board. And I actually had hoped by year 5 I would be feeling wise and feeling the wisdom that I always observed in others. Still looking for that to happen, but so appreciative for the wisdom and perspective that you've brought to the board in your service. You represent to me the very best of duty of care. You did the work You always prepared for every meeting. You were informed. You had met with family members, community members. You'd read the material. You'd read the text from meetings you couldn't attend, so that when you were representing the state of Arkansas, the children of Arkansas, and making decisions, it was always informed, and it was always with the child at the center of your thinking and your concern and your heart. And it's something that I will continue to try to live up to in my last year on the board. But I just want to thank you for being such a fierce advocate for children, for every child in the state of Arkansas. And especially, because I do believe you had a special spot in your heart for kids with special needs. And families could not have hoped for a more fierce advocate than you. In your absence, the rest of us will just have to work a little harder and stand a little taller to make sure that we continue to represent all those interests. But thank you for everything that you've done for the state, for our children, for your peers on the board. We'll miss you, and we will do our best to live up to your leadership. You take care.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I was telling someone earlier this morning, even though I talk a lot from the board, being the center of attention is not something I relish, but I do appreciate each of you for the things you've done. I don't know if you can see it or not. Let me see if I can do. I have for each of you a pen. It's an outline of the state of Arkansas, and in the center, on the red background, it says student. So I have written each of you a little note and attached the pen for you because I know you will stay and always have been student focused, and that was one thing that we all shared when we voted the same way or didn't vote the same way or had to have in-depth discussions. So I know Susan and Charisse and Brett all came on at the same time, and it was a pretty interesting first couple of meetings. But I think they saw from the very beginning that we valued even the newest members, and Charisse's work with stakeholders, and Brett's bringing his knowledge of business and economics, and Susan from the corporate world. Each of those things added to this board and made it valuable. And then we served with Ouida, not only when she was Teacher of the Year, but then when she became a board member. And I know at one point when there were no other educators on the board but me, and then she came on, I told her, I said, I felt a little less pressure to catch every single thing that might need to be talked about because I knew she was right there with me. And then Fitz, with his knowledge and his leadership and looking at discipline and helping us realize that things need to be different, and helping us understand the full picture. And of course, as an old athlete myself, I appreciated his athletic analogies, and I could follow right along with that. And then Sarah and Kathy came on at the same time, and I had known Sarah a little bit because she was the liaison before she got here, but there were so many things about her that I didn't know as a former teacher, and as a person who has a grandmother that she values, and as a young mother, and how she's juggling all those things, but is always prepared. And then Kathy brought to us the perspective of someone who had served on a local board for a long time, and that perspective, particularly when she was serving with two of my favorite educators in the whole world, Kathy Morledge and Jim Rollins, then I got to hear all good things about her before she ever got here. And then Stacey, this year with you, I could not have asked for a better Teacher of the Year to end my service with. So I appreciate everything you've done. I appreciate the things for which you advocate, and maybe our paths will cross again. And then now, Adrian, you're going to bring some legal expertise and a small business owner expertise. So anyway, this month will end my 52 years in education. And people keep asking me, mainly the family, what are you going to do next? And every time something wonderful has fallen in my lap to do, I didn't know what I was going to do next, and then there it was, the very thing. But even if it is not education related, I could not ask for a better way to go than having the opportunity to serve on the State Board of Education with those who came before me and those with whom I'm serving now. So thank you all very much. And last but not least, Mr. Key, I remember when I discovered that the first year I taught school was the year he was born. And so I didn't hold that over your head too much, though. I don't think so. I hope not. Anyway, and he came from a family where his mother was a teacher, so he had a great passion. I had watched him as the secretary and as the chairman of the education, so I had no doubt. And when we went into executive session to interview him, they asked him some really probing questions, and then when we came out, he got a unanimous vote. So I think that is a contribution not only to you, you are my third commissioner, so hopefully those of you that are on the board now will only have one commissioner when you rotate off. He's put together a tremendous team, and he reminds me of a superintendent for whom I worked, which he said, what I do is put together a great number of people who know what they're doing, they know how to do it, I listen to them, and then I go forward, and he said, the only thing I have to remember to do is get out in front so people will think I'm leading. So, but anyway, I know you lead, and I know the team that you lead has a great deal of respect for you, as do I. Anyway, if I forgot anybody, I mean, you know, my family who supported me through this, particularly my husband, Randy Zook, and all the hours that I put in at home, and he never complained at all. So, and was happy to go out and get dinner. So that was helpful. Okay, let's get off of me and go on. Do we have any changes to the agenda?
Well, Ms. Zook, I do. There's one more recognition that we need to address this morning, if I may. And again, this is an unusual year, but usually we have the opportunity to have much more one-on-one or personal engagement with our Teacher of the Year. And Ms. McAdoo, you have been the Teacher of the Year in, I can't imagine a more unusual year throughout the year, throughout your tenure as Teacher of the Year. You know, there have been challenges and issues, and certainly the way the school year ended was no different. But I just want to say from my perspective as Commissioner, and for the team here at the Department of Education, we appreciate that you have spent your year being very effective at being a voice for those students that feel like they have no voice. What you have, the perspective that you have brought is one that I know for a fact that the committee, the Teacher of the Year committee, when they were evaluating the finalists, they recognized that you speak for hundreds, not just your students in your class or in your school, but you really spoke for students across the state and the nation. Your diligence and your perseverance is something that we all should aspire to. Your story is one that is inspiring to students and to adults alike, and I know that you'll be happy to get back in the classroom. I know that you'll be happy to be back with your students, And in August, when we start, that's what we plan to have you back in there on site with your kids, and bringing what you've learned in this last year to your role as a teacher, and leaving us with your experience of your career as a teacher, and helping with just the support for teachers around the state, the contributions that you have made to our team has been fantastic. And just want to say that we'll miss you being on the board with us, but we know that your students will be glad to have you back. Ms. Russo, I'm sure will be glad to have you back. That's something that I know she takes great pride in, having a State Teacher of the Year from Central, and we wish you the best. And we also have a video that we would like to play now, Dan, if you're ready, for you, Ms. McAdoo.
Hey, Stacey, our forever 2019 Teacher of the Year. Usually when I do a tribute for someone, I write a poem about them. But I decided to writing a poem about you would be like me trying to write a song for a famous singer. So with that said, I will thank you for your service as a Teacher of the Year. For it is indeed a year of service as well as responsibility. I've enjoyed serving on the board with you. I've learned a lot. I hope you've learned from us. I think it's been an interesting year for both of us. And I want to say this for sure. I wish you well as you proceed through your career as an educator, for I can attest to the fact that it is indeed a most rewarding of all occupations, as well as challenging. And with that said, please stay student focused and Godspeed.
Stacey McAdoo, what can I say other than thank you, thank you. You have done a fabulous job this year as Arkansas Teacher of the Year. You are going to be so missed. You have provided such leadership, especially in the career continuum, as we build that pathway for teachers to be leaders but staying in the classroom. You have just provided such leadership for this. And what an example you make. Again, thank you so much for all you've done this year, and you're going to be greatly missed. Good luck, but know that we're always here for you to support or any other areas that you may need us for. Stacey McAdoo, wonderful job as Teacher of the Year. We will miss you greatly.
Hi, Stacey. I am so elated that you and I crossed paths and I was able to help you in this short amount of time that I served as coordinator for the Arkansas Teacher of the Year program. I know I came in December and there was a time that there wasn't anyone there with you, but once we came together, we were able to develop a great friendship and do wonderful things. You are truly an amazing teacher and just a trailblazer in education throughout the state of Arkansas, as well as throughout the nation. Your compassion and your ability to be able to reach students is just wonderful to see. And I'm so glad that I was able to get to know you. You've taught me so many things in just being in education for as many years as you've been in. And I'm sad to see you go, but I know that although this is the end of your year of recognition, you will still have many, many more years of service in being able to serve in the educational community, serve within your community, and just continue to uplift students and empower them the way that you have. So I wish you well, and I know this is not the end. This is just the beginning of all the great things that God has in store for you. So I wish you well.
Stacey, I want to thank you for an incredible year, a year that I would have to believe would have been impossible to imagine or predict 12 months ago as you were coming into this role. I have no idea what to expect for my year, but I do know that I have a great example of someone who was an advocate for students and for teachers and also for families across Arkansas. You've been an example of someone who stood up for what they believed in and how a smile can radiate across a room and brighten the moment instantly. And you've also been an example of an educator who can make a lasting impact by passing on wisdom and strength and thoughtfulness to her students and to teachers across the whole state. So thank you for showing me the importance of being authentic and staying true to yourself. And I know that your journey is still just beginning, and I'm looking forward to seeing the lasting impact that you continue to make. So to the Forever 2019 Arkansas Teacher of the Year, we thank you.
Stacey, would you like to comment, or are you wiping your eyes and sniffling? I understand if you are.
Yeah, I was totally unprepared for that. So I knew about yours, but I didn't know anything was happening for me.
And vice versa, I knew about yours.
And I'm trying to figure out how Joel didn't give that away. So I'm waiting for a break to message him and give him a hard time about that. But no, I don't have anything that I particularly want to say right now, because I do have my presentation later in the agenda. So I'll just wait to then.
Okay, we look forward to that. Thank you very much. Okay, our first item of business is changes to the agenda. Do we have any changes from any of the staff or board members? Seeing none, do we have anyone who wants to comment or ask questions about any of the consent items? Terrific. Okay. Our first action item is a hearing, and Jennifer Link will be taking care of that. If you'll come to this podium.
We need to vote.
We need to vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. I haven't done this before, so I forgot. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as mailed?
So moved.
Motion to approve.
Moved by Ms.
Second.
Dean. Was that you,
Second.
Mr. Williamson? Anyway, someone seconded it. Let's give it to Mr. Williamson. Second by Mr. Williamson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Okay, Ms. Link, you want to go over procedures, please?
Absolutely. Good morning. This is Amy Douglas. I'm actually standing in
Oh,
for
I'm
Jennifer
sorry.
Link.
I didn't even look at it. I
Today.
apologize, Amy.
No problem. So we are here, Educator Effectiveness is asking for revocation license of Blake Barrow. I think the educator needs to be sworn in, and then I can go over the rules.
Okay. Would you please stand, and anyone else who might be giving testimony, or do either of you have others that might be giving testimony?
I do
Okay.
not.
If you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Okay, Ms. Douglas?
Under the rules governing background checks, the educator and the division each have 5 minutes for an opening statement. Board members may ask questions at any time. Each party will be giving 15 minutes to present their cases, beginning with the division. The chairperson of the state board may, only for good cause, show and upon the request of either party, allow either party additional time to present their case. Each party will have 5 minutes to make a closing statement. At this time, I do not believe I need to make an opening statement. I will defer to Mr. Barrow on whether he would like to make an opening statement.
Yeah. Mr. Barrow, would you like to make an opening statement? Okay, please step to the podium. And if it's not at the right height, if you will adjust it so that, because we're being live streamed as well as on Zoom.
Ms. Zook, can we pause for a second, because Ms. Newton said that the audio is not coming in clear from the podium mic.
Okay, we have a person here that can tend to that. While he's coming, I did fail to mention DIANE, as well as Sharon and Tiffany, who are our support staff here on the board, as note takers, audio-visual people, and transcripts. So I do appreciate them, and they're behind the scenes, but they do a lot of great work. Okay,
Mr. Barrow, could you do a mic check to make sure that
checking 1 2 3 check?
Okay, nod if that's better.
Be a little louder here.
And you can pull it toward you.
All right, I'll try my best here.
Okay, Ms. Newton, is that good?
Better?
Try again, Mr. Barrow.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, we're getting nods.
I'm
Thank
seeing
you.
nods.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you
Newton
for
here.
letting us know, Ms. Newton. I apologize for
That's
the
okay, no
interruption.
problem. I understand. We're all trying to work through all this new technology and stuff. First of all, I want to say congratulations to you, Ms. Zook, on your retirement, and I want to thank you for your service to education for, what'd you say, 54 years?
52.
52 years. Wow, that's a lot. Congratulations, and thank you very much. I don't have a whole lot to say. I think, I don't know if y'all know exactly what happened with my license in Missouri, but they revoked it. I think they actually revoked it in 2018. I actually didn't find out about the revocation until a couple months ago because I was going through a divorce and I wasn't living at my house, and they sent it to my house, and my now ex-wife got it, and I didn't find out about it. I did hear that they were going to look into it. I did know that they were going to decide on that. But Texas also did their own investigation into the same matter, and they suspended my license for 2 years. I don't know if that has any bearing on anything. But also sent, had Taylor send some documents to the board, and I just asked that you might read a couple of those letters there's some from parents, some from students, some from teachers and admin that I've worked with through the years, and so they are, and I'm just asking you to take that into account as much as, because I've done this for 13 years, and I did pay the consequence for what I did in Missouri by losing my job and losing my license there. And like I said, I've done this for 13 years, and I just want to stay in education as much as I can. I've got 4 kids that live up here that I'm responsible for as their dad. So, and that's what I've done. I've been in education for 13 years. That's what I went to school for. So if I'm not teaching, then I'm not sure what I'm going to do. So just take that into account, if you would, please, when you make your decision. And I'll answer any questions that y'all have.
Okay, and if you'll have a seat right now, and then I'm going to give the board members, there was an email sent out by Taylor earlier this morning. Have you all had a chance to review the letters to which he was referring and anything else? If not, if you will, while Ms. Douglas is doing her presentation, if you will try to scan those, and if you need more time, you can let me know. Okay, Ms. Douglas?
Ms. Douglas, remind me how much time for the
15
presentation?
minutes.
15, okay. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Okay, we're here today because Mr. Barrow currently holds an Arkansas license in education. He received that license in January of 2017. It is currently valid until December 31st, 2021. In 2018, Missouri revoked Mr. Barrow's Missouri license, specifically stating incompetence, immorality, or neglect of duty, submitting Texas teaching credentials that he had falsified in an attempt to deceive the department in order to obtain a Missouri teaching certificate. Arkansas Code Annotated 617-410 states, the state board shall not issue a first-time license or renew an existing license and shall revoke an existing license not up for renewal for cause. For the purposes of this section, cause means any of the following: holding a license obtained by fraudulent means, revocation of a license in another state. I believe in the packet that was sent that the Missouri documents regarding his revocation were in there, so you should have been able to see them. Based on those grounds, we are asking that Mr. Barrow's license be revoked. He obtained a license here in 2017. It appears that in the Missouri documents, that action started in 2016, and he was actually revoked in 2018. Based on our law, a revocation of a license or holding a license obtained by fraudulent means is cause to revoke his license in Arkansas. Now, I will say that the board has several options. You do not have to revoke his license outright. You have under 617.410 D.1.2, the board has authority to revoke his license permanently, suspend his license for a terminable period of time or indefinitely, place him on a probationary period, and if he is not successful, revoke or suspend his license from there.
I have one question. Do you have any idea why it took so long for this to come to light
In
with
Arkansas?
our licensing? Yes.
I do not. I know it was brought to our attention in the beginning of this year, I believe by the school district in which he was hired at the time. That's when they found out.
Okay. So when a background check is in process, a revocation in another state, or it just shows offenses that happened within the state?
When he went through the process in our state, his license was not revoked yet.
Okay, so it was 17, okay, I understand now.
So as far as a school district hiring him, whether they looked in NASDAQ or not, what they did to look at his background would be up to their policies.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I'm going to start on the screen, and Brett is the person immediately to my right. Do you have any questions? No. Dr. Moore?
Yes, I do. In reading the documents, it's unclear as to if we're allowed to know what were the documents that were falsified or information that was falsified, or is that sealed information?
That it was not privy to us per Missouri's laws.
Okay, can Mr. Barrow speak to that at all?
Mr. Barrow, Dr. Moore, if you'll come to the microphone. Dr. Moore, did you hear the question? Yes, ma'am. Okay.
If we have any better understanding of the situation, we just feel like we have very vague information.
It was I was trying to get my special ed certification in Texas at the time, and I had said that I had my special education license in Texas to Missouri when I was filing for my special education license in Missouri, but I in fact did not have that license in Texas.
At that point, what license did you have in Texas?
I had, and I still have my, sorry, I'm not sure where to look, my 4 through 8 generalist certification for science, math, social studies, and reading in Texas, which Arkansas does not have last time I checked, and my PE license in Texas. I had taken the special ed, I think it's 504 test in Texas at the time and passed it, but it ended up being the wrong test that I took, so I was never going to get that license. And I didn't even find that out till later. So I took a test that I thought was going to be the right one, ended up not being. So I did not have that license in Texas at that time.
Okay. Does anyone else have a question of him while he's at the podium, or are your questions for the attorney? Ms. Woods?
I don't, but I'm also trying, I don't seem to have the documents that were sent, and so I'm trying to get access to those currently.
Okay, Taylor?
I sent it to your Arkansas.gov email.
He said,
yeah, and for some reason it's not letting me in, so, but no, my question was the same as Dr. Moore's of whether we had the ability to know. So that answered the question I had.
Okay, we'll come back to you. Ms. Chambers?
No questions, thank you.
Ms. McFetridge?
No questions, thank you.
Ms. McAdoo?
No.
Okay. Ms. Newton?
Yes, I do have a question for Mr. Barra. You said, did you say that there was an investigation in Texas?
Yes, ma'am, there was, and they ended up suspending my license for 2 years. That was from 2017 to 2019. So it's
So
in
you're
good
not-
standing now.
Okay, so your license was suspended in Texas for 2 years,
Yes,
but
ma'am.
you currently do have that.
Yes, ma'am.
And the reason for the revocation in Missouri was the special ed issue that you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, those were my questions. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Dean?
No questions.
Dr. Hill? Okay.
Ms. Zook, I do have one more question that I
Okay,
just saw.
yes, Ms. Newton?
Do you currently have a job in Arkansas teaching?
No, I did at Bentonville up until this came about. So no, I am not teaching right now.
So you do not have a job for the fall as of this time?
Sorry, I missed that. Could you repeat that, please?
You haven't been hired for the fall anywhere?
Have you signed a contract for this coming year?
Oh, no, ma'am, I have not. No, ma'am.
Okay, do you have applications out?
For any other jobs?
Yes.
Some older ones. I think they might still be in the system, but I haven't in the last couple months.
Okay.
I was waiting on this to really
Sure.
see what's gonna happen.
Makes perfect sense.
Miss, I do have I have
Okay,
another
Ms.
question.
Dean?
So you were not able to get your certification in special ed?
No, I have not at the moment, no. I was actually working towards it here in Arkansas, taking classes at Arkansas State, and I was due to finish in this coming August.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Were you on an ALP?
Yes, ma'am, that's what it was called. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Woods, did you get the document? Still have not?
No, I have not. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Maybe if you will send a text to Ms. Wendell, do you have her, or an email, and give her your email that you can easily get into, then we can have Mr. Dugan resend the forms.
And I'd have to go back to my office, Madam Chair, because Mr. Barrow brought those in about 15 minutes before the hearing, so I want to make sure y'all had them, so I just went on the emails that were on the website.
Okay, if someone will get me her email that she can access, then I can forward it from my email. I don't think that would be breaking any rules about communication between board members. Ms. Freno, would that be okay? Ms. Freno? They're discussing it.
Mr. Barrow gets his 15 minutes too.
Yes, we'll pause. Ms. Freno, if they send me her email address so I can forward my papers to her, would that violate any communication between board members?
No, I don't think so. What the documents Ms. Freno is referring to is Mr. Barrow brought a stack of exhibits for the board today, right before the hearing. So what I did was I went and scanned them real quick and I emailed them to all board members. And so Ms. Wood hasn't got these documents, but I don't see any problem with another board member forwarding those documents to another board member.
No, I don't suspect that this gentleman would want those documents.
Yeah.
Right. Right. I just didn't want to violate any communications problems. Did y'all hear that, the board members? They said, my question was, if they gave me Ms. Wood's email address, could I forward to her the information and without violating communication between board members? And both Mr. Dugan and Ms. Freno said, no, that would be perfectly fine. So as soon as, Ms. Woods, if you will email send an email to ddzook@aol.com, and then I will send this packet back to you.
All right, I can do that
And
right now.
please understand, we're not charging you for the 15 minutes while we're working all this out. We appreciate your patience.
You're welcome.
Did she receive the state packet as well?
Did you receive the state packet, Ms. Woods?
I have not yet.
No. She didn't even get her agenda until day before yesterday. So she's been very patient, and these are odd times, and everybody understands. We're doing the best we can.
I have just sent you the email.
Okay.
May I ask a question, or are we waiting?
Please do, Dr. Moore.
Okay, I think, Mr. Barrow, as we're making decisions and looking at the information we have, again, any more context as to at what point in time this decision is made, I think I would like assurance that decisions like this would not be made in the future.
Yes, ma'am, for sure.
Do you understand where I'm going? Anything you want to share regarding that?
Okay, I've sent it to you, Ms. Woods, if you'll let us know when you have received them and had a brief moment to review. I think that was a pertinent question, Dr. Moore. Can you elaborate a little more? The camera is here. I know you're looking at her here.
Looking up at
No,
this one
well,
right
that's
here.
okay. The camera,
I'm sorry.
see this one right here that's lit up?
Oh, right here.
That's the camera
Yes, ma'am.
that they can see your face.
Okay, sorry about
But
that.
we understand.
I keep trying to look at them.
I
and-
totally understand. What kind of assurance, other than your word, or is there any assurance you can give us other than your word that this would not be something that you would become involved with in the future?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I've taught for 13 years, and I went to school to be a teacher, and I've been teaching, and that's just what I've known for that whole time. And I love doing my job. I made a really bad decision one day back in 2016, and I've had to live with the consequences from losing that license in Missouri when I was teaching in Missouri at the time, so I lost my job as well. A learning experience for sure, but I've got 4 kids I got to take care of, so it's something that I need is my job. That's to take care of my kids. And you can, I think you can see the packet of things that I brought in, letters from parents, students, other teachers and administration that I've worked with through the years. And, if you don't want to take my word for it, then, I think they actually say it a lot better than I can about how much I love teaching and love students and just doing the best I can for them. So that's what I can tell you. And no, there definitely won't be any problems in the future for sure. So.
Okay, it's my understanding that you had a true finding in Missouri, and that can mean different things in different states.
Okay.
In Arkansas, a true finding means that you abused or neglected a child that was in your care. Is that what a true finding in Missouri means? Or is it just, did you get your license in Missouri revoked simply because of the problem that falsifying
Yes.
information in
Yes,
Texas?
ma'am.
Or were there additional things?
No, there was nothing else. No, just that.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Douglas, do you have anything that you can add to that answer?
To that answer, no.
Okay. Okay, you can have a seat, Mr. Rao.
Thank you.
Ms. Woods, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am. I just had one follow-up question. So he had his license revoked in Missouri for falsifying documentation, and that's also what's before us in Arkansas. Do I understand that?
Because his license was revoked in Missouri, we are asking that it be revoked in Arkansas.
In Arkansas. Understood. Thank you.
I just want to touch on a few things that he said while he was up here. One, he admitted to you all that his license was suspended for 2 years in Texas. Somehow during that time or after, he got a Missouri license by stating that he had credentials that he did not. Later that he must have known something, lost his job, comes to Arkansas, gets the license. While he has his Arkansas license, Missouri goes ahead and revokes his license. He is working in Arkansas. And in the last, 4 or 5 pages of the packet that he provided, it shows that in the 18-19 school year that he was on an intensive growth plan regarding special education and IEPs. So I just want you to take all of that into consideration, and we're just asking that you revoke this license in Arkansas. That's all I have unless someone has a question.
Okay. Do any of you have any questions for Ms. Douglas? Are we ready with a motion?
Ms. Zook, I just want to point out from a process standpoint, Mr. Barrow has not had his 15 minutes
Okay.
yet.
Do you want to give some more minutes? You've got time.
I just want to say one thing to that real quick.
Okay, if you'll say that again while you're at the microphone so people can
I just
hear
wanted
you.
to address what Mrs. Douglas said about the growth plan. It is true, I was on a growth plan. I don't believe that is part of this hearing. That was already in a hearing on Tuesday. So I don't think that has any bearing on what we're here for today, just to be clear, I think.
On Tuesday, are you referring to a PLSB hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I have nothing further.
Okay. Neither of the presenters has anything further. Do I have any more questions or a motion?
I have one more question.
Okay, Ms.
So
Dean?
his license has been revoked in Missouri because, I'm just clarifying, I'm just trying to get it all straight.
Sure.
His license was revoked in Missouri because he falsified information in Texas, and his license was suspended for 2 years.
Yes.
So that's how he was able to obtain his license in Missouri. That was revoked after he had attained a license in Arkansas.
Yes.
As well. Now, going back to Texas, if it was just suspended for 2 years, does that mean he has a current license in Texas?
He's coming to the microphone to answer your
All
question.
right, I'll try to answer that real quick. I know it's a little confusing. I got my Texas license, my first one in 2009, I believe. And so I had a license there, and still do. When I was applying for my license in Missouri for special education, and that's when that one got revoked because I didn't have the special education license in Texas at the time. I had 2 other licenses, which were the PE license and a generalist certification license. So when Missouri was doing their investigation and ultimately determined to revoke my license there, Texas was also doing their own investigation, and that's how that one got suspended. And that was from 2017 to 2019. So as of the last about year or so, that one's in good standing in Texas.
Okay, does that answer your question, Ms. Dean?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome.
When, can I ask a question?
Ms. Newton?
When did you get an Arkansas license?
That was in 2017.
2017, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And And then the suspension in Texas was for the special ed issue.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then I'm unclear on the child maltreatment Missouri thing. Could you?
That, I have no idea what that is. I've never heard that before. That was new to me on that. I think it was just maybe a something going from that maybe meant something different in Missouri as it does in Arkansas. But no, there's I've never mistreated a child, so it was all the license issue is what it was.
That appears to be a different case and not Mr. Barrows.
Thank
I
you,
hope
Mr.
so.
Williamson. Anything else? Someone ready for a motion? Would you need more discussion on pros and cons among yourself?
Could you all restate the options here?
Ms. Douglas is coming to the microphone.
Thank you.
You can revoke his license permanently. You can suspend it for a terminable period of time or indefinitely, or you can place a person on probationary status for a terminable period of time with a license to be revoked or suspended if the probationary period is not successfully completed. So revoke, suspend, place on probation.
Ms. Zook, just to confirm, so his license in Texas has been placed back into good standing, and this is where the fraud actually occurred?
That's what he said, yes.
Okay.
His Arkansas license is valid through December of 2021.
Okay. He currently has a license, he said he had a license in Texas. We know he has a license here through 21. His license in Missouri has been suspended after he started to work here.
Can I ask one more question?
Sure, Ms. Newton.
If his license expires in December of 2021, in order to get a license renewed, would there be any checks at that point to make sure that no other any other violations had occurred, or would we do a probation to make sure that there were checks at that point? What would have to happen?
He would go through the background check process, but he would also have to request a waiver due to the fact that his license has been revoked in another state.
Okay.
So we would have to go through a hearing again?
Yes.
So if we didn't do anything, it would be almost like he's on probation for 1.5 years anyway. Is that what I'm understanding?
Somewhat, I suppose.
If we didn't say for him to be on probation, then if we were just to say for him to have his license back, then there would be no probation until there would be no probation. Am I correct?
Correct.
Unless, okay. Well, I will say I'm leaning toward some sort of probation, being that he has already had his license in Texas, which is the original state, suspended for 2 years, and he's been reinstated. And also the fact that his license here in Arkansas expires in 2021, which would start that process all over again. I'm leaning toward a probation of some sort. Is there anything else that we can add to that as far as some sort of professional development?
Yes, absolutely. You are allowed to require professional development of any kind. I do want to add that we don't have a record for certain that his license is reinstated. We just have his word. I don't have any documentation to that regard.
I'm sorry, say that last part again.
I don't have any documentation showing that his license in Texas is reinstated.
Oh.
It was his word under oath that we were
Mr.
listening.
Dugan informed me that in NASDAQ, it does say that it is reinstated.
Okay, Mr. Dugan did correct us and said that, in fact, it does say that he has a license in Texas, just as he stated. Secretary Key?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Douglas, so he received an Arkansas license based on reciprocity, and that was reciprocity with Missouri?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay. No? Hey, Mr. Barris?
No.
Okay.
That's how
If you'll come to the microphone.
Maybe Ms. Saraceni can help.
Sorry, I'll try to clear that one up too. I had a license in Texas originally, and then I got one in Missouri through reciprocity through Texas, and also same way in Arkansas. They both
Reciprocity
were
through
reciprocity
Texas
from-
and
yes, ma'am.
Arkansas, so you're not relying on your Missouri. You were not relying on your Missouri license when you came to Arkansas to teach.
Right. No, ma'am.
Are you you're currently living in Arkansas?
Sorry, excuse me?
Are you currently living in Arkansas?
Yes, ma'am. I live in Bella Vista.
Okay.
Was your contract, did they fail to renew your contract, or you failed to want to stay at the district where you were teaching?
They failed to renew it.
I can ask you a question, you can choose to answer it or not.
Okay.
Would you be willing to tell us what the reason was why they failed to renew your contract?
Yeah, it was, they had said that, it was what Ms. Chambers had,
Douglas.
Douglas.
Ms. Douglas, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
So many people in here. Yeah, it was about the IEP, issue that they said that I wasn't following procedure. And I mean, I can get into more of that if you want to, but because I have documentation, when they said I didn't follow procedure, I do have actual pictures of the phone calls that I made, showing that I did follow procedures and did meet with my supervisor for all of that. So.
Okay, was it that you were not meeting with parents in a team to renew IEPs, or was it all your kids were getting the same IEP, or what specifically? You're in my wheelhouse now.
Gotcha. It was, I had failed to, I set up a meeting with a parent and called the parent on the school phone, and I guess he showed up the next day and talked to our SPED coordinator, and he said he never got a call. Well, she emailed me and said that, hey, he never got a call. He didn't know the meeting was now, and you have it in the special ed software that the meeting was to take place at this time. I said, no, I definitely called him because I've got it on the school phone, and it said the date and the time and the phone, his phone number and everything on it. And I showed that to the school, and the superintendent at the time didn't want to look at it. She said it doesn't prove that you talked to him. I said that I don't know what else I'm supposed to do. I called him, I sent him, the parent, an email saying when the meeting was, and I've got it, I've still got the picture on my phone because I've kept it of the actual call log of me calling him. So I don't know where the miscommunication was between me and the parent, but that's what ultimately they said, that I wasn't doing my job in the IEP with setting up a meeting.
Okay.
So, and I never got to talk to the parents, so I don't know what the issue actually was or why he didn't get a call from me, or says he didn't get a call from me.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any other questions?
Can I ask one more question before we move on? This would be, I guess, more for legal, but if we did the probation, say for 18 months, could we put a condition in there that he would only take a teaching job for which he is actually on his certificate, ALP type job? Could we do that?
Ms. Saraceni left the room. Mr. Dugan is nodding his head yes, that we can limit him to teaching only in the areas on which he is currently licensed in Arkansas. Ms. Saraceni, we have a question for you. She'll come to there. She's the commissioner in charge of licensing. According to his testimony, he is working on an ALP in special ed. Excuse me. Ms. Newton's question is, can we, if the motion is to put him on probation, can we also add the caveat that he would only be able to teach in the areas that are on his current teaching license rather than district consider him as an ALP?
That would be
Ms.
more
Jacks?
of a legal term.
Okay.
That would be more of a legal term because you're excluding him from having an additional licensure plan and only teaching in the areas of which he's certified, am I understanding?
That was the question.
Okay.
There's no motion on the floor.
Okay. May I state something else?
You may.
In 2012.
If you're going to give testimony that's relevant to this, I'll need to swear you in.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
If you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you may proceed. State your name for the record.
Carly Saraceni, Assistant Commissioner for Educator Effectiveness and Licensure. In 2012, we granted a license from reciprocity from Kansas, not from Texas. And at that time in 2012, there were no issues with license that we were aware of. Then in 2017, he renewed his Arkansas license. When we did the NASDAQ, which is across the states, nothing come up because it was later, is my understanding, when these issues were after 2017.
Okay.
So that may help clarify some.
Okay. Did everybody hear that? Okay. Thank you.
Hey, I've got a question, Diane.
Okay. Mr. Williamson?
Mr. Barrow, can you state your full name? Are you Blake Martin Barrow?
Yes, sir.
I'm looking at the your Texas Educator Certificate online right now, and it says you're suspended generalist and physical education.
Yeah, that was suspended from 2017 to 2019, June of 2017 to 2019. It should be good last time.
Okay, I misunderstood. I thought I heard you say that it was no longer an issue in Texas.
It's in good standing now as of last June.
In Texas?
Yes, sir.
Not what I see.
I'm not looking at it right now, but the last time I looked at it, it was. And I talked to Texas, I think it was last June, and because they said I had to get back in touch with them in order to get that off the suspension, and I did that. So.
Okay. Ms. Saraceni, do you have information on this regard?
Madam Chair, we do not have a copy of his current in good standing Texas license in our system.
That doesn't mean
You
you
do?
didn't have one, you just don't have a copy.
That is correct.
Okay. Ms. Douglas?
I don't know if Ouida's question was answered regarding PD and other kind of restrictions or requirements.
Okay, Ms.
Or
Newton.
Ms. Dean's question was answered in regard to that. But you are able to impose that he only work in his licensure area.
Okay, so that answers your question, Ms. Newton?
I heard the answer to that question, but I could not understand what Ms. Saraceni said just a minute ago about his Texas license. Did she say that his license was in good standing in Texas or was not? I could not hear that.
They don't have any information in that regard.
So the department does not know if he has a license in good standing in Texas or not.
We do not have a copy of his license from Texas to say one way or the other.
Okay, so earlier, Mr. Dugan had said that he did, and Mr. Williamson's question prompted further questions about that. Is there any way we could table this until it could be looked up to find? Is there a way that we can find that on the computer?
Yeah, I found it. When you look at it on the computer, it says suspended at the top. And then at the bottom of this page I was looking at, it has educator sanction history, and it says the sanction status is cleared.
Cleared? Okay, we have the
It's
answer.
just a little weird in the presentation, so.
Okay, so he.
I apologize, Mr. Barrow.
Okay, no, that's fine. We appreciate clarification. That's important for everybody concerned, primarily the children. Okay. Mr. Williamson clarified that at the bottom of that page, it does say that he is cleared. Okay, you have more information.
One other thing.
If you'll come to the microphone.
Currently, Ms. Freno pulled up his Texas Educator Certificate. It says that one was suspended and cleared on 2019. Unless we call Texas, the two at the top say physical education, that it's suspended from 2016 to 2022, generalist from 2/1/16 to 1/31/22 suspended. So the only way we would know if everything is clear, if we would call.
Even if it says at the bottom, all was cleared.
I do not see where it says all is clear. It just said sanctions suspended, clear. Because it said begin date 2/5/217, 7/5/219. So those are
Yeah,
not.
that's what I'm looking at as well.
Mm-hmm. So those dates do not coincide.
Right, and so is he certified in areas other than generalist and PE? I mean, is there some reason those were the only two that they suspended, which there seems to be confusion about whether they're still suspended or cleared?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, may I have a motion to table this item and let's go on while licensure or legal checks to see if they can clarify for us this question that we have?
Move to table.
Ms. Newton moved, second by?
Charisse Dean.
Ms. Dean, to table this item. We will come back and say, as soon as legal comes back in and tells me that they have the information we need, we'll bring it off the table. Is that all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion tabled. Okay, next we have Succeed Scholarship Transfer, Ms. Salas Ford.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. As you all are familiar with, the Succeed Scholarship rules require a parent wishing to transfer their child's scholarship from one school to another to seek approval from you all as the board. The Harder family is requesting approval to transfer their scholarship from Christ Little Rock to Mount St. Mary, simply due to the previous school not continuing on in grades.
Okay. Do I have a motion to that effect?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Dean,
Second.
Second by Ms. McFetridge, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. Is Frank in here? There he comes. Okay. Next, we have the critical academic licensure areas, and I think there are 8 of them. If you'll present that, and then we will move forward.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning.
Secretary Key, members of the board. Here this morning to share with you our annual report on critical academic shortage areas. I believe that you have received the list that indicates the calculations that were conducted in order to establish the shortage areas, and basically we are here to receive your approval of these areas that have been submitted to the U.S. Department of Education for the 2021 school year. The academic shortage areas as established by these calculations are art, French, business, mathematics, biology, physics, chemistry, and special education. The procedures that we followed to establish the shortage areas this year are the same as they've been each year in the past.
Okay, and for Ms. Wood's benefit, we have to, as a board, vote to declare these shortage areas based on the formula so that they can proceed with their work with the, at the federal level.
Correct.
Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. McFetridge.
Second, but I have a question as well.
Okay.
Are these attached to any sort of scholarships or programs to attract more teachers in this area? Or is this purely for the federal?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
She's wanting to know if they're attached to any kind of scholarship areas, or if there's any kind of funding or grant that come as a result of this.
These, well, sort of. They're not directly attached to any particular funding, but there are programs that are available for things like tuition reimbursement, loan forgiveness, test fee assessments, reimbursements, those kinds of things that are established if someone does teach or license in one of these shortage areas.
Okay, did that answer your question, Dr. Moore?
Yes, thank you, and I seconded the motion.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you all very much.
Ms. Saraceni, are you still waiting, or are you waiting to come forward? Okay, if I have a motion to take item number 1 off.
She's at the next item.
Oh, you are the next item, sorry. Number 4, early childhood special ed integrated birth to kindergarten test change. Item number 4 on your agenda.
Madam Chair, board members, Secretary Key, we bring before you today some cut scores. We have had several changes. The approval first for the early childhood special ed integrated birth decay test change. September 2014, the licensure test for special ed birth decay had been the Praxis Interdisciplinary Early Childhood Education and the Praxis Education of Young Children, and effective July 1, 2020 for the Early Childhood Special Ed Integrated License. We recommend requiring 1 licensure test instead of 2 and remove the Praxis Education of Young Children 5024, but continue the Praxis Interdisciplinary Early Childhood Education 5023 test with current cut score of 160. Because remember, in special ed, they still have to take the science and reading test.
Right, and we're glad about that.
Yes, we are.
Yeah. Do you have any questions before I have a motion? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Dean. Second by Dr. Moore. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved.
Our second assessment that we will be bringing before you is the approval of the middle level science exam. ETS has updated its middle school science licensure test. 5440 is currently the test for middle school science 4 through 8. The updated test is Praxis Middle School 5442 for the assessment, and we are adopting 5442 with a cut score of 147, and it will be effective September 1, 2020.
Okay, do I have any questions before I have a motion? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Moved by Dr. Moore,
Second.
second by Ms. Woods. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Our next assessment is the approval of the Praxis Performance Assessment for Teachers, the PPAT, as a content area performance assessment. In May of 2020, our educator licensure rules were revised to include an option for first-time licensure candidates to show proficiency in teaching in a content area if they score within 2 standard error of measurements, SEMs, based on the national standard or approved score by the state board on the content area assessment. This gives them another option for them to take another content performance-based assessment. You've already approved EdTPA. This gives them another option. EdTPA is with Pearson. This one is with ETS.
Is this unique to geometry or, okay?
No.
Do you
It
have
will
any
be
questions?
in the content area
Okay.
of all content areas.
Sure. Do you have any questions before I have a motion? Then may I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms.
Second.
Chambers,
Second.
second by Dr. Hill. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, you may proceed.
The last one is the geometry endorsement assessment. This area can be added to a standard license by testing out to meet the demand for geometry teachers. The department recommends the Praxis Geometry 5163 with a cut score of 139.
Do you have any
So-
questions, Ms. Newton?
Yeah, I do have questions on this one. I'm just curious to know why the geometry, is it because schools are adding at the 7th and 8th grade level the option of taking geometry for course credit? Is that why we're doing this?
Currently, we have a math test an assessment test that's a 712 that you pass, and you can teach math classes in 712. And that's a really hard praxis, and so geometry is usually in your lower grades, and this gives us an option for geometry to be specifically tested for and added to maybe a current 4-7 math middle school that they can teach a geometry class that may be in 9th or 10th. Because you have to remember that our current math assessment test is for grades 7 through 12, so that's a lot of skills that they cover. And so this is a particular geometry because we have a lot. This again is our shortage area is math. We have a hard time getting math teachers, and this will just allow us to know a teacher is proficient and can teach geometry.
Okay.
And they may not be the person for calculus.
And you may or may not know, but Ms. Newton is a math teacher.
Yes.
Ms. Newton, did that clarify?
I was just wondering if you were seeing the geometry at the 7th and 8th grade level for high school credit. I was just wondering if that was the reasoning kind of behind this, to allow maybe a middle school teacher to be able to teach geometry.
Yes, and add it to their current license. That is one thing that we looked at, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how to ask, the rigor of this particular praxis, are you comfortable with that as far as it being rigorous enough for that this 7th and 8th grade course is not necessarily a watered down geometry course?
Yes, we feel comfortable because we always bring in practitioners and a group when we set the cut score, and so everyone is feeling very comfortable. And Miss Joan Luna was here, and I don't think we also brought not just practitioners, but universities and colleges. So everyone feels very good about this exam.
Okay, all right. I just don't, because to me, geometry is the cornerstones of a student being successful, not just as far as college, but in life. It's got so many great applications. It's very important. So I just don't want to see it get watered down in it all.
I understand, and we want all our students to receive the best effective teachers.
One follow-up question, the cut score of 139, is that an increase or a decrease?
We currently do not have a geometry exam.
Understood, thank you.
I was trying to explain that currently you take an assessment for math and you can teach 7th through 12th grade. And so it has all the areas of algebra, geometry, Cal, Algebra 2, all those skills. And so that's a very hard test to pass. This one's individually for geometry.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve.
Moved by Ms. McFetridge, second.
Second.
Second by Ms. Chambers, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes.
What is next is consideration for approval of the nominated members for the Professional Licensure Standard Board to replace the members whose terms are vacant or expiring June 30th, 2020. All the ones that we are recommending at this time, all 4 of those will be serving a 2nd term. And our new one, Hassa Bourne, he just started fulfilling a vacant position just for a couple of months, and so he will go on for his first full term.
Okay. And these are representative of the 4 associations?
Yes, ma'am. We have one that is a teacher from Springdale, and this will be her 2nd term, Miss Gronseth. We have John Neely. He is a principal at Darnell, and he is representing the Middle Level Association. You have Dr. Andrea Martin, and she's superintendent at Greenland, and she will be starting her 2nd term. And then we have a teacher from Hot Springs, Mr. Webb III, and he represents ASTA. And of course, Mr. Bourne represents AEA. So that is 2 teachers or 3 teachers and 2 administrators.
Okay. Do you have any questions before I have a motion? Do you have a motion?
Move to approve.
Moved by Dr. Moore,
Second.
second by Mr. Williamson, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay, would you come here and let me ask you to give one of these to Frank and Joan and Miss Jacks?
Thank you.
Next, we have Tracy Webb, who, and Mr. Schottmeyer, I see is on the line. So, Mr. Schottmeyer, if you don't mind unmuting, and also if you can bring up a picture, it's easier for us to hear you if we can see you. If you don't want to do that, oh, there you are. Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Webb.
In May, the charter authorizing panel by unanimous vote approved an amendment request for Haas Hall Academy to absorb the Haas Hall Bentonville charter. No request for the state board to review the panel's decision has been submitted. The State Board may exercise a right of review and conduct a hearing on the charter authorizing panel's decision at the next State Board meeting. Dr. Martin Schottmeyer is on the Zoom for any questions.
Okay. Everyone has reviewed this. It's been reviewed and gotten a due pass from the charter authorizing panel. You got the votes from each of the panel members and their reasoning behind their votes. Does anyone have any questions of Dr. Schottmeyer or Ms. Webb?
I do have a question.
Okay, Dr. Moore?
Yeah, so are they creating a new campus here, or is this just simply merging already existing campuses?
Merging already existing campuses.
It's an administrative move, not a campus or student move.
Okay, so and it's not changing enrollment cap or anything. It's just a procedural.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Do you have a motion?
Move to approve.
Move to not review?
Not review, sorry.
That's okay. Moved by Ms. Newton not to review. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Dean. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Dr. Schottmeyer, I did note in the comments that if you would sort of unofficially keep the department up to date on the process and how that's going, they would appreciate it. Okay, thank you.
I understand you. I apologize.
Okay, Heber Springs, you're up next.
Dr.
Ford,
Alan Stoffacher.
And the superintendent is on the line.
He is.
Mr. Schottmeyer, you may go about your day if you choose to. We'd welcome you to stay, but you're welcome to leave if you chose to.
Ma'am, I didn't understand your question. I apologize.
They chose not to review, and I did notice that the chair of the panel said if you could keep them updated on the process as it proceeds, they would appreciate it, but you're not committed to doing that.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Webb.
Dr. Alan Stoffacher, Superintendent of the Heber Springs School District, will present a waiver request for class size and teaching load for grades K-12, the role of the library media specialist in grades 9-12, and teacher licensure for grades K-12. The waivers are being requested for a period of 5 years. There was an update to the request, so I just want to clarify what the waiver is for. The waiver includes, for class size and teaching load, it includes the rules for class size and teaching load, and then for teacher licensure, it includes section 7 of the rules only.
Okay. Sort of as a briefing for Ms. Woods, there was a legislation passed a few years ago that if a charter school in Arkansas has a waiver, then a traditional district can also ask for that waiver. The goal, as I understood it, was if there are things that are getting in the way, in your opinion, of student progress and student success, then you come to us, ask for the waiver. It's a binding contract, and the board can have questions about how it will be used. They can take items one at a time, or they can take them as a group. And if you, so you can vote for or against, and then sometimes board members ask for a time limit. The maximum they can, I think, well, I don't know if there's a maximum they can ask for. Typically, they are for 3 or 5 years, but I think that may be something the state board sort of encouraged as opposed to the way the legislation read. Okay, Ms. Webb?
Dr. Stoffacher will have 20 minutes to make the presentation. Any opposition will have 20 minutes as well, and the district will have another 5 minutes to respond before answering questions from the board.
Okay, and Dr. Stoffacher, since this is in fact a contract, we will ask you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, you may proceed. Yes.
Before we start, can I ask one question, please?
Sure, Ms. Newton.
When Ms. Webb was saying that there was an update to the request, I did not hear what she said at all, so I need to hear that before we start, please.
Okay, excuse our interruption, Alan, and we'll get right back to you.
On the class size and teaching load, it does include the rules governing class size and teaching load. And then for teacher licensure, it includes only section 7 of the rules governing educator licensure.
Do you understand, or do you want her to explain further?
Explain further, please.
You may have to get closer to the microphone, Tracy.
I'll try to talk louder.
Okay.
So I think on the original request, there was something was typed incorrectly. So I think they had the rules governing educator licensure under class size. So that was just a correction of those, that it was just the class size and teaching load rules. And then for teacher licensure, it's just section 7 of the rules, not the entire set, it's just section 7.
Okay.
Could you read what section 7 is, please?
Can you tell her what section 7
Section
is?
7 allows teachers to teach out of area. They're
Okay.
certified, but teaching in a different content area.
Right. Do you understand that, Ms. Newton? Everyone? Teaching out of area.
Teach out of area, okay.
Okay? Now then, back to Heber Springs. Thank you for your patience.
No problem. Thank you for entertaining our waivers. If I could give you a little background about Heber Springs, most of you know that we're the town by the lake. But to give you some background, we are a very high performing school district. Our middle school is one of the highest buildings in the state. They've received A ratings for the last several years. Our high school and elementary both were 1 point away from the cutoff from receiving an A this past grading cycle. And so the grading process, instruction is very important to us, and we've worked really hard. I doubt that you have the history of Heber Springs in front of you, but several years back, there were a lot of C's and D's in our history. And so we've worked really hard to improve our instruction. And so one of the things that I would tell you that as I present these waivers is we don't want to go backwards. We want to improve what we're doing and improve our opportunities for students. And so with that, we had about 3 objectives we were really wanting to address with these waivers. One is to get the best quality teacher in the classroom that we possibly could. The other one was help to meet the needs of our students. And the last is to have the flexibility to budget as efficiently as possible. A couple little things that I left out about our background, our demographics, is that our school district has declining enrollment. So we haven't riffed any teachers so far, but we, through attrition, have made our reductions in staff and our expenditures as efficiently as we possibly could. And the other thing is that we have one of the lowest millages in the state. And while we did try to increase that to support increased salaries, that did not pass in our school district. So that's one of the hindrances we have as far as hiring quality staff and attracting people to our district. The first area, the teacher licensure, I would tell you that I don't want you to think that we're looking at this for a free-for-all. We believe that the certification process and the preparation for teachers is very important as far as getting the very best quality person in front of our students. But we have some situations that we feel like that we might be able to take advantage of. For instance, in the past, we have had career fairs, and we've had some very strong, upstanding people in our community who have asked if there would be opportunities for them to help instruct our students. And the other one that I think is probably one of the more opportunistic opportunities we have for our school is that about a year ago, we joined with an electrician on an MOU. He had to have a school district's cooperation to conduct an apprenticeship. And so one of the things that I could foresee is if there was an opportunity and he had the means, the ability to have the time, we would like to extend that up into an hour of our school day so that our students could perhaps join an electrician apprenticeship. But I do want to speak a little bit about our issues that we have with our staff. This past year has been specifically a very challenging year. We had to bring a teacher out of retirement. We were fortunate to do so, to be able to teach algebra. This past year, we were not able to hire someone to teach physics and calculus, and so we had to do that online. We had a teacher resign. It's in September, and that person was a social studies teacher, and believe it or not, we could not find an adequate replacement. And then we also had an elementary teacher resign at Christmas. If you haven't had an opportunity to look at our licensure exemption report, you see that we don't have very many ALPs, but we have several long-term subs, and that's what we've been, seems like, utilizing quite a bit to try to fill these vacancies. And I won't say that it's the most positive situation, but we try to make the best of what we can, and we try to coach these teachers up. One of the things that I think that, you know, given our low salaries, we do an exceptional job of providing professional development and getting our teachers up to speed, and actually exceeding many other school districts and other teachers in their ability to help students learn. And you can see that by our improved test scores over the past several years. We've even ventured out. We've had a program where we entertained a couple teachers from the Philippines to teach special ed. And I do have my high school principal with me right now. And he's had situations in his buildings that he's had to address with non-certified long-term subs in those hiring areas. But regardless, we want to hire certified teachers. We want to, if we had the opportunity to hire an unlicensed person, we would want them to be on the certified path. We would coach them up just like we do our current teachers. I don't know that we always attract the most teachers, but we do a good job of getting our teachers the best quality that we possibly can for our students. In regard to class size and teaching load, I had one scenario 4 years ago that I would just really like not to ever have to repeat. And we hired someone in the month of August just because they had a certification. And many of you are very much aware that we have tests. That's the evaluation system between the combination of tests and the Fair Teacher Dismissal Act. It took us 2 years to get that teacher out of the classroom with numerous supports. Our principals were in there almost every day. We had instructional facilitators, reading specialists trying to help that teacher, and just hiring somebody just for certification's sake, it really, in my opinion, robbed about 40 students over 2 years of a quality education. And so we'd really like to take that load and spread it among our very seasoned teachers that we know that would do a good job. Yes, we would continue to look for certified people, but we don't want to be forced just to hire someone. And then the other thing is, then this past year in the areas of art and JAG, we've had to move students out because they went over the 150 caseload. And so we want to facilitate students as much as we possibly can. And in the last waiver request, it is a library media waiver at the high school. And I supplied some data. We are a one-to-one school. And with that, student access changes a great deal from the library. And at our high school level, through that data that I supplied, you can see in 2008, our district or our high school librarian checked out 6,300 books, 6,317 to be exact. Last year, the last full year of data, we checked out 98. That is the changing role in the library media area. What we see is students no longer go to periodicals. They no longer use dictionaries. If they want to reference something, all they have to do is pull up their laptop and they can do that. And so we have a vacancy in the library media area, but we also have a paraprofessional that we feel like that would be exceptional because we are also trying to create our library media area as a place for online learning. And in the online learning, this paraprofessional is especially adept at facilitating. She's very good at contacting parents and making sure kids are progressing the way we want. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Griffin, the high school principal, who's going to talk a little bit more about the seat time waiver that you all granted last year and how this might aid that waiver.
Mr. Griffin, if you will, raise your right hand while I swear you in. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Mark Griffin. I'm the principal at Heber Springs High School. Last year, I came before you and was fortunate enough for you to grant a seat time waiver so that we could establish a virtual learning classroom based on the Star City model. We were able to have partial implementation of that. We got mixed results. The students who were on campus did better than the students who were at home. We had some students who had 504 health issues, family situations and other things like that, who were also able to receive their education from home based on obtaining that waiver. Success rate for the at-home kids was about 40%. Success rate for the students on campus was in the high 90%. So we feel like having the full-blown virtual classroom, particularly now with COVID and the new model, the new blended learning model that's coming down the pipe, we're going to have students who are going to want to, be at school but have limited exposure to other students, and so we'd be able to house that in our library and that be strictly a virtual learning center, so those students can be at school but not be exposed to the general population. I also would like to add on to some of the things Dr. Staufischer told you earlier about our difficulty hiring qualified teachers. I had to literally beg the Algebra 2 teacher to come out of retirement last year so that I could have a fully staffed math department and offer all of the sections that needed to be offered. I had basically fingers and toes in the dam everywhere based on late resignations. One of the issues that really came about was I didn't have an upper level math teacher, so I had to offer AP Calculus, Pre-Cal Trig, and incidentally physics through either Virtual Arkansas or Edgenuity. The feedback from the public, students and parents is extremely negative on offering those upper level courses through that. So I would like to have the flexibility in the future to have a live teacher on campus to be able to teach those subjects. Also would like to say that last year it was my math department that I had problems filling spots. This year, I'm fortunate that I'm going to have a fully staffed math department, at least for this year. However, I'm about to have another resignation in my science department, so it's looking like that department may fall apart. So all that said, I need the opportunity to, bring in live teachers to teach our students who are going to be physically on campus and in the blended learning model, and try to use those other programs only in emergency cases and for credit recovery purposes. I'm sorry if that rambles. If anybody has any questions, I know that was a lot.
That's fine.
Good.
Are you going to be the principal this coming year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I know you're losing one superintendent and getting another, so I didn't
Yes.
know if you were staying too. Okay, anything else from either of you before we go to questions?
I would like to add a little bit if that would be okay.
Absolutely. Time-wise, are we good? 6 minutes, yes, you're good.
Okay. One of the things that we feel like that with the library media situation is that with this paraprofessional, we don't believe that we're going to hurt any of our student services. We plan to have our middle school librarian as a mentor. We plan to give that paraprofessional development. The research component that is part of the standards in the library media area is currently being taught at the English department. And so with the checking out of books and offering the services that we currently do, we believe that with some supports in place, we can aid the growth of that paraprofessional. We wouldn't be asking for this if we didn't think we had an exceptional person to run both the online learning opportunities that we want to supply for our students and the Library Media Center. But I think our data does back up that the utilization of the library has greatly diminished, and we feel like that the services that we are currently offering can be accomplished with these additional supports. And that's all I have to say at this point.
Okay. I'll let the board know that I did get a call yesterday from Dr. Ashley, who is currently at Cedar Ridge, who will be the superintendent in Heber Springs next year. And he has the waivers that these gentlemen are asking for, and he will be giving his updated report to the board in July, but he wanted to be sure that you knew that he fully supports this request, and he has had experience with it in his district, and he moved from a D to just 1 point short of a B, and so that was his 2 cents worth on as you contemplate this, ask questions, and make your decision. So do I have any questions at this point?
I think my question, Ms. Zook, this is a time for hiring. And are those positions listed, and are you still looking, or are you satisfied you've got people in place to do this? I mean, I would hate to turn away anyone that would be qualified to apply at this time of the year. Does that make sense?
Yes.
If I could answer that, absolutely. We are always in search of quality staff members. I will say that with the library media, we are not currently searching. Of course, that is pending your decision today. We feel like that we have that quality person that can do that job. But in regard to the other openings, actually, I'm compared to last year, pending other resignations, we are in exceptional shape. But last year was hopefully an anomaly. Hopefully we don't go through that again, but we have had late resignations, and with that, we just don't want to hire somebody just because they have a license. We want somebody quality in those classrooms that can promote learning, and we feel assured that that's going to take place with that recommendation to our school board.
Did that answer your question?
Yes, it did. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Ms. Dean?
I noticed on your package that you had an informational meeting for the community.
Yes.
So was that just to inform them of what was going on, or did you get any feedback from the members that attended? Was there a survey of some sort?
We did get feedback, and I'll be real candid with you. Not everybody embraces everything that we're looking at because, you know, there's old traditions. But after we had an opportunity to explain, I'll be real candid with you that our own school board was probably the most reluctant to support this, primarily because they weren't sure. I've never, in my 14 years as a superintendent, ever had something tabled twice. But after they had a full understanding of what we were trying to do and knew the scenarios that we were trying to address, it was supported. Going back to our informational meetings to our community, we were stating that we were wanting to go forward with these. We did ask for feedback. There was give and take and questions. For the most part, at least what was expressed to me verbally, I think that after we had a full opportunity to explain things, there felt like there was support, but there's no doubt there were some people who were not voicing all their concerns or, you know, walked away, you know, not happy or something like that. But we felt like we were being supported in all those avenues.
Okay. And I was also glad to see that there was a full-time communications director hired, or there's plans for that, I guess is what I'm looking at.
We've had somebody doing it part-time this year, and we felt like that it really has improved our two-way communication with our community.
That's good. I'm glad to see that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have questions from other board members?
Yes, I have some questions.
Dr. Moore?
Sort of off that, were teachers aware of these requests, and did you receive teacher feedback at that community meeting or your school board meeting?
We did have faculty invited to both of those meetings that we hosted, and they were at our board meetings. And so, yes, we did get feedback from them.
Okay, and this might be a better, given the changes that will occur, a question for the principal, but typically when we are going to be granting a licensure waiver, I like to have an understanding that the district is going to work with the teachers, if they're hired without a license, to support them and to train them up to get their license. Are y'all looking to attach teachers to any programs to do that, or do it with your co-op? What kind of training and support would that look like?
Well, and we certainly will offer every support available through Arch Forward. But I think, you know, my intention is really just to be able to bridge gaps for a year here and there in certain spots. For instance, I still do not have a physics teacher. If I could take another teacher in that department, offer that one section for 1 year until we could get a suitable hire the next year, then I would be, but this is not something where we're looking to, you know, move people in a position and make them get certified in something else forever. We just need to be able to bridge a few gaps here and there.
Unless you find someone great, which I know you would, yeah.
I do have a difficulty obtaining, attracting qualified, certified candidates to Heber Springs. We're not not exactly a destination. You have Conway and Batesville and Cabot right around us. So it's a tall task. I face resignations and trouble hiring every summer.
Mm-hmm. I understand that. I really quickly too, it kind of did hit me that the library, looking at the books that have been checked out, went down, and I know that's not a unique problem to you, but to me that I think students, high school students, all children still need literature in their hands. And so I hope that this library media specialist decision is not just a fiscal one, but it's one that you all will be able to train a person to see that number go up. I know we're in a changed landscape, but we still want that students to be actively engaged in libraries.
Okay.
Could I share one other detail?
Sure.
One thing that we do is we have an instructional manual, and I feel really strongly about this because this is filled with the most up-to-date research-based learning strategies that we can give our students. And part of this growth process that we've had with this instructional manual has allowed our teachers to teach in the most scientific ways that students learn and remember. And because of that, we feel like, or I feel like, that our district has grown a great deal. And so we put a lot of emphasis on this instructional manual because it's not about shortcuts. It's about teaching in a manner that allows students to learn. For instance, we don't want our teachers to lecture. I'm not saying that there's not an opportunity to lecture, but the teacher's doing all the work and the students aren't. And we have found through research that lectures don't work as far as helping students remember. They need hands-on, they need active learning. And so we try to really teach our teachers how to teach and how students learn. And that really aids our instructional goals. And really, I believe that's what's behind our improvement as a district as far as our letter grades.
Okay. Thank you for that. Do you have any other questions?
Yes, I have several questions. First of all, I want to congratulate you on the improvements that your district has made. I know that is because of a lot of hard work that your teachers and staff has done over the years. So congratulations for that. But the waivers that you're asking for to me are very, very concerning. I feel that as they're going to be taking a step backwards. So I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm very concerned with each one of them. I'm going to start with the class size first. In the past, as a board, we have done some exceptions for class size in that maybe a district went 1 or 2 over, and we're going to have to hire a teacher in the middle of the year, you know, and I don't have a problem with that. But giving a blanket to say, yes, you can have 3 students over and have a teacher go up 168 to 168 students, you know, I just, you know, K-12, you know, to do something like that blanket, I cannot, I'll be honest with you, I can't vote for that. The things that we know research-based in what benefits students, and we have to stay student-focused, and I know finances is a part of this because I kept reading finances in your packet that you were saying that finances were a concern, and I understand that. I promise you, I come from a background where I understand finances have to be a big part of this, but to do it at the expense of students and teachers, you know, I cannot see a blanket waiver for that. I don't know if you have some comments that you want to add to that, but. I understand where you come from. I mean, you alluded to the amount of sweat and tears that it took for us to grow. And, you know, given how much we have had growth, we're not willing to throw that away. And, you know, I'd mentioned a situation that happened 4 years ago with a single teacher. That's probably the only time that I can see in the years that I've been here that we would have spread those students out among the other teachers. In the other circumstances, we've hired certified people and made that work and tried to keep our numbers low. The exception to what I'm saying is that in JAG and in art, I believe in JAG, we had 2 students that the number actually went to 152, and art, Mr. Griffin would have to quote that number. So I would say it's a rarity, but also if, you know, I could give you any assurance is that, you know, it has taken a great deal of effort to grow our district where it is, and we don't want to go backwards. Every time we possibly can, we want to hire a certified person. But it's sometimes disheartening whenever, you know, what used to be, and you know, this is my 34th year, and I remember, you know, you'd have 10 or 12 applicants and probably 7 or 8 of those were really good and you could choose from. Now it may be 1 or 2. And that's in the spring span of time. We do quite well whenever we're looking at hiring somebody in the springtime. It's very difficult whenever we start getting into July and August or hiring somebody in the middle of the year. And that's where I'm most concerned about our students
getting somebody who just, doesn't cut it, and we just have to hire them because they have a license.
Well, I think that you will see that in the past, this board has been very receptive to instances like you were talking about where you were 2 over or a few over and come in and ask for a waiver in those specific circumstances. But to just say, we're going to do this K-12 and have a blanket waiver for, X number of students over, I just, I would rather do it on an individual basis. And that's my opinion. I'm not speaking for anyone else on the board, just my opinion on that particular waiver.
Can I say one thing about that? I've been the high school principal for 4 years, and each year in either JAG, FACS, art, or we've had a situation where we would be at 152, 153 students, or we would be at 31 or 32 in a section, and we get dinged on our accreditation report. And so we immediately rearrange student schedules. We take them out of a class that they've selected and want to be in, to much gnashing of teeth. And then 2 months later, a few kids move off, a few kids drop out, a few kids go here and there. And then we're down under what the number would have been to put us at 150 or at 30. And so I say that to say that this happens every year. And so the blanket waiver may be better in that regard, that this is a recurring problem. And it's one that now is completely foreseeable for us, because we just have certain areas with a heavy student demand and certain areas that do not.
I just think if you go back and look at our agendas in the last few months, you'll see that we understand special circumstances. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Under library media, I have, I don't know if you know, I also certified library media specialist. And I know one of the particular things that a library media specialist does is to work with students on literacy, increasing their love of learning and increasing their love of reading. And research base says, if we want to try to level the field as far as inequities in making access for every student, no matter their poverty level, no matter their background, home background, whatever, access to books is one of the best things that we can do. And, the statistics you gave me, going from 6,317 books checked out to 98 books, to me tells just the opposite story, that you need a good library media specialist in that job. You need someone that's going to work hard to get a love of literacy, love of reading for those students. And so, I'm concerned about that one. I don't know the para and I don't know the background there, but that one is a little bit concerning to me, just because of that statistic, and wanting to make sure that every student has a love of reading and access to good quality reading material. So, that one is a little bit concerning to me. And then on the teacher licensure, I just had a couple of questions on that. Again, this is a K-12 waiver for all the way through. Some of the examples that you gave me, and I probably need someone from the department to answer this question. Would an emergency teaching permit or effective teaching licensure exception, you're talking about filling those gaps, would those work in those situations? Because you were talking about, I know I read one using a 5th grade teacher to teach 4th grade, or maybe a science teacher to teach physics or a different area. And so could someone from the department tell me if an ETP or an ETL would work in those situations?
Ms. Saraceni is coming to the microphone.
Okay.
Carly Saraceni, Assistant Commissioner of Educator Effectiveness and Licensure. Madam Chair, Board Member, Secretary Key. If a person has a current teaching license, the exception they could utilize is an ALP, the additional licensure plan. Emergency teaching permit is when that person has a bachelor's, may even have a master's, and they're in the process of getting they're wanting to get a standard license. They may end up with a provisional first, but those emergency teaching permits are just temporary, 1 year, and then they can ask for another year, and that is all. So if it was going to be a long-term fix, it wouldn't be allowable under our current emergency teaching permit. Did that answer your question?
Did that answer your question, Ms. Newton?
Some of the situations that they described in their packet, it just felt like to me some of those other ways might take care of that, as far as the effective teacher licensure in the emergency teaching certificate. I just wondered if those would fit that particular.
Those are short-term, a year to 2
Right.
years.
And that was one of the things he had said, that they were just trying to fill the gap until they could find someone. Okay. My other question on that was on the teacher licensure. We have granted in the past several waivers in districts for the career type that you were talking about, the electrician coming in and those non-core subjects. So we have done that in the past, and those have worked very, very well. And glad to see those being utilized. Let's see, what other questions did I have? I think those are the only ones I see right now.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, I have a couple. One is, I notice you're making good progress with all of your areas, except maybe that moving from a B to an A could happen because you seem to be falling a little bit short in your progress in areas about student engagement. So that would be something that might put you over the top. You know, it has more impact sometimes than you might realize. So that was like an observation. When you go over the 150 in those rare instances, with this waiver, would you still need to have a discussion with the teacher and give them extra pay?
I didn't catch it tailed off. And didn't hear
Okay, there are instances when districts do go over 150, and if they talk with the teacher and the teacher is in agreement, they give them extra pay for being over the 150. If you get this waiver, does that prevent you from having to do that, or is that still something that you could or would do?
That is a part of our policies, and so we would pay that teacher for any exception there.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question. Any other questions from other board members?
Yes, Ms. Zook, I do.
Ms. McFetridge?
Yes. I know the district's going to be going through a lot of change with a new superintendent. You also told us that the board set aside the vote twice on this. Can you maybe talk to us about what was the vote? What was it, a unanimous vote with the board? Was it a split vote? How much support was there from the board, I guess is what I'm asking.
The final vote was unanimous. But each time it was tabled, I think that they had not had enough time to digest it completely. And so, we just spent additional time in the last time that it was brought before the board and made sure we explained everything that we were trying to accomplish. And, they've been in this too. I mean, they've seen our district progress, and they did not want to see it go backwards. And that was one of the things that they were really wanting, is that the assurances that we were still going to be able to maintain the progress we were shooting for. And so, we did have unanimous support after the final time it was brought to before the board.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Anything else? Ms. McAdoo, do you have any questions on these? Okay. Do you have a motion? And do you want to, first of all, do you want to do the waivers as a group or individually?
I'd like to do them individually, please.
Okay, then the three areas are class size and teaching load. The second is library media specialist role, and the third is teacher licensure. So do I have a motion with regard to class size and teaching load?
I move not to approve the waiver for class size and teaching load.
I'll second that.
Moved by Ms. Newton, second by Ms. McFetridge. Can we do a roll call on this? The motion is to not approve class size and teaching load.
Dr. Hill?
Yes.
Mr. Williamson?
Yes.
Ms. Chambers?
Yes.
Ms. Woods?
Yes.
Ms. McFetridge?
Yes.
Dr. Moore?
Yes.
Ms. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Motion passed. I'm sorry you didn't get your waiver for class size and teaching load. The second item is library media specialist role. Do I have a motion with regard to that?
Can I ask for clarification on that before a motion?
Sure.
So this is just specifically for library media specialists at the high school, is that correct?
Correct.
Correct.
And it said the library facilitator does something with Virtual Arkansas. Could you explain the difference between that and this?
He's our digital learning facilitator for all of our programs, virtual learning, Edgenuity, and in whatever the new, she will be for whatever the new platform is for our blended learning model.
Okay, and that's a separate job from the librarian.
Yes, ma'am, but it's in the same room.
Okay, and we're just approving for the person who serves as a librarian at the high school to be a paraprofessional instead of a licensed individual. Is that correct?
No, ma'am. We have a vacancy in the library media specialist position right now, and we're wanting the paraprofessional to do the virtual learning and the media position.
So can I ask, you're saying the person who is doing all these other things, your virtual learning and all the other things you said is going to also then do library media?
Yes, ma'am. With support.
While y'all are thinking about that, my question is, since you did not approve class size and teaching load as a waiver, will he still have the opportunity to work with the teacher and pay extra if that becomes an issue for him? I guess I'm looking at Ms. Webb to answer that. She's coming to the microphone.
Tracy Webb, I believe the law allows them to pay staff members for having over 150 without a waiver. It would just be if they exceeded class size, they would need to have a waiver. But for the 150, they can compensate a teacher and would not need a waiver.
Okay. All right. Do you have any other questions with regard to library media? Are we ready for a motion?
I'm sorry, did she say that they could increase the compensation?
She said they could offer on the 150, this would primarily be secondary teachers, if, like you mentioned, in art. If they got to more than 150, they could work out with the teacher, and she could either say yes with no compensation or yes with compensation.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have a motion with regard to library media? I think y'all are needing a break. We'll do that shortly.
I don't know what the board's feeling is, but it just feels like that they're going to this person that's doing the online learning that already has a job is going to fill in and try to also increase literacy and reading levels and all of these important things that we know. And I'm just really concerned about that. You know, I don't know if I don't know what the other feelings of the board is. I don't want to step out and overstep here, but I am just very concerned about that. This person who already has a full-time job is then going to take this other position that we can't take lightly.
Is her perception correct?
Her duties would change to some degree.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, she's currently also has sections of study hall and things like the monitors our in-school suspension room for a period. Those would go away and she would be in the media center full time.
Does that help, Ms. Newton? I'm looking for a motion, please.
To the good discussion that's been occurring, I think my message, I am going to move to approve the library media specialist waiver. But I do think, I hope the school is hearing, for me, these were broad changes that you were requesting for a long period of time, 5 years. And to the very good counsel that you're getting from Ms. Newton, this just feels like we're not approaching with exceptions where we could, where there are tools for meeting the need with an exception. We're going broad, we're going big, and it just feels like a step too far. And at least for me, I think that's why there's such hesitancy in approving these and feeling good about that. So I just say that that's my perspective in terms of why you're not maybe getting the kind of immediate support. Maybe we're behaving like your board. We needed some soak time to think about this.
I understand.
But I am making a motion to approve the waiver.
Okay. For the full 5 years, or do you want to limit the number of years as a suggestion, which they would have to say yes or no to?
I would love to see a suggestion for a shorter period of time, but if the school feels strongly that 5 years is appropriate for this particular waiver, I'll let it stand if that's their.
One of the things we've done is they do come back in a year and give a report of how things are working and how it's benefiting students. So if the board did do 5 years, they would still come back in a year to give an update, which is what Cedar Ridge will next month. Okay, I have a motion on library media specialist for approval. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Hill. May we do a roll call, please?
Yes, ma'am. Dr.
And this
Hill.
is for 5 years?
Dr. Moore?
And this is for 5 years, correct?
Yes. With a report at the end of the first.
Could I speak? I'm sorry.
Speak, please speak.
From the district's standpoint, if the state board would entertain reducing those, we would be very open to that. My stance, and I'm sure that's the same as Mr. Griffin, if something's not working, we're going to fix it ourselves. We're not going to wait 5 years and try to see if this experiment, if you want to call it that, or what we believe is going to work, it's going to fail. We're not going to wait 5 years to try to fix that. So if it would be okay with you, we could modify what we are requesting.
Do you want to ask for that, Ms. Chambers, in your motion?
Yes, if I could restate it, technically, I would like to then change my motion to approve with a 3-year time frame for this waiver request.
Okay, we have a motion to approve library media with a 3-year time frame.
Second.
Second, Dr. Hill. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Did everyone vote? Okay, I was going to call roll, but I think I got, everyone said yes except Ms. Newton, so motion passes. Okay, the third item is teacher licensure. Do you have any questions, or do we have a motion?
I have a question. So is the waiver broad or more specific? Could you just remind me of that again?
That would be a question for the district. She wants to know if it's broad or if it's specific to certain certifications.
It is broad, and again, the same thing I would entertain again is that if the state board would like to reduce the time frame, we would be more than willing to do so.
Did you hear him, Ms. Chambers?
I did, thank you. I move to approve the waiver request at a 3-year limitation.
The motion is to approve teacher licensure reduced to 3 years. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Dean. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay. Thank you all, and we look forward, and you have done a good job moving your district forward, and we trust that these will be of help as you move on toward your goal, and we hope that the failure of class size and teaching load not passing will not impede that. Thank you very much. If you choose to leave the meeting, that's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Dedman, if you'll hold up just a minute, I saw that Mr. Dugan and Ms. Douglas and Ms. Saraceni are all back in the room. Do you have information, or do we need to table this until the July meeting?
Amy Douglas here, attorney for educator licensure and effectiveness, and we're asking you to table it for 1 month so we can make sure all of our facts are clear and we can provide more documentation to the board.
Okay, so if he does apply for a job and he would need to inform, if he was offered a contract, then that it's, his ability to accept would be pending a hearing in July, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you understand, Mr. Bear, that it's going, if this passes, it will be tabled until the July meeting, which will be the second Thursday of July? I'm sure someone will write him a letter to that effect.
Okay.
No, please.
What information are we missing that y'all need? Is it the
I don't know.
Texas license? Okay, I've just talked to the lead investigator, and I've got proof that it is valid, and he said it's updated in their system. He said it was an IT problem, and they've got it updated. And I can show that to you, or I can show you the email with him. Or we can go back to the website itself.
Yeah, you'd need to satisfy it with legal and licensure, not me. So while y'all take care of that, we're going to keep this on the table, see if we need to take it off the table, and we will proceed to, and board, I do want you to know we are going to take a lunch break today, and probably I'm going to try to get through a few of these rules before we do. Do you need a break before then, or can I proceed? Okay, Ms. Dedman. Sorry for the interruption.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to see all of you guys again. Jennifer Dedman, attorney for the department. I've got here 3 quick rules, all for consideration for final approval. We'll start with the rules governing parental involvement plans and family and community engagement. A public comment hearing was held on these rules on April 13th, and the public comment period expired on April 20th. No comments were received on these rules, so we request that the board grant final approval for these rules.
Ms. Dean, did you have anything that in particular you wanted to say regarding this, since you led this in the beginning?
Thank you for the opportunity. I just wanted to highlight the hard work and the dedication that has been put in by the stakeholder communication, community engagement division. Kim Wright, as the director, has done an awesome job. Chelsea Moore, Gina Dickey came in as a consultant and has been just a wealth of information and a great resource for us. And just a big thanks to all of the stakeholders, parents, teachers, students, business leaders that were a part of the coalition that helped us to get so much done, and the strides that have been made, and the website that's been created, and the toolkit. There's been so much done to help our parents and all of our community members make sure that our students are getting the best education possible. So I just want to send a great big thank you to everyone that's been involved.
Well, and we thank you for your leadership. Ms. Woods, for your benefit, when the legislature passes a law, then the legal department at ADE, if it applies to education, it comes to them to write rules for the implementation of that law. Then that goes out for public comment. It also goes to the governor's office for approval, and then it comes back to us. We vote on it as a final, and then it goes, I don't know if it goes to the legislature, goes back to the legislature, and then it's approved. So it's a rather lengthy process that gives lots of people an opportunity to find out what's good about it, what needs to be changed. If there are no substantive changes during that process, then it works much more quickly. Periodically, very rarely, are there substantive changes, and if there are, that has to go back through the process. Okay, do I have a motion on this item?
Move to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Ms. Dedman?
So who made that motion?
Oh.
Sorry.
Oh, Ms. Dean made the
Ms.
motion.
Dean, thank you.
And Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I left out, I want to also thank Mr. Aurelio Montemayor, who was the one who helped facilitate all of the meetings that we had across the state. So definitely a great thanks to him and his team as well.
I appreciate that. It's always dangerous when you start naming people and thanking them because you're going, oh no, I forgot somebody. Anyway, yeah. No, I'm sure they understand. Okay, Ms. Dedman.
I'll move on to the federal program complaint resolution rules. These also were heard in a public comment hearing on April 13th, and that public comment period expired on the 20th. We did receive some comments, but none resulted in a substantive change to the rules. We respectfully request that the board grant final approval for these rules.
Does anyone have any questions? I have one. Does this apply to special education as well?
No, the special education rules are separate. This is for federal programs complaints. So those items that are funded through federal programs, there's actually a list on page 1 of the rules at 1.03 of those programs. So for example, Part A of Title I and Part D of Title I, et cetera.
Right. Okay, I understand. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Chambers.
Second.
Second by Dr. Moore. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Dedman?
My last rule is the rules governing the college and career readiness planning programs. Public comment also held on, the hearing was held on April 13th, and the period ended on April 20th. We did receive a couple of comments. None resulted in a substantive change to the rules, so we request final approval for these rules.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, mine is, if a student did not reach the score that a college typically wants off of their ACT, does this give them an opportunity to take another test to prove their ability to enroll in a course and not have to take a remedial course?
I'm gonna confer with Stacey Smith on this.
Okay. Yes, while Ms. Smith's coming, I'm going to repeat the question. Typically, if a student doesn't have a certain score on the ACT and they're choosing to go to college, the college requires them to take a remedial course. My question is, does this provide an opportunity for them to take another test, not the ACT, to demonstrate to the college, yes, I am competent, I do not need to do remedial?
Yeah, so individual institutions can identify other assessments to enter, but the state also provides the transitional courses their senior year that students can take to help, and colleges, again, individually determine whether or not they're going to accept the student completing that course at a satisfactory level. Okay. So you have different options there for kids.
Okay, and then tell us who you are.
I'm Stacey Smith, Assistant Commissioner for Learning Services.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Moved by Dr. Moore.
Second.
Second by Ms. McFetridge. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Here you go. You're very welcome. Thank you. Ms. Alice Ford, you may come to the microphone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Courtney Salas Ford for the division. I have for you consideration of the request for final approval of the rules governing student discipline and school safety. You all actually looked at and approved these rules back in April, and then we received some additional comments and requests from the Safe Schools Committee to review these rules, and after further discussion and comments, we decided to make a few changes that, while maybe not substantive, requiring additional approval, we still wanted to bring them back to you and inform you all of those to get additional approval before we took them to the Legislative Council. I've highlighted on the draft copy what those changes were, but most importantly, the one I wanted to bring to your attention is regarding the definition of bullying. Some language that had been added, though not intended to require that behavior have to be repeated. Apparently, some people were reading that it could be possible that a school district or parents would read that to mean that a singular act could not constitute bullying. And so we took that language out. It's consistent with our state law that a singular act could constitute bullying. It's not necessary that it be repeated in order to be considered bullying. And then again, a few other changes, just clarifying, things around child maltreatment hotline and other school safety lines used, for anonymous reporting or reporting to school districts, to make sure that those are also addressed. And there was one other one. And then also just pointing out that the safety line established under 618-511 through UAMS was established as a pilot program, so we're not sure how long that may continue, and so we just added some real limited language on that it has to be addressed if that line is in fact operational.
Okay.
So I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
Okay, Dr. Hill, I'll come to you because you're there, have taken the lead over your term with regard to different areas of discipline. Is this, do you feel comfortable with all of this?
As best that I can assume, with the conditions we have, I don't have any, I think it's an ongoing process that we want to continue to monitor and stay involved in the things that are going on.
Okay, good. we will look to you to do that for us. And,
Absolutely. Love to.
do you have any other questions from other board members or comments?
Well, I do, and I apologize for not noticing this before. But on the line item 5.04.8, there's 3 areas of clothing that they mention. And I'm wondering why we single out breast of a female and not just put breast, period.
That language came directly from Arkansas state law.
Okay.
That it couldn't be changed, but that's where that language specifically came from.
Okay.
And certainly school districts have the autonomy in drafting their local district policies to, you know, add language or modify language as long as it is not inconsistent with the rules and law.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay. Anybody else have a question or a comment? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Hill.
Second.
Second by Ms. Dean. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Courtney. Okay, Susan Underwood, or 2ABC.
Good afternoon. Susan Underwood with DESE, the Arkansas Better Chance ABC Pre-K program. We have 2 items before you. With the first attachment, you can see that there is a lengthy list of programs that we are recommending that these funds would provide high-quality preschool services through 220 agencies, over 500 program sites, serving 23,395 children, either in center-based or home visiting settings, and employ over 3,600 early childhood teachers, paraprofessionals, and coordinators. There has been an increase of funding per child in the amount of $104 for center base, $38 for home visiting, that will assist the ABC programs to cover operational expenses, including meeting the mandated salary levels of educators with the Arkansas teaching license and the increasing minimum wages of support staff. In addition to the following ABC programs are receiving reallocated slots, and we are recommending a one-time funding to assist in setting up the classrooms. The following are Brooklyn School District at $5,000, Greene County Tech School District at $5,000, Harrison School District at $10,000, OUR Education Cooperative at $5,000, Our House at $2,500, Pine Bluff School District at $7,500, and the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff at $5,000. We're requesting the board to approve the Arkansas Better Chance program renewal grants for the program year 2020-21, including that one-time funding in the total amount of $104,125,626.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any questions of the board? Do I have a motion?
Yes, I have a question.
Dr. Moore?
And good to see you today. We've talked about this before, but do we have an understanding of the demand for pre-K and if the spots that are being filled where there is, students being turned away?
Yes, ma'am.
Did y'all get that?
Yes. We study very closely over the past 3 years of programs. We look every month to see where the students are being fully enrolled, if all of the students in those areas are being served, or as many as we can afford to serve in that area. If the program is not fulfilling their awarded slots, then we start looking to see what other areas have a greater need, that they have unserved children on a wait list where we can reallocate those funds in those areas.
Did
Okay,
that answer your
that's helpful. So, were there any major reallocation of funds this year?
There were a few. There were three programs that returned slots because several different things. Either they did not have the children to fill those slots, or there were facility challenges that the facility needed classrooms for other grades.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Do you have a motion?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. McFetridge,
Second.
second by Dr. Moore. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Ms. Underwood?
Okay, and then item 16, this is funds for the ABC Professional Service Grantees that will support over 3,600 ABC pre-K teachers, paraprofessionals, and coordinators through training, coaching, technical assistance, and services as they complete the required annual 30 hours of early childhood professional development. These areas include content of literacy, math, science, social studies, child development and early learning standards, special needs, social emotional learning, child growth and development, parent engagement, health and safety, child assessment, classroom assessment, data management, and many other topics. We're requesting the board to approve the Arkansas Better Chance Professional Service Grants for the program year 2021 in the total amount of $6,714,342.45.
Do you have any questions about this item?
Yes, I do. And Susan, I hadn't followed up with you from last year on this. Are any of these different from last year? Did y'all release any RFPs or grants for these, or is this just a continuation of funds?
This is the same professional service providers that we used last year. Now, some of their delivery is going to be a little bit different because we are aligning it with DESE, aligning it with our goals and objectives here in the DESE. Sure.
Ms. Smith has something to add.
Yeah, so Stacey Smith. So Dr. Moore, that's a great question. So when we think about transformation and ABC coming over underneath the Division of Elementary and Secondary Education, this is an area we feel like it is an area that we need to continue to look on for professional development and how we can transform that within our whole pre-K through 12 professional development and assessment pieces. So right now, these are the existing grants that were previous, and we are looking at those and looking to see which one, for example, building pre-K RISE and our literacy specialist within our grant that we had. So there's some components there that we think this will look different when we bring it to you next year.
Okay. Thank you. And then I know there's been some questions. Has the Arkansas Research Center longitudinal study, is that done every year? Okay.
Yes, and we do have some updates, and I will get those to the board for your viewing and reviewing.
And is there an RFP that goes out for a longitudinal study, or is that a long-term contract?
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
Is there a new RFP or is it a long-term contract?
It was continued for this 1 year, and then we're going to be reviewing that to see if we put the new RFPs out.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have a motion on this item?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Chambers.
Second.
Second by Ms. McFetridge. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Douglas has come back into the room. Do you have information yet?
Hello again. We talked to Mr. Barrow, and he has agreed that we should table this until July, if the board will allow.
Okay, board, we have on the table for today, Mr. Barrow's case, and he and the department have come to agreement with your vote or your approval that we will keep this on the table until the July meeting. Okay, Ms. Freno, do I need another motion or just don't take it off the table? Ms. Freno's coming forward. I'm sorry, Ms. Douglas, you may have known the answer to that. I apologize. I'm just.
I would just not take it off the table. I mean, it has been tabled. It can be tabled until the next board meeting.
Okay, did you hear that, board? We don't have to take it off the table. We just leave it there, and then it will be added to the agenda for the July meeting. Is everybody good? Okay, it is 5 minutes until 1. Let's come back at 25 minutes after 1. That way everybody can take a break and breathe. And there also, you were sent an email of something that was left off of, failed to get on the agenda for item 17. So if you will take time, it's from Miss Wendell. So if you'll take time to look at that during this 30 minutes, I appreciate it.
Miss Zook,
Yes.
could someone, while we are on this break, maybe take a look at, the audio is really, really muddy.
Is it
from
muddy
the
from
auditorium.
me and the secretary, or just from me?
From everybody in the room, I do get a sense that we're picking up, there's a mic, and it's ambient sound that we're getting. We had this problem last month. I don't know that we're actually getting your voice through your mic. It doesn't sound that way.
Okay. Is there a delay? Because if it's a delay, it's coming through live stream, which y'all shouldn't be on live stream. You should just be on Zoom.
It's not a delay. It sounds like we're listening to you through water. At least that's me. Now, maybe that's my age.
No,
I'll
no,
let my ears indicate whether, but I've had trouble all morning hearing you.
Yeah, it's not just you. I'm having an extremely difficult time over here. I thought it was mine.
Okay.
I think we're hearing them through the laptop that we're viewing from right now, which is kind of away
I
from
turned my
everybody.
laptop off because it was giving an echo because we're also on Zoom. So I'm not coming to you through my laptop on Zoom. I'm coming to you through this, which is connected to the Zoom camera. We will get Dan on that. This is way above my pay grade, so I could hunt and peck, but we'll try to get him to test that, and maybe the first couple of minutes we get back, we'll see if we can fix it, because one of the reasons we wanted to be on Zoom is so everybody could hear everyone else clearly.
We're picking up from the laptop that's aimed at the podium. And so no one's facing the laptop for us to pick up the audio very well.
Okay, are you seeing me through the same camera you're seeing the secretary, or are you seeing me?
I see the secretary barely in camera on the right, and I barely see the disinfecting wipes on the left that are on the podium, lectern or whatever you want to call it.
The Zoom camera is aimed toward the two of them. I put myself on the Zoom through the laptop like y'all did, so you.
You're muted on that one though.
Yes, I am muted on that because it was causing an echo in the Zoom. So Dan's going to try to work on it. In the meantime, y'all can unzoom or at least put yourself on mute and take yourself off camera if you choose to, and we will try to work on that here. Thank y'all for bringing that up, and I'm sorry we didn't fix it earlier.
Thank you.
Okay, do you have any idea what's going on?
Zoom that you see where this is ATOY auditorium.
Yes.
That is this camera here.
Right.
It's what your audio is being picked up by, or what they are hearing.
Right.
There.
Not this.
That microphone right there is what the live stream
But that doesn't help live stream, does it?
Because you can still have that microphone right there that
Okay.
you're speaking to.
Okay.
But this person over here, unless they are picked up by y'all's microphones, the Zoom people will not be able to hear.
Okay, I know number 17, the first one back, will need somebody there. The others are probably all on Zoom until we get to reports. So, but when my microphone on my laptop was turned on at all, that's when they were getting some echo, and I was getting text, you're echoing. So I completely muted it in addition to the muting you'd already done. And so I don't know how to fix that, because what I heard originally was, we can hear the secretary fine, we can't hear you. And so I don't know if it's because he projects better or what the issue was. So. And maybe they're not turned up high enough or something, I don't know.
This right here is as far as I can bring this way.
Yeah, and really getting those on it is important because I'm on Zoom, they can see me. So getting
And what I
it
have going out to the live stream
is coming off those cameras, right?
Right, I have that camera right there that has the podium and YouTube and this device here all going out into the live stream.
Okay,
As well as all of those.
so it's that camera, so when I'm looking at them, it looks like I'm not talking to the audience, right?
Right, it looks like you're looking directly at that person right there.
Can they see that person?
Oh, yes, they can see that person.
Okay, okay, well, I don't, you're beyond me at this point.
That's the only other.
Yeah, because last month we did such a good job and nobody had any concerns, so I'm not sure what's going on.
I moved that closer to you, maybe that.
I don't know.
We can try that.
We'll see if it fixes it. We'll come back to order, and our first order of business is number 17 is Deborah and Courtney. Deborah, are you going to start, or is Courtney, or should we wait for her? Okay. She'll be here in just a minute. Okay, can y'all hear me better now? I'm seeing some yeses. Stacy, can you hear me better now?
It does sound better.
Oh, yay. Thank you, Dan.
Good job, Diane.
Thank you, Dan. It wasn't me, trust me. Let's give Courtney just a minute to get here, because I'd really rather we go through that. We sort of, when we made the agenda, put it in an order. So let's give her a few minutes to get here, and then we will pick back up. Thank you for your patience. There she is.
Yes, I apologize.
Okay, we're up and ready to go, and Miss Alice Ford will get us started.
Yes, so what we have before you today is a discussion, and this is not something that you all will need to vote on, but just a discussion and to get your guys' input on a process that we have put together. As we look at schools returning to on-site instruction.
Ms. Zook, can she get closer to the microphone, please?
Yes, apologize. Is that better?
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay.
The live stream's here to be good through the handheld right there.
But I need to speak towards that.
Just kind of project a little bit more towards it.
We're working with two different microphones here, and Dan was just clarifying for her which one she needed to speak.
Yeah. Let's get you moved closer.
Okay.
Just push your whole podium. You
It's
and
all
the
right.
camera.
You can take me out of the camera, and I can just
He can be on
get
Zoom.
on my camera here.
Okay, is that better?
They're all nodding yes.
Okay, yeah, it's kind of, now I have to turn sideways to see them.
To see them, you gotta look there, for them to see you, and you look here.
So if I'm not looking at you, I apologize.
No, you're actually looking at them.
Oh, okay. I'll try to. All right. So in case you couldn't hear me, what we want to talk to you all about today is a process that the team here has come up with to try to assist school districts and LEAs as they look at returning to on-site instruction and in responding to the COVID-19, emergency. We had to look at how school typically runs, how it ran, prior to some of the closures to on-site instruction in the spring, and how we can assist those school districts and LEAs in returning in the fall. And so we came up with a process where school districts and charter schools could obtain waivers that we have identified as potential barriers to implementation of a blended learning system. And so typically these school districts and charter schools would go through the 1240 waiver process, or they would go through the charter authorizing panel process. But we've come up with a streamlined process that will give districts time to plan and sufficiently prepare for returning to on-site instruction in August. And so through this process, school districts would submit an assurance and application. And detailed in that assurance and application would be the waivers that we feel are necessary to, again, remove any potential barriers, as well as contain additional requirements, such as the training that they're going to provide to teachers, a plan of communicating this new system and this new plan with those teachers, with parents, with students, information about curriculum and how they plan to address, basically day-to-day school operations. Typically in the 1240 and charter waiver process, this would be done on the front end. What we're proposing is submission to you all at the end of June, a list of districts who have submitted the assurance and application, agreeing to our requirements, to the requirements set forth, and approval from the board. Following that approval, districts will have until September 1st to submit a district support plan. District support plans are required of some, not all school districts under law, but any district that chose to participate in this process would have to submit a district support plan. And in that plan is where they will very clearly detail and lay out their plan for implementation of this blended learning system, or how they intend to use these waivers, how they intend to monitor the use of these waivers, as well as any additional information relevant to this implementation of this blended learning system. As I stated, the assurance and application would be required of all school districts to be submitted and returned to us no later than June 26th of this year. We would then bring all of those as a batch to you as the state board at a meeting in late June for your approval. Again, and then they will have from late June until September 1st to work with their stakeholders, work with their staff, their local school boards, bring all that information excuse me, together and document that in their district support plan. Before I go into specific details about the waivers, do any of you have any questions about just the overall process?
I don't have a question about the process, but for my benefit, could you tell me what an LEA stands for?
Yes, I apologize. Local Education Agency.
Okay,
we use that just to generally refer to school districts and public charter schools and district conversion charter schools, so that we didn't have to spell all three of those out every instance.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
No,
you know we like our acronyms.
Yeah, that was a good question.
That's a great question.
SEA is state education agency and LEA is local.
Understood. Walmart had a lot of acronyms as well, so thank you for clarifying.
Is there
I was going to ask them, have any of you taken the chance to view the webinar that the department did last week? If not, they're going to do another one tomorrow at 11.
10.
Oh, it's 10?
10 tomorrow.
Okay, because Twitter said 11. No, 11 o'clock.
Right, there was a different webinar today at 11, but the one specific to this process will be tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
Okay, good. Everybody got that if you want to, and maybe someone can send them a link. Deborah Kaufman said she would, or somebody will.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, proceed.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about the waivers that districts would be applying for. In the handout, the attachment to the agenda item, you should have a brief summary of the process I just talked about. And then the last few pages is a table listing the rule, the statute, or the standard that we would be waiving, as well as a brief explanation to kind of explain why we think the districts will, and charter schools will need this, as well as how it might be used. But again, each school district will have to come back in their district support plan and specifically detail how they intend to use this in their school district. The first statute is Arkansas Code 617-117, which has to do with non-instructional duties for teachers. And if you'll notice on there and on all of these, we've put very narrowly tailored language to limit these waivers so that they're not just broad blanket waivers. And so on this one, you'll note it says, only for the purpose of implementing Arkansas Department of Health requirements or guidelines regarding health and safety. So what does this mean? Under the state law, teachers are required to not be assigned more than 60 minutes per week of non-instructional duties without receiving additional compensation. However, we felt like going back into on-site instruction, not knowing at this time what that might look like, it's possible that school districts will need the assistance of their staff to, possibly wipe down doorknobs, desks, move desks around. Again, we don't have any idea what it's going to look like, but knowing that it's possible for districts to need that staff, we felt that this was a waiver that would allow districts that flexibility to work with their staff talk about how this might look in their classroom, and be able to do that without significant additional cost to the district. And you all, you can either ask questions on each specific one as I go, or if you want to wait till the end, that's fine as well.
I don't have a question
Ms.
on that,
McAdoo?
but is this, I don't see this link on the public agenda. Is there a way for us to follow along, or where's what you're reading from?
Yeah, you may need to refresh. It was added a few days ago, but we just noticed this morning that for some reason it did not show up. Ms. Lockwood has reattached and refreshed and resent out to everybody, so it's possible if you can just refresh your browser, it should be there.
Yeah, go out and then come back in, maybe that will work.
So the second statute listed is 617-204. And this one really, and the next three kind of all go along together. So the next one is 617-205. These first two have to do with teacher contracts and the incorporation of changes to local school district policies. Typically, if a school district was going to change a local board policy, it would not take effect until the following school year. Even to make it implemented in this current school year, and we're talking for the 2021 school year, there would be a lengthy process they would have to go through of submitting it to the Personnel Policy Committee, getting a vote of a majority of licensed personnel, again, trying to streamline and expedite the process and afford districts the flexibility. We're proposing waiver of those two provisions only for the purpose of adopting policies necessary to implement the Arkansas Ready for Learning model. So again, what does this mean? It means that for any district or charter school that chooses, opts into this process and is requesting these waivers, they might have to amend or change some of their local policies to avoid any conflict between the policy and these waivers. The School Boards Association has drafted a model resolution for school districts to use so that they can make this process happen in their local school district, but it would again only be for those policies that are in conflict or inconsistent with this model. So we're talking about policies like parent-teacher communication, contact and communication with students, possibly professional development, planning time, leave policies, only things that directly are affected by implementation of this model, not a blanket broad waiver to change any and all school district policies. And again, that applies to 204 and 205. The next two sections listed, 617-2304 and 2305, the same exact thing except for the classified employees. So the first two was specific to licensed teachers. These next two are for classified employees. Same process, only for changes to policies that are in conflict or inconsistent with these waivers and any requirements imposed on the districts upon return to on-site instruction in the fall. Okay, these next few waivers have a very broad limitation put on them as well, and it's included in, if you do have the handout, the text box before those waivers, and it says the following waivers apply only on days or portions of days when technology-based approaches are the primary instructional delivery for specific groups of students that are receiving their instruction primarily through technology-based approaches, or for staff providing instruction primarily through technology-based approaches, or if necessary to implement Department of Health requirements or guidelines. That is a very long way of saying these apply in a virtual setting. It may be that the entire school is in a virtual setting because on-site instruction is not permitted. It might be that some students are in a virtual setting from home while other students are attending on-site. It might be that some teachers are in a virtual setting teaching from home or an off-site location and not on-site. These waivers would only apply to the virtual aspect of any of that instruction, whether it be for the students, for the teachers, or for the school itself, only to the virtual component of that school day. So the first two waivers are specific to a typical school day, and under normal circumstances require an average of 6 hours per day or 30 hours per week of instruction to be provided to students. As we know, and as we saw in the spring when we had to go immediately to virtual types of learning environments, 6 hours a day is not reasonable to expect of a student at home. There may be other things going on. We know that some students, learn at different paces, and it would just not be feasible for most districts to have a teacher providing direct instruction to students for 6 hours per day. If on-site instruction is occurring for any students or for staff, they would still be required to have that 6-hour day. Again, so the waiver only applies to the virtual component, not to those students and teachers who are on-site. Also part of this law is the requirement that students be provided at least 40 minutes of recess. Again, if those students are at home, it would be very difficult for a school district to implement or to require 40 minutes of recess. So for those students who are not attending on-site, that requirement would be waived as well.
But not while they're at school.
Correct. This waiver would not apply for students that are at school for the full school day. The next item listed is standard for accreditation 1-A.4.2 and 1-A.4.3. This is our standard of accreditation directly related to the law, so nothing different, just necessary to waive the standard as well as the state statute. These next three are specific to teachers, and so these would apply to teachers who are teaching from an off-site location. Whether the students are on-site or off-site is irrelevant to these. It's about where the teacher is. If the teacher is off-site teaching to students in one or more locations, then the first one is 617.111A, duty-free lunch. If a teacher is at school teaching, under law, typically they are afforded a 30-minute duty-free lunch. However, again, we know that if a teacher is off-site, very difficult for a school district to implement and offer a duty-free 30-minute lunch when they don't have control directly over that teacher's day. If the teacher is on-site, even if they are providing virtual instruction to students, if the teacher is on-site, then they will be provided their 30-minute duty-free lunch. It may not be their typical standard lunch time because, again, we know that there may be requirements for students to be having lunch in the classrooms or for students to be not all in the cafeteria at the same time, so districts will have to look at their individual schedules and their staff available, but it may be that, again, teachers are having to modify their schedules a little bit to meet the needs of students returning to on-site instruction. The next waiver is of 617-114, planning time. Again, under standard law, teachers are required to be provided 200 minutes weekly of planning time. Again, going back to teachers who might be off-site, districts just can't implement these types of things into the day when the teachers are off-site and districts are not in control of their schedules. If the teacher is on-site, they would still be required to receive their 200 minutes of planning time. The next waiver would be of 6-17-211. This is a law that states that any employee who is not on-site shall be required to use leave. Obviously, if a teacher is off-site but they're still providing instruction or performing other duties as they have been directed, we do not want to require those teachers to have to use leave for that time. All right, these last set of waivers have to do with class size. Under state law and the rules listed, there are specific class size requirements put into place for certain grades or for certain educational environments. Because of the potential need for a blended learning model or virtual learning, we felt like it would be best for school districts to have the flexibility to exceed these class sizes when it's in the virtual setting. as we saw with many school districts in the spring, you might have teachers alternating teaching to multiple classes of students at the same time. And so we want this to be available to school districts should that be necessary for them to implement this blended learning model. Each of the rules listed there has set forth what those maximums are for each particular grade, for students in ALE, and for students in kindergarten through 6th in a physical education course. So again, school districts would be allowed to exceed those class sizes only in a virtual setting. So these are the waivers that, again, we've identified that would be available to school districts through this streamlined process. Each school district would be required to discuss use and implementation of these waivers in their district support plan. And once those are submitted to the department, to the division, on or before September 1st, the division will review each of these, make sure that the plans that have been submitted are in alignment and in compliance with the assurance and application, as well as all of the requirements that have been set forth. And as is normal, the state board will have the ability to review, modify, and or revoke any waivers that have been granted under this process or any other process. And I will also just note that if a school district or charter school wants a waiver that has not been identified here, they will have to go through the standard 1240 or charter process to obtain those waivers.
Will the superintendents or boards or others in the district have opportunity if they, which would be unlikely, see something that perhaps was overlooked to say, have you thought about this? Does it need to be added?
Mm-hmm. We have engaged some of our typical stakeholder groups and gotten some feedback. Again, we plan to present this to the districts as a whole tomorrow. So there would be limited opportunity, I mean, just because of the time frame for us to try to modify. I really feel like we have discussed and considered every possible waiver.
So do I.
Yeah, so not saying it couldn't happen, but hopefully we have done our due diligence enough that it wouldn't be necessary.
Okay. I'll open it for questions. I'll start in sequence. Mr. Williamson, did you have anything or you want to have a question?
No, ma'am.
Ms. McAdoo?
I do. My question is about the one employee leave for virtual teachers.
If you'll get a little closer to your microphone.
Okay,
That's
my question is a clarification about where it talked about personal leave for virtual teachers. Can you just kind of verify or clarify that for me, please?
Right, so the law states that any administrator or public employee must be required to use personal leave or leave without pay when away from school premises. So we know that through this virtual option, it's possible that teachers could be off premises at home teaching or doing some other duty that the school district has assigned to them. So they would not be required to use leave as long as they are acting within the scope of their contract and the duties that the district has set forth for them. Teachers teaching virtually will not have to take leave.
Okay, and I guess, well, on the attachment, where underneath in the section, so it has personal leave means absence for illness, annual leave, and other personal leave. So the virtual teacher wouldn't even need to use personal leave for illness?
For illness, yes, they would. But again, it's because of, I'll say, in a law that hasn't been looked at in a little while, perhaps the wording is not as clear as it could be. But the intention of the waiver is that if this teacher is working off-site, they are not required to use leave. If they're not working, whether it's due to illness or personal reasons, they will need to use leave. But I know the wording of the statute can be a little bit confusing. And because they used the term away from school premises, they thought they could be much broader in the definition of personal leave, but for purposes of the waiver, it will be working off-site is okay. If it's for any other reason that they're off-site that's not district approved, then they would need to use leave.
Ms. Woods?
No, I actually just answered my own question through this. Thank you.
Ms. Chambers? You're muted.
Sorry, it wasn't, I guess my button's not working. Question is process about teacher engagement or involvement in this. I know there hasn't been a lot of time, but so one question is just how have they had input into this? And the second question is, these are waivers with current rules as context. Is there anything in addition to this, Courtney, that gets at this is a new world? And is there any other support or direction that's explicitly called out to assist a teacher in this virtual environment?
So to your first question, because we are on kind of a short time frame, districts will have to choose whether to opt in or apply for these waivers through this process in the next couple of weeks. And there may not be time for teacher input, we understand that. The time for that will come after they submit their assurance and application. Again, we want them to engage their teachers and staff. We want them to communicate with their local boards in determining how they're going to implement this in their local school district. And all of that will need to be reflected in the district support plan that is submitted to the division.
Secretary Key?
Just to add, as far as broad teacher input, we did convene a group of teachers, a teacher leader advisory group, AEA, ASTA, can't remember if they were ARC-ASPA. Okay, so we did engage a number of stakeholders in this process, albeit in an abbreviated timeline, but they did give us some valuable feedback, and some of the waivers that had originally been on our list for consideration, after receiving the feedback from the teacher groups, we removed those. And one of those you've heard a little bit about earlier today, that was the teaching load waiver that limits a teacher to 150 students for that teacher's load. And that had originally been part of it. We took that off because as the teachers gave us very good advice, and that wasn't something we chose to move forward with for this broad bucket of waivers. So, Ms. Chambers, we did seek a lot of stakeholder feedback from this on those directly impacted, including teachers and administrators.
And Ms. Chambers, along with that, one of the concerns that was raised by the teacher groups was about support for teachers, particularly novice teachers, who are already on a bit of a learning curve with this new type of system, and then we throw these extra types of things at them. And so there was communication from the groups, again, AEA, ASTA, ARC-ASPA, about coming up with resources and working with our educator effectiveness and licensure unit on making sure there's resources and support out there for teachers and for school districts.
Excellent, thank you.
Ms. Newton?
I think I'm understanding that these are the blanket waivers that everyone can ask for, but then if a district sees that they might need a different waiver, they are able to come back on. I guess my question is, will it be a quicker process than normal to be able, if they see they need a waiver to be able to come back in August or September, will there be some expedited ways that we can get them through if a district sees they need a different waiver?
Well, we now have a new set of rules that are in process for the 1240 waiver process. We may need to look at that. We may need to look at either delaying the effective date of those rules at this point so that we don't create a longer timeline. We have discussed the possibility, and it's a very real possibility, that in order to facilitate quicker action on these, we might have to ask you all to call have a special board meeting in order to consider those requests. These were the waivers that seemed to fit more broadly. but recognizing that districts may look and because of individual needs may need other types of waivers, we're ready to make it as quick as possible to get the waivers they need. It just, we feel like this is the main set based on all the feedback we've received.
All right, and I would add, I think going back to also one of Ms. Chambers' questions, I may have overlooked in responding to, this is what we identified in current laws and current rules. It's possible, although we tried to anticipate any that might be coming into effect in the next couple of months, it's possible that new ones might arise that we would have to address at that time.
Just one of the things off the top of my head that I had thought about was, as a science teacher, the requirement was that I had to spend 20% of my time with labs, and I could see how that might be difficult when you were doing off-site or remote learning. So, that one popped up just immediately in my mind, but, and I'm sure there might be others as districts start working through this.
I think that and CTE type things. Dr. Hill?
No, I don't have anything.
Ms. McFetridge?
I'm sorry, I got bumped off the internet when she started. Can you just talk to me about the timeline of the application allows the districts to have all of these waivers all at one time, and then they write them into their school plan in September?
Correct.
For September 1st, did I missed that?
Yeah, essentially, but I can briefly go back over it. Tomorrow on a webinar, we will be presenting this same information and the waivers available to all of the school districts and charter schools. They will have until, right now we have the date set as June 26th. They will have until June 26th to sign and submit an assurance and application document. In that document, it will set forth these waivers that they will be requesting, as well as additional requirements, such as, again, a plan for teacher training, a plan for communication with staff and parents and students. They will then have until, again, June 26th to return that assurance and application. We will submit all of those to you all, hopefully around the end of June, for approval. Once you approve those waivers, they will immediately become effective, all of these waivers. It will be for a one-year period, so only for the 2020-2021 school year. Then, on or before September 1st, districts will have to submit a district support plan detailing all of this information, how they plan to implement this blended learning model, the Arkansas Ready for Learning model, how they plan to use these waivers, how they have had the communication with their teachers and local school boards that they will not have time to do before submitting the assurance and application. Those have to be submitted on or before September 1st. They will do this by posting it on the school district's website and then notifying us through email, where division staff will go and review each of these plans to make sure that they are in fact in compliance and consistent with the information that's required of them. Anyone who we feel is not in compliance or is not being consistent, or just maybe perhaps doesn't submit their district support plan, anyone who we feel, through additional technical assistance is still not meeting those requirements, we will refer them back to you all as the state board for review, where you will have the ability to modify or revoke or in any way, amend those waivers anytime throughout the school year.
So do you anticipate the board needing to at least have a phone-in meeting or an in-person meeting if it's allowed after the June 26th submissions?
I think we're still discussing that, but it is very likely we would want, otherwise we would have to wait until late July to seek you guys' approval. And so if we wanted to get districts that approval quicker, we would need to look at having a special meeting.
Okay. Ms. McFetridge, were you finished?
Yes, I appreciate that, and I apologize.
Ms. Dean?
No questions at this time.
Okay. Dr. Moore?
Yeah, so my internet also went out in the beginning. What are repercussions for districts that don't apply for this? I'm trying to wrap my head around that. Or do we expect them all to?
Districts that don't apply, there are no repercussions. It simply means that they will need to operate within either waivers that they might already have or the laws and rules and standards as they are in place. This is a completely optional process for school districts.
Okay. Okay, and then I guess from that, therefore, it'll be optional within this for as to which waivers the district uses.
Correct. I mean, by submitting the application and being approved for these waivers, they are available to the district, but if they choose not to use them, that is within their discretion.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone think of a question after we passed you by? Okay, and all you're asking for today is us to start thinking about being aware, or are you asking for a vote to go forward with these?
No, we're not asking for a vote today. We simply wanted to let you all know of this process that we have come up with, obtain your feedback. Of course, if you all have thought of anything, waivers that you think might be necessary, to let us know that, and to let you all know that we may be asking you all for a special board meeting to consider these as a batch of assurances and applications, again, towards the end of June.
Okay. Anything else before we let her sit down?
Will you be taping the webinar tomorrow? You know?
Would you be taping
Are we recording the webinar tomorrow? Yes, it will be recorded and posted on the website.
Okay, great, thank you.
And just for clarification, can you restate or reshare the role of PPC or districts that don't have, that are under state authority, that do not have school boards, how they will be impacted by the waivers or the process or the option?
So the only impact on PPC's personnel policy committees would be under the waivers affecting school district policies and incorporation into contracts. Under the law as currently written, any changes to take effect for the current school year would need to be submitted to the personnel policy committee before the board votes. By getting this waiver of that requirement, the board could make changes to the policy without having to submit to the PPC. Doesn't mean that they can't. It doesn't mean that we don't hope that they will get input from teachers. And again, part of the process after submitting this application and assurance will be for those school districts to have communication with staff, with local boards, and get input before they submit our plan to us of how they plan to implement these waivers.
Okay, seeing nothing, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And we appreciate, this obviously is a huge undertaking, and I know from the districts who've been in touch with me, they hope they won't have to use it, but they greatly appreciate all of the really hard work that went into it, and the thoughtfulness, and that you were considering obviously students first, but also the staff that will be working with them.
Absolutely. Thank you all.
Okay, now it will be the Mike Hernandez 2 hours. He's on his way. And Miss Warren, there you are. Miss Warren, if you want to let us see it, there you are. Miss Warren is the superintendent, for those of you new to the board, superintendent of the Dollar Way School District. And I think there's going to be a part of yours that asks us to well, you need to look at that.
Okay.
Secretary Key and I are not offended by you not looking at us.
Yeah, not looking at it. So, good morning. Mike Hernandez, State Superintendent for Office of Coordinated Support and Service. So, I want to talk a little bit about the difference in the quarterly reports than we've had in the past. Obviously, with COVID and schools closing down to on-site instruction, that made our support very different and limited, mostly through virtual means. And so what we did with this quarter is we took the opportunity to help the districts think through some of the issues that might be related to supporting students during this remote learning time. And part of that was to help the students in the current situation, but also think about things that got in the way that will help them in their planning getting ready for next year. And so the report consists of several topics, and I'll briefly go through some of those as you've got the larger report. But just giving you kind of an idea about how the schools address the students in terms of academics. You can see specifically in Dollarway, students were given paper packets for pre-K through 2. As the grades got up, they started to use various different platforms and devices, trying to do more technology-based type work. In the area of technology, they were provided Chromebooks. They also had buses that were put in various locations to provide Wi-Fi access to students. With their plans for seniors, there were some plans that were created for students that weren't in good standing after third quarter, and so they took the approach of that whatever their students' grades were that were seniors after the third 9 weeks, they applied that to the fourth 9 weeks and then allowed students to either improve upon their grades, or if there was deficiencies, that they would work with that.
Slides.
Sorry. It's not working. I'm sure it's on.
There we go.
There you go.
With sharing the screen so everybody on the Zoom can see that screen, I might have to do
Just do, okay. Gotcha.
Let me ask the board, can you all see the screen that's being shared, or do we need to have that shared on, you would be looking at the screen behind the commissioner's head. Can you, I think it's blurred, so yes, let's do it this way. Thank you, Dan.
Okay, some of the challenges that you see there is that there were, when this happened, there wasn't a lot of initial clear directions for families about how they needed to support. So they realized that that was one of the things within the district, is that they needed clear directions. Also, especially in the rural areas like Alzheimer, you know, there was just a challenge with internet access, which you'll see that as a common theme throughout a lot of these. And in most districts, when they make a statement that they have one-to-one devices, typically that is inclusive of computers, desktop computers in the classroom, not overall every student. We're in the, not the right thing?
Well, on the Zoom screen, it is the agenda.
Oh, so yeah, we see
As
that.
opposed to your screen, which is specific to Dollarway academics.
It got sent to the wrong Davis. I'm sending it to you now, Dan.
Yeah, he's William.
Yep.
He's got the presentation. I sent to him.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yes,
Well, you just got it again. My,
Dollarway, not the agenda item. It's not on Zoom, it is on live stream.
how about now? If I do it from mine?
All right, good, we're good, we're good.
Okay, I've got it, and I'll run it from here, Dan. Okay.
All right. Okay, so the part about the one-to-one devices is that when you think about sending home one-to-one devices in mass, typically districts don't have all those and weren't ready for that at home, and so that was also an issue, especially with parents and households that had more than one child in the house. So the next slide, we went through various areas, and I think we weren't able to go and monitor these things, so this is where the superintendents may want to speak a little bit more to, is around the student supports. And so you can see a list of how they started to provide supports in terms of special ed services, OT/PT, speech, dyslexia, and then also food service throughout the districts. We also asked the districts how they handled staffing. That was also a concern as staff was at home with remote learning, how they were reaching out to students and keeping them engaged, and how they utilized both classified and certified staff on the campuses. And so in Dollarway's case, they did several wellness check-ins over the phone, and then also classified staff helped with meal delivery and also did training modules and took opportunities for professional development while this was going on. In terms of summer school was another question that we asked. What was their plans for summer school right now? As of when we wrote this report, and that may have changed a little bit, is there's planning to be a 3-week virtual summer school, also focusing on the essential standards and credit recovery. On the next slide, one of the things we asked about was their CARES funds, how they were planning to use the ESSER funds at the district. And so Dollarway will get approximately $650,000, and they're currently taking information and trying to determine what's going to be the best use of that. We are currently working with them on the Ready for Learning guidance and starting to put together a plan on how the district will return to campus in fall. And so we expect them to meet the deadline of the June 26th in order to access the waivers. And as far as assessment, one of the things that was problematic for a lot of our districts is that third assessment window was typically, in most cases, after the school was closed. And so you can see on STAR Early Literacy, first grade, there were 17 out of 65 students, and of those 17, 47.1% were on a probable reader level. And then in K2, kindergarten, second grade, less than 10 students, and so a lot of that information was suppressed, so we didn't put that information, especially when there was less than 10 students involved in that. In STAR Reading, there was less than 10 students in second grade. And then for math, there were no students that took the K2 STAR in math, and then also for ACT Aspire, the 3rd through 10th grade, those tests were also not taken. And so that's kind of the main part of the report. I know it's not normally like we talk about the assessment progress, we talk about teacher evaluation and how that progress is going. They are continuing to work with Solution Tree and meeting virtually with their teams and developing curriculum. But with that, we'll take any questions.
Okay. We'll start with Dr. Moore. Do you have any questions?
Not yet.
Can you switch me back to the...
I can. Maybe.
Go ahead, Dr. Moore.
Is that good?
Oh, not yet, no.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Williamson?
No, ma'am.
Ms. McFetridge?
Well, I think, do we know the connectivity rate in these districts with their students by any chance?
I can try to answer that in all of the districts. I know the Don Benton in Research and Technology has just sent out a needs assessment survey to the districts, and they're in process of completing that, and that's helping us get down to even the student level of what percentage of students does the district know that does not have connectivity within their households. And so that's part of the process, but Ms. Warren may be able to answer specific information about Dollarway.
Okay.
Ms. Warren, do you know the answer to that in your Donaway district?
Hello, all. Yes, we have some information. We actually would call every family as best we could, of course, and reach out to them to ask them these questions as we were preparing to deliver devices to them. And so our best data is tied to 3rd through 12th grade, but we are preparing to do a survey. And what we found was of those students, we had about 144 families who said they didn't have access. But as we discussed it with them, we expressed that their telephones are accessible to some degree as well. And so we are looking at better than a third of the district. When you look at the total numbers, that's our estimate of not having that access.
Is it because they're not subscribing or because there's no access where they live?
It is not subscribing is a big piece. But when you think about us covering the Altimer, Tucker, Sherrill, Wabaseka areas, there are several dead spots. I'm really excited to say that as we're partnering and talking with a variety of groups, even yesterday we were meeting with Go Forward Pine Bluff and just saying to them connectivity is a huge issue. We got to have connectivity. It's a utility. It's something that we have got to see and think of. And so we have some community partners working together right now on some things to help. But a lot of it is affordability, but we have some dead spots in places, even for our teachers, who, while maybe they can afford it, they struggle still with that access.
Did having the buses with Wi-Fi help?
To some degree, we talked across our region here in this cooperative, Arkansas, Jefferson, Grant counties, and we didn't really see the usage we thought we would. I don't have good numbers for you in respect to what we did see. However, as we did, people would be consistent, those who felt that it was a great benefit to them. But with us having 5 Wi-Fi access points, there's just only so much it could do.
Okay. Ms. McFetridge, do you have anything else?
No, I really appreciate the information. The issue that I've heard about with cell phones is parents only have so many minutes, and they've had to take their kiddos off the phones to make sure that all the minutes aren't used on the phone. So yeah, I appreciate your information. It's just been a huge concern, I know, for all of us. And I appreciate all your work with that.
Ms. Dean?
Along that same line, Ms. McFetridge asked the questions that I was wanting to know as well, but along that same line, has there been any work toward partnering with providers in the community for maybe a discounted access for parents and students? I know at some point Comcast did something like that where it was, if you are purchasing Wi-Fi for your students, and it was given at a considerable discount. Has there been any discussion about partnering with providers in the community?
Yes, there has been discussion to that end. We have a provider here, Pine Bluff Cable, and some conversation is going to be had with them. Your big box people, AT&T and Verizon, a lot of the vendors are offering benefits and some, especially when you're talking about hotspots and even devices that, that have the connectivity built in. We're just trying to make certain that we leverage our funds, but we will have to provide internet access with these care funds. We will.
And I think to Mrs. McFetridge's point, I know Verizon is giving unlimited data as long as we're in phase 1, 2, and 3. So maybe parents were not aware of that, but if we help make them aware, they got a notice from Verizon, but I don't know if they understood or read it or had time to. Ms. Dean, did you have anything further?
Actually, I do. Just if you can just kind of give me a quick overview of what your how has the parental engagement been as far as, I know you alluded to that earlier, as far as making phone calls. How have you been able to engage parents and family members?
So,
Give me like a. Go ahead.
It's definitely been challenging. We reached about 87% of our families through those phone calls. All of our teachers were calling their assigned students or their mentee families. And so we made personal contacts, but we did lament the fact that there were some families we could not keep a consistent contact with. Others we did reach, but our expectation and our hope was that, you know, we're going to see them on Zooms and we're going to be making all these connections. So I think that's a pretty good number, but we need every child and need to be connected to every one of them. It's been a challenge. During all this, we had a huge storm, and for about a week and a half, everybody was out of power. So even with some of the connections we were able to make, that just stopped so much. I would say that our families have been troopers. We use a very consistent process through Messenger, by texting, emailing, and then the messaging that happens through our website. Several people depend on that. And so we try to push out not only our district message, but also anything the community was talking about, the information like Ms. Zook talked about related to different places you can get discounts, food services, community services. We worked with the mayor's office and a variety of different ones. We would even have families. We just pretty much put it out, hey, if you haven't heard from us, it's because we don't have a good phone number. Can you get back with us? And we had 100+ families fill out that quick little Google survey, and we would be able to update the contacts. So it was huge that some of the communication we knew wasn't getting out there. When we could pinpoint the numbers, then it was good to know. And then we have several community partners who help us push out the word as well. When we push things out to Alzheimer, we have a person in place who gets things out to the churches. So we have really tried to use the networks that we've built. We know there's more work still to do though.
You just hit on my next point. I was going to ask how have you had support from the faith community and during this time, and how has it been as far as making sure all of your students are fed as far as child nutrition? Do you know about how many students were dependent on those meals from the schools, and if you were able to reach those students?
Yes, the faith-based community always is super, really good to us. Several of those Wi-Fi bus locations were on church parking lots. When we started the process, it hit us really hard, and we had a location for meal service in Alzheimer. We had a location in the district in Pine Bluff, and that was just a few days, of course, before spring break. So, of course, the Alzheimer location was at a local church. They were super, opened it up, did whatever they needed to do, whatever we could have them do. And then later, of course, after spring break, when we were actually delivering to between 8 and 14 sites for pickup, and then delivering to the individual homes of all of our bus riders, we had different partners helping. So that looked like for us about 675 plus children being served by those daily meals. We would knock down our delivery from every day to about 2 days a week, but we did that and still served on that delivery day 3 breakfasts, 3 lunches. We were able to even extend into serving a weekend meal. I'm over the moon proud of the efforts, and just want to repeat it. We delivered meals to the doorsteps of our children who are bus riders. 70% of our children ride the bus to get to school. And so that was a huge blessing. We had families coming to the buses when they went to the different delivery sites, several of them at churches and other community partner places, thanking our drivers, just thanking them for the blessing that it was to them. So when you look at an enrollment of about 961, reaching about 675 plus children, we're very proud of that effort.
Yeah, it's great.
Thank you.
Thank you for your leadership and support of these families and students during this very trying and difficult time. Your leadership has been amazing, so thank you.
My pleasure.
And before we leave the meal thing, I do know that during the month of June, July, and August, with CARES money, every child, not every family, but every child that's on free and reduced lunch will be getting an extra $319 or $317 a month for June, July, and August. Ms. Chambers?
Thank you. I too was worried about feeding our kids. My other question, I don't know if it goes to Dr. Hernandez or Ms. Warren. When I was looking at the test scores, the last test that we were able to take, I know we still have a lot of ground that we're trying to help kids make up. Under the current circumstances, the degree of difficulty here is almost more than I can get my head around. So it's a two-part question. One is there anything this summer that can be done to help kids feel comfortable in continuing to learn and be engaged? And there may be opinions that say kids need a break and they don't need to worry about school right now, which I try to understand. But how do we bridge from where we were to this fall in a meaningful way for both teachers and students?
So I know Dr. Hernandez may have something to say as well. We had talked much earlier on about how we would have summer learning activities this year, and all the principals were super excited about it. Our plans were due April the 30th for discussion. Well, of course, COVID hit, and so they have renovated those plans, and we have talked about summer learning that would take place in July. Now, so many things have happened, so many things have changed, but our eye has been toward virtual learning. But I challenged them to think about something a little differently, not only for our students and for their comfort. I love how you said that, and to bridge some of the gaps and to help them. But we've got to prepare them for remote learning. And it will also be an opportunity through those avenues we have created with those families to also educate our parents. So we are tweaking to make certain that we take advantage of that opportunity to connect, of course, to our children and to wind in some academics in there, but to make certain that we do so with the parents. Very proud of this as well. Y'all probably say I'm just so proud, but I always tell everybody I'm the proud superintendent of the Dollar School District. But our teachers throughout the district have undergone vertical conversations, actually with last couple of weeks or so, and what we've called step up conversations, where let's say the first grade has talked to the kindergarten teachers to say, how far did y'all get? What happened? What did we learn? How far did our babies go? Now it was data driven, so we're having these conversations, Zoom, of course, principals there, school support specialists, everyone, but it was data driven. The data was used to verify their perspective of where exactly we felt that children got. We did this throughout the district. The vision for this is, one, we are in the PLC process. We look at essential standards, but at the same time, while we're trying to get them and keep them and teach them to the current grade level, we can't go back and teach the prior year. We have to embed it. So we have been working with and talking about interventions and just getting that really tight. Doing so positions our teachers to be looking ahead to what they already have discussed and know that they're going to have to embed in the current grade level. And it is also putting them in a position where we can kind of free our minds and think about how we will deliver what we talked about in these last couple of weeks in a remote learning or blended environment. So this is an effort we will keep forever. And several teachers said that we got to keep doing this. We've got to do it. So there's actually been some lessons. There's still more work to do with bridging those gaps, but those are a few things that I think will get us a long way toward that.
Dr. Hill?
Yeah, I just want to echo everybody. I've been out a little bit over the last 8 weeks with our church feeding, and there is such a huge disparity on access. I'm telling you, it's depressing. And it's two different worlds. I've been to several resident housing, and I know there's been no learning going on, zero, because, you know, when Charisse brings up even discount, they can't pay for a discount. I mean, it's zero, and I don't know the answers, because it's very depressing to see it, and to think about kids who are right there, as I heard earlier, struggling already and trying to hopefully get there, and to think that they have what I call the COVID-19 education gap, because it has created an extreme gap even for those who may have been on the cusp of passing, and then they were getting it, and then they lost it, because I've been in environments that has been absolutely no education taking place since the last day of school. Zero. So I'm not saying that to be negative. I'm just saying that that's the reality of the situation. And I think we'll see the impact, you know, of this virus ongoing years on down the line, because of how this has really had a negative impact. It's been very, very depressing to talk to kids who when you ask them something educationally can't respond, and don't know that they don't know what they don't know. And I don't know what that means, just as and we're trying to teach reading, and from our church, just as a standpoint to stand in the gap, because otherwise we know what happens when you can't read. We know what's gonna be going on with those kids, and it is very, very depressing. So I know whatever we can do, I know we're trying. You know, I pass it on to the commissioner. He's aware, and even think about a kid can't see. The glasses. I just sent him a grant this morning for these kids to, I realized the kid couldn't see, and I just, it can be overwhelming. It's so depressing, and so I don't know. I don't have any answers. Just to try to change the few that I can come into contact with, but there's so many, and I don't know how we can approach it. But this virus has contaminated a lot of opportunities, because when we say access to those who have it, there's some have virtual learning is not possible. So it is what it is, and that's just from the community, and that I see every week. And I think what Charisse talking about from faith-based standpoint, our churches, I've asked one of our churches to adopt Spanish Johns. That's what that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take that. I said, we can't do all things. I said, hopefully somebody else will do another one. But it's from I shared with Mike. One had 4 homicides in that place. Then we want to know why they can't learn. It got post-traumatic stress syndrome. It's crazy. I'm just gonna tell you. I didn't realize it until the last 8 weeks. I thought I was kind of up on it. I wasn't. And I challenged our church to look. We can't fix everybody, but it doesn't help us do any good just to do a little bit someplace and there is no impact. I don't want to be a piece of let's just do this. Let's go help these kids, and hopefully somebody will see the good work and then they'll duplicate our efforts. But I'm just telling you, I've never been so depressed. I'm gonna share a story with you, and I hope you don't. A young man who didn't have shoes, and I shared with shoes, and I got him a pair of shoes. A family in North Little Rock bought him a pair of shoes. I went to write a thank you letter for this young man going to the 5th grade, and he can't read. And so it's very, very, to understand when we say opportunities, there's so far that we got so much work that we got to rally point on. And I'm not pointing fingers. I'm not saying who was wrong, who right. That ain't what this conversation is about. I promise you, okay? What I'm saying is that we got a lot of problems, And our kids with this COVID, even the ones who were getting 8 hours of positive reinforcement for the last 10 weeks, they've been in that environment for 24 hours. They weren't even getting the 8 hours of good people or of positive environments. So you've put them back in that entire environment for the last 3 months. I don't know the answers. Please forgive me for sharing my frustration, but as a community person, which I don't know what we're supposed to do on the waivers and all that, but from a community standpoint, I'm my heart is heavy with this technology, because if we can't see them and we can't touch them, they're out of touch. We really don't, when we're talking about that level, there is no connectivity. You can't even talk about a $14 or $15.99 a month online Comcast bill. That's so far at the bottom of the totem pole to be paid for. That won't even get consideration. So if it ain't free, it won't work. So if we get something we can do or send something home with somebody to be able to do that on their tablet, maybe. But that probably won't even work because it may not get back to you the next day. I don't know. But it is what it is. And I just wanted to share that as a board member concerned where this may lead us if we have to continue doing this. Because if we go back and spike and have to get back out and stop, and we asking those kids, so you'll have a group of people that will have virtual learning, then you'll have some that won't have anything. Just make sure we understand that. And I think Ms. McAdoo, she can speak to that from as a teacher. Am I echoing the correct sentiments?
Yes, it is very deep, but I think that most classroom teachers understood the inequities that were in place prior to COVID. And I think that all of what you said impacts everything that we do, testing and all of that. And so my hope is that you as a board and you as the state and us as the district, I would hope that moving forward, we make counseling and social work and all of these other services a priority for these babies who have experienced everything that you just said. And when we are trying to figure out whether or not a district is able to move in or out or what all of this data means, I hope that we remember all of this conversation that you just said, because that impacts everything that we do in the school period, with or without COVID.
Correct.
Ms. Newton?
One of the things that I've been thinking about was the social emotional part of all of this, and Dr. Hill brought it out very well. And one of the things that I was struck by, Ms. Warren, in your report that I read was starting at 5th grade, y'all divided up the kids in groups of 8 to 10, and every student was contacted at least twice a week. And I was very impressed with that. And I think that would be a model that, as we think about, hopefully we don't go through anything like this year, but if we do have to pull away, that especially, elementary teachers are always good at taking care of their babies and checking on their babies. But sometimes as they get older, we don't always do as good a job of that. We get so focused on what we think is the academics and we forget all that other, but it's vital. Dr. Hill brought it up very well. It's vital. We've got to take care of these babies no matter how old they are. And, as we get up into the upper grades, we were concentrating on the core areas, the math and the literacy, but there are all these other staff members that we could be utilizing to check on these kids. And if you only had 8 to 10 kids to be responsible for and to check on and make sure you contacted at least 2 or 3 times a week, I think that's an excellent idea that maybe would be able to be duplicated in other districts, not just in Jefferson County, but all around the state. When we get to middle school and high school, we've got to make sure that we're not just thinking about academics, but we're thinking about what are their emotional needs as they go through this, because it's been, you know, we know how traumatic it's been for us. Well, Dr. Hill brought out, you know, that their environment's different now and for 24 hours a day, and they need that support. And so if we could, I don't know if it could be written into plans or just suggested or what, but do something to support the children emotionally as they go through that. And so I was very impressed with that. Whoever thought of that, thinking outside the box, you did a great job, and I hope we can duplicate that at other places.
Anything else?
I didn't have any questions.
Okay, Ms. Woods?
The only question I really had is when you were talking about your vertical conversations, do you have a sense of the amount of students that probably aren't ready to progress to the next grade just as a result of this?
I hate to say I do not. And we'll dig deeper to understand that. We had data tied to how many of our children we felt were close to not being in need of support category. And we're tracking that really, really closely. But no, I don't right now to share. That is something that we could share. I don't know if Dee would nod to saying that she feels like she has that information. But we do have that. So no, I don't have that compiled to share with you.
Yes, thank you.
I think it occurs to me when I put on my education hat that from fall to winter on your evaluations, I know you didn't have spring, but that was bad enough from fall to winter, and they were in school, or at least the ones who weren't skipping regularly. And I'm thinking if you could help your teachers teach to mastery the skills and sequence instead of teaching second grade or first grade, teach the child and figure out what skills they don't have, because you can't learn what is next in line if you don't already know what came before it. And focus on that, because I'm not so familiar with the STAR, but I know with the NWEA, which the state's going to be providing for everybody free of charge for the next 2 years, that wants to use it, that gets down to the child level. So you know this teacher with this child and what they need to know. So that's one point I want to make. And also, there are a lot of teachers who were non-core teachers, and it would seem to me like those teachers could be making contact at home. And I know there is the scare, and we have the mask and the social distancing, but I also know that some families go to the grocery or people deliver, maybe their church delivers groceries to them. So you could probably get to the porch and talk to them through the screen porch or through the screen door or through the glass. And sometimes if somebody shows up, I know we used to, when I was teaching in the early years, as we've already discussed was many years ago, we made 3 home visits a year, and we didn't even have COVID or these kind of things. And that helps to the things that Ms. Dean and Dr. Hill and Ms. Newton and others were addressing about the mental health and knowing somebody cares. And it would seem that the principals and the non-core teachers could take that as a responsibility to go out and make contact with these kids, because they were already, a great many of them were already having struggles in school with somebody there to love on them 6 and 7 and 8 hours a day. So, you know, just an idea and a suggestion to pull from olden times about what we needed to do back when Johnny could read. Brett, I wondered if you had any questions or observations about the financial part of their report, since you're my go-to guy when it comes to the fiscal, and fiscal is one of the reasons that they are being helped by the state.
Yeah, I didn't really.
Okay. Did anybody else have questions or observations? I know this, saw your dyslexia update. You know, my only comment there, two comments. One, it's a great plan. Two, it's 2 or 3 years too late, but never too late, I guess. But I'm glad that you're on your way now, and I appreciate your efforts there. I think having people there at the district level will make a huge difference. And I saw that you work with Ms. King, so you couldn't have gotten any better help. Anybody else? Dr. Hernandez, did you have anything more?
I did not.
Ms. Zook, I wanted to thank, before we leave this, I wanted to thank Dr. Hill for his comments.
Yes.
And everyone, frankly. I mean, I think there's a question mark hanging in the air for all of us. And it deserves an answer. It deserves a response. I don't think we're prepared. We don't know exactly what is needed. But I think acknowledging out loud the need with this kind of passion and perspective, it gives me hope that we won't let this lie. I think in addition to all the good things that are going on, people working so hard, more is required. And we've got to continue to acknowledge the tension and lean into it in terms of coming together and solving for this. I kept thinking the whole time Dr. Hill was talking, I know there's a lot of people that are working public-private. Ms. Dean was talking about the churches have stood in the gap, but more is needed and more coming together where we're bigger than the sum of the parts. And we're not going to solve for this today, but I think we need to wrestle with this mightily. And I would just ask that we not let this slip off our agenda or away from our attention. This is what I think, what we're talking about is what the kids in the state deserve and need. And we've got a gap to close.
Yeah, and knowing this group the way I do, I don't think it will slide off the agenda because there's only so much we can do. But as I said earlier this morning, with love goes responsibility. So it's not good enough that we just care about these children. We have a responsibility to influence anyone we can to make something happen, whether we do it directly or through our church or through our civic group or people we know who are philanthropists.
You know, the whole time that Ms. Newton was talking about the classroom size and putting kids in there, my mind couldn't get out of that kid being in the classroom with too many students. That kid needed to be in the number. I couldn't even think about the school that was talking about. I was thinking about that kid out there on 65th Street, that knowing he needs to be in one-on-one. He didn't need to have a classroom of 26 or 27 or 28. And the larger you get the classroom, the less attention that you give. And man, and I think what you're saying is right on the money, is that we have to get out of our own environment and go to their environment. Because when you see their environment, Lord, I mean, that's why I took my son. I said, come see this. I want you to understand what this is. You know, and the fact is right now where everything is kind of just going, even my son, he had 2 of his friends murdered here in Central Arkansas. I mean, in the last 10 days. And so it's a lot of stuff going on from the learning environment, you know, that we have to address, or it won't fix itself. And it's going to be very, as Ms. Chambers said, there's no easy deal, but that's what we're called to do. That's the call to action that we must have, and the strategic initiatives that we can do something, because oftentimes, you know, anything can be measured, can be improved, but we cannot just confuse activity, you know, with no outcome. Where we're looking at measurables on all data. That's what we're talking about here. So I mean, so what are those? What is it that we want to be able to say this time next year? And I think our country is an awesome opportunity to, you know, change is up on us right now. And we have to embrace that change rather than run from that change. And our kids are suffering significantly. And we have.
I want to jump in there. And I know this is kind of probably anyway. When even the inequities are so deep that even sometimes when we say that Comcast is going to offer discounted internet for families, usually there's still a loophole there that will say, oh, if you have an outstanding balance, you're not eligible for that. And most of the families that we're talking about who don't have these services at home are probably in that category. So even to think that they're able to just get these services still isn't there. My house right here, I had to call because all four of my children, well, not all four of my children, my children came home from college, which meant that four of us were in this house trying to do virtual learning in different capacities. And our broadband was really, really slow. We've seen people right here on the meeting today that their calls are getting dropped. But when I called AT&T to have them try to increase my speed, they told me I was at the highest speed for my neighborhood, for my area. And so I said, well, what does that mean? So I gave them a different zip code. I gave them my mother who stays a little further west than I do. And she had faster broadband available to her. And as I was talking to them, I said, well, you know, just pretend that this is my zip code and give me this service. And then it instantly became available. So we do have to think about this institutional racism that is embedded in every aspect of society. And it does drastically impact our students and their ability to learn. I think it was Dr. Hill, someone on the panel, on the board, mentioned about being overwhelmed and shutting down and not being able to learn. I'm an adult. I have, for the last 2 weeks, had to stop because I couldn't. So if I can't move forward, if I can't get in my thoughts and process, I know these babies are having a hard.
I hope I'm not out of order, Ms. Zook.
No, you're not out of order. It's your district.
Okay. I want to say that while I'm super excited about the efforts we've made, there are challenges that, of course, certain lessons that here. But Dr. Hill has said something that is so powerful, and it applies right here. Something I think we've got to remember is that we have the access and the connectivity issues, but every other issue has always been the issue all along. So there are times when sometimes teachers have to make a choice to teach the heart of a child who has come from situations that sometimes takes away the time and the energy and attention from some of the academic pieces. When we talk about our gaps and we talk about teaching to mastery, there's some practices you teach a child and to give them what they need when they come. Hungry children who are looking because one of their shoes doesn't match. Several different things go into place. I'm excited that our district has said, hey, those are not excuses. We're going to do what we need to do. So everything he said is powerful and it is impactful. But I'll tell you too, our teachers are living in some interesting situations. We have teachers who have connectivity issues and have challenges affording things. We have some teachers who, when we talk about social emotional learning and supports, they need the mental health supports and they need the social emotional supports as well. I'll tell you, I'm a superintendent sitting in the house trying to go back and forth between my 16-year-old and my 11-year-old, well now 11, but trying to make certain that they're connecting, they're on their Zooms and trying to make certain that I'm doing the work that I need to do. And at some point, and we surveyed our teachers, and 40% of our teachers are responsible for some child under 18. and having to think about how to do all this. So I just say that to say that every challenge that has been expressed is there. And sometimes our teachers have those challenges too. So while we're remembering, and as we continue to remember, it's not about lowering the standard, but at some point you have to stop. And I express this to my leaders. We need to make certain these kids are doing okay. Because remember, some of them, we had to check on every day. You had to pull in just to make certain that they were okay. Some of them, we are the link to DHS that keeps some families treating their children like they should. So we were even worried about some of our children who, like you said, Dr. Hill, would be away from us all these weeks. And so I was, again, proud of the efforts everyone made. But yes, the discrepancies are there. The inequities are there, and our efforts we have to keep them fortified. We are going to make certain that every child has a device in their hand, every sibling in that house. We're going to make certain that they have connectivity, hot spots, cold spots, whatever it takes. We're going to make certain that happens, and we're going to continue that work. I was so proud of their want to talk to and to connect all the families, and that was pre-K through 12. Our rates of contact with our high school students were in the 90s. Mrs. Prim, our high school principal, she talked to every senior, almost looks like a turnover of every day. I just couldn't be more proud. So sometimes when I see these test scores and sometimes when I see these grades, I just think, I'm gonna share the data where you know what's going on and you see what's going on, but it's everything that they've been dealing with all along. Has always been the case. Connectivity and COVID has, like you said, just made it even worse. But we are gonna do this work, and we are getting this work right. We are a professional learning community. We are making great strides, and I'm encouraged in it. So Dr. Hill, thank you for what you said. Ms. McAdoo, thank you so much. All of you, thank you for all of, but we will have to keep our foot on this pedal because some babies are hurt.
Thank you, Ms. Warren. Do I have a motion to accept this legislative report?
Move to accept.
Moved by Ms. Chambers.
Second.
Second by Ms. Newton. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So passed. Let me ask a question that would apply to any of these districts. Are they also going to be expected or at least encouraged to do AMI in addition to the blended that we're talking about? So if it snows but it's not a COVID outbreak, they would still have opportunity?
So my understanding, districts will still have the ability to apply for AMI, but if they're going through the Arkansas Ready for Learning model, then regardless if it's a COVID related thing or it's a, Ivy likes to use the term bats, she's not in here, bats in the building, that they can still use this as to continue learning even though they have to turn out school for any reason.
Okay, and Ms. Warren mentioned that they had to miss days for electricity, because their electricity was out. We approved the not meeting so many days last month of a few districts, but Dollarway and Pine Bluff were not on the list. And I don't know about their schools, but I know the kids at home didn't have electricity. Were they going to come and ask for a waiver there?
No, I think Mrs. Warren was going to go make whatever makeup days, the built-in days in the calendar, was going to use those to get the full 178.
And Dr. O as well? We can ask him.
Yeah, we can ask him. I want to say the power outage, I think occurred after we went to remote instruction. Is that right, Ms. Warren?
But I think remote instruction would have been even a bigger problem, wouldn't it, if they couldn't reach the kids?
If they were using paper packets or art.
Oh, paper packets, okay.
And I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that last part you said, Dr.
I was just
Newton.
asking about the power outage. Was that after the school district was closed for COVID?
Yes, sir. And we did receive some guidance that a waiver would be appropriate. I have that paperwork, and so I'll follow up with you to make certain, but we literally could not even do our AMI plans that were in place. So we're prepared to move in either direction as y'all advise us to.
You can probably bring that to the board in July if you find that you need it. Okay, Pine Bluff. Dr. Owa, you're on the line.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
And so I think if we can go to the next slide with academics, I'll just kind of give some quick highlights on these and get into questions. But on the academic sides, K-8, they utilized our Arkansas AMI within Pine Bluff, and then 9-12 heavily utilized Google Classroom. But those are also available to the other students for various programs and things like Accelerated Reader and Alex for math. They did have MiFis that were available for teachers and students that were up upon request in terms of technology. Seniors, they followed a very similar pattern with students only being able to do additional work to improve grades during the 4th 9 weeks. Some of the interesting challenges, which I know most of them, and the Google Classroom is new to students in grades 3 to 5. I definitely resonate with that as a parent of a 2nd grader, where, you know, 3rd through upper grades had experience with Google Classroom, but in the lower level, they didn't, neither did the teacher. So it was an adjustment period, and I know that was the case as well in Pine Bluff with parents and students and teachers trying to navigate something that they weren't used to. Again, the same internet type issues, and then they also brought forward the speech, OTPT speech students, that being able to reach those with students that didn't have access. One of the things they would want to do differently is have Wi-Fi enabled Chromebooks to be able to provide those services to students. In the human capital area, some of the things that they did, which a lot of districts face this, is that they had lots of staff that may not necessarily have had things to do, like paraprofessionals, because they were very, their jobs were very contingent on students being in the building. Some of the things that got to occur is they went through various professional developments on Arkansas Ideas, and you can see the Science of Reading, RTI, and technology modules that the district went through. Summer school, and Dr. Owa may speak to this, I know their plans are in process, but at the time of this, there wasn't a plan for K-5 summer school, but there was for grades 6 through 11 in terms of offerings for summer school. The district will receive about $1.8 million in CARES Act funds, and you can see some of the things that they're planning on utilizing that for, but they have not made determined exactly how they're going to spend that yet. The district will participate in the Arkansas Ready for Learning model, and then assessment. Also a district that didn't have very much assessment. One of the interesting things about Pine Bluff is that we're still trying to figure this out and working with the district, but you may have read in the report that there were some students that did get to test, and even though the school was closed. And so what we think may have happened, and Dr. Owa may be able to speak to this, is as students came and accessed internet on campus, you know, in the parking lots, that they might have remembered their login, and I guess they really wanted to take an assessment, and so they got on there and took some assessments. So we're working with the district on some testing security type issues. But with that, I will turn it over. I did also want to mention Dr. Owa is also going to speak to the waiver for fair teacher dismissal. He can give his perspective on how that's gone this year, but it is our intent to let that waiver expire and have that go back into the next, starting next school year, fair teacher dismissal being back in place for staff.
Well, it was just for 1 year, and then we had asked for a report because at the time he was asked questions for which he had no answers, predictably. But so at the time the motion was made, it would be for 1 year, and he would give his input at the beginning to say what the pros and cons of that were. The thing that got me involved with this was I saw a contract, and it still had for next year, and I knew it was supposed to expire in a year. And I can speak to that. We did work with the attorney. One of the things we've tried to do in
bettering human capital in our districts is do something what we call early contracts. And the earlier we can get those out to staff as opposed to them getting contracts in the summer, that helps you know, assure the staff member that they have a job there next year, and then also kind of gets them locked into that contract. Because the waiver was adopted for 1 year, even though that contract language was in there, what the local district attorney is saying is that once it expires, then we can also have an amended policy within their certified personnel policy, and that should make the language in the contract okay. That way we don't have to reissue. We just need to send a letter to every staff member notifying them that this is back in place because of the policy change.
Yeah, I just want to be sure that the teachers know that it had expired.
And they had actually, the PPC, a couple board meetings ago, had sent a request to Secretary Key asking that be considered to be put back in place.
Okay. Let's start on the other end now. Dr. Moore, do you have questions of Dr. Owa or Dr. Hernandez?
Not yet.
Okay, remind me to come back to you. Ms. Dean? Ms. McFetridge?
No, thank you.
Okay, we wore Ms. Warren out. Dr. Hill?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Ms. Newton?
One question is, and this might not just to Pine Bluff, but to all the districts that are.
Yeah, you're cutting in and out. Maybe get a little closer to your microphone.
Okay. And I know we did not do any assessment this spring, and our assessments, we have those will be impacted by what's happened this spring. What are we thinking about as far as exit criteria? Are we thinking about adjusting exit criteria, or you know, are there any thoughts on that?
Dr. Hernandez got up to answer that.
So as far as the exit criteria, I think that's something, particularly in Dollarway's case, we'll have to look at beginning in late summer and the fall. Pine Bluff still has some time on their exit criteria that, depending on how the assessment picture looks, that there may not need to be changes. But we're also looking at some rework of our systems analysis tool that we'll be sharing with you in the coming months that kind of help give a better picture about how districts are progressing towards their exit criteria. And so I think we'll be overall revisiting what the exit criteria is and what it'll need to be based on the conditions of the assessment at the time.
Ms. Chambers? Okay. Ms. Woods?
No, ma'am.
Ms. McAdoo? Mr. Williamson?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Not even on the fiscal part? Mr. Williamson, not even on the fiscal part?
I do.
Okay. Dr. Moore?
Well, I guess not fiscal exactly, but related. So, I'm sorry, it took me a minute to find my questions. As far as staffing wise for next year, I know you all have a large number of teachers who are hired under a waiver without a license. Has that process, are y'all working with those teachers to get their license? And then second, I wanted to hear, I know there is some conversation in the district about facilities and what that looks like moving forward.
Thank you, Dr. Moore. In reference to, and just for the record, Jeremy Owa, Superintendent of Schools, Pine Bluff School District. Again, good afternoon, everyone. In reference to the facilities, we did apply for partnership funds and for a new Pine Bluff High School site on the actual campus. And then we were just awarded partnership funds for HVAC for the high school gym as well as the junior high gym. And so, so those processes, those projects will continue to move forward. But one of the things that we felt that was important this year is to start really looking at the smaller projects that needed to be done. And so we started building renovations a couple of months ago throughout the district. And so working on HVAC systems at both the junior high and the high school in the main buildings, as well as repainting some of the buildings, doing tile work. We've also looked at some water, some dampness issues that we've had at a couple schools. And so we worked with our construction manager, and those projects are starting as well. And so facilities are moving forward as planned as well. And Dr. Moore, what was your other part of the question?
About staffing, I know a high percentage of your teachers don't have license, and what kind of support y'all are giving them this summer and going into the next school year.
So a couple of things with our teachers who are those 1240 waivers. We've had several teachers, about 9 to 11, who were at the 3rd year mark. When they started employment with the school district, they signed a 3-year MOU to obtain their license. And so several were at that 3-year mark and had not made any effort towards licensure. And so they were given a non-renewal notice at the end of this year. We also received support and a partnership with the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff, who worked with our teachers after school, but they also provided virtual support as well. And so those teachers took advantage of that. And so we have a number of teachers, more so at the elementary level, who are on track for licensure. I know there were about 3 teachers, elementary teachers, who just had to take the practice exam. And so those exams were postponed. And so they're waiting to be able to take those exams. And then we had about 2 teachers who were waiting to complete their program study at the university. And so we're currently on track. We're holding the teachers who are on those waivers to the 3-year commitment, but also understanding that with the extenuating circumstances with COVID-19, that we're being flexible with that as well. And so we're working with them during this transition.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Dean?
I had a couple of questions. I just had to get my thoughts together. I just kind of want to ask you, Dr. Owen, good to see you. Want to ask you the same questions I asked Ms. Warren, as far as, do you have a ballpark idea of how many of your families are able to have access to technology, whether that's...
Yeah, we had about, when we sent this out, first week or so of being under the school closures, we had about 400, close to 400 parents to respond, and about 79.8% stated they had access to internet at home versus 20.2% that did not. And then when we posed the question about having access to a device so that students are able to retrieve their instruction virtually, about 69.1% had accessibility to a device at home, and about 30.9% did not. And so we took a lot of that information and created a checkout program with our Chromebooks K-12. And so we checked out Chromebooks. Also, we purchased about 300 MiFi hotspots to check out for both students and our staff members. And then, of course, like Dalloway and some of our other area school districts, we had the internet access installed on our buses. We had about 10 buses that we spread across the district geographical area from about 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. each day. And what we've realized, a lesson learned, is that we'll need to increase that support. And so with the COVID, with the CARE funding, funds that we received that Dr. Hernandez mentioned, we looked at next steps of increasing the number of buses that we have in the neighborhood, but also expanding the reach of the internet access of our facilities so that both staff members and students who live near the school sites will be able to jump on the Wi-Fi access access points from the school. We've also started planning to purchase Chromebooks with the actual built-in Wi-Fi. Right now, all of our Chromebooks do not have that accessibility. So we felt like to eliminate any barriers, we want to make sure that we utilize that CARE funding to purchase the Wi-Fi, the Chromebooks with Wi-Fi built in, as well as laptops for technology for our teachers and staff members, because another lesson learned that we assumed that our teachers and staff members had access to technology and internet as well, and that wasn't the case. And so the next steps were to make sure that all of our staff members as well as our students have that access.
Okay. That sounds good. And as far as the child nutrition, you have an idea of how many students were able to get access to?
Yeah, we wanted to, initially we just had the school sites. We had 3 school sites. So we wanted to make sure that we increased that and we partnered with satellite sites. So we partnered with about 5 local churches, and we had our child and nutrition partner, Chartwell's, to deliver about, among all the sites, about 150 meals each day from there. And then we also deployed our buses. So our bus drivers, as well as our aides, worked with our food and nutrition partner and they delivered meals via buses. And so on a daily basis, about 750 meals were delivered from our buses. And then we still had those school sites, and on average, we served about 425 meals per day from the school sites. So total about 1,350 meals per day district-wide, which is great, but not great, because that's only 50% of our student enrollment. And so we looked at how we could increase that capability as well. So we had conversations with our Chartwell partner and looking at how we can mail, ship, deliver meals, frozen meals to our family members who live on the outskirts. So that's a next step as well. But also we wanted to make sure that we continue to support our families and staff members outside the school day. So not only did we serve the 3 meals per day, we also partnered with the Arkansas Food Bank. And so for the past 2 months, we were able to deliver or distribute meals, box meals to all family members on Fridays so that they would have those as well. And so we're on the list to continue that the latter part of June, 1st of July as well.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
You want to see anyone else that has comments or questions? You wore them out, Ms. Warren. I know you're looking at your instructional part for the coming up year, and are there any specifics there? Lord willing, and we'll actually have in-person school. As far as is everyone RISE trained? If they're not, do you have them in the queue to do so?
I couldn't hear the last part of your question, Mrs. Zook.
I said, are you about finished with your RISE training? And if not, how many are in the queue to do so?
Yeah, we have currently about 85% district-wide staff members who completed their training for science of reading. We were headed to hopefully have about 99% before COVID hit. And so we've had to do some readjustments, and of course with the lack of training being able to take place because of the requirement of them being face-to-face, we couldn't complete as like we planned. But right now we have 85% who have completed phase 1 of the training, science of reading. Our administrators were on track with the assessor training, and so that we're at a good place for that as well. Just some lessons learned with instruction as it pertains to academics is that there are a lot of assumptions that the Google Classroom and other LMS systems, our staff members and students, the assumptions were that they were aware of it or knowledgeable of those devices. So moving forward, and that wasn't so. So moving forward, we plan in our COVID planning, our Ready for Learning plan for the district. We placed training for our scholars on the technology, but as well as, and not just them, but as well as our parents and our staff members, both our classified paraprofessionals and our licensed teachers, because we want to make sure we have that ongoing training. And since we have funds to do so, thankfully with the CARES funding, we want to make sure we put that to good use, providing that training. So those are some next steps as it pertains to
Can that happen even if it's not in person?
Yeah, we were planning for virtual training. One of the things that we learned with when Mrs. Warren and I had our community meeting Zoom, that we were able to have that Zoom meeting and connect with Facebook Live, and our parents responded favorably to that. Actually, we received a lot of positive feedback from parents about just providing that medium for engagement. And so that's, the cabinet at Pine Bluff School District, we met and felt like that's another method of really providing that training and support to our parents via social media and Zoom as well, because we may not be able to provide that face-to-face training.
Okay, and what about the RISE training? Will that have to be in person, or can it be with Zoom also?
Well, we just, earlier on, we were informed that we couldn't do it virtually, but recently, as of this past week, I believe it was Monday and Tuesday, we started the face-to-face RISE training in smaller groups. So we had about 3 different sites, 3 or 4 different sites that we provided face-to-face training with RISE under the CDC guidelines. So we had the 6 feet apart and the mask and the hand sanitizer and all of that. So we were able to start the face-to-face training back.
Okay, will there be any exceptions for those who may have a comorbidity?
Well, we would probably see if we could continue to postpone until they're able to participate in the training, unless we receive guidance from learning services about how we can provide those accommodations for those extenuating circumstances.
Okay, thank you. Anything else from anyone? Do I have a motion to accept Pine Bluff's legislative report?
Move to accept.
Moved by Ms. Dean.
Second.
I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Second by Ms. McFetridge.
Second.
Yeah. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Owa. Thank you, Ms. Well, do we need to deal with this next item, Dr. Hernandez, while they are both still on the line?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tracy Webb is coming. There was a subset to Pine Bluff's legislative report, and Tracy Webb will address that now.
The Pine Bluff and Dollarway school districts are requesting a waiver of a full-time superintendent for 1 year, and Dr. Hernandez is here to answer any questions.
Okay. Did everybody hear that and understand what the request is? Any questions?
Just say, Madam Chair, I know that technically it's the district's requesting waivers. And this is my request for this waiver, that we make it perfectly clear without any standards for accreditation issues about Mrs. Warren continuing in the role of superintendent at Dollarway and being simultaneously superintendent for Pine Bluff.
Ms. Warren, I will warn you that there people that are dedicated to education like you are, there's no part-times. You'll have 2 full-time jobs.
Yes, ma'am.
Do I have a motion on this waiver request?
May I ask a question?
Sure, Dr. Moore.
Can you all give me a reminder, the structure of the 2 districts? Are there assistant superintendents in either district?
There's assistant superintendents, 2 of them, elementary and secondary in Pine Bluff. And is there one, Ms. Warren, or 2?
Yeah, there's a deputy, and then there is a district school support specialist, school improvement specialist.
And in Dollarway?
Yes, that was Dollarway.
Okay. And are all those personnel staying the same for the next year? Or has that been determined yet?
We're continuing discussions, but I think there are a lot of opportunities to connect some dots and to fill some pieces and gaps on both sides. So I think there are huge opportunities.
Well, you have a lot on your plate. We appreciate you stepping up and appreciate Dr. Owen and the work you've done.
And please, you know this board really well now, so do not hesitate at the department or with this board to say, I need help here or help there. That is not admitting weakness, that is admitting smartness. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms.
Second.
Chambers, second by Mr. Williamson. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. You 2 are free to leave if you choose
Well,
to.
before we let them go, I just want to say, and I know that Dr. Owa is not getting very far from us, but I just want to say how much I appreciate Dr. Owa, the time that he spent there at Pine Bluff, just the way he goes about his work. He's very effective. Not only is he very effective, sometimes he makes things look too easy because he's dealt with some very difficult situations, and he has been able to do it with grace, been able to do it with great effectiveness, and just want to say that the way he's been able to come into Pine Bluff and settle what we know were very troubled waters there, and the team that he has assembled it has been a very encouraging thing for us here at the department, for me personally. And although you will not be far, Dr. Owa, you will definitely be missed in Pine Bluff. We appreciate your leadership. I want to take this time just to express that publicly to you.
All right. Thank you, Secretary Key, and I appreciate the opportunity to serve. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
I think one of the things Ms. Warren brings that you didn't, and as it turned out, it was good because your family will be here, is that she is living in the area. And I know to a great many people in that area, that is important. So I'm happy for all concerned.
Thank you.
Earl, Trish, are you on the line? She was earlier.
Yes, ma'am, I am.
There you are. Welcome. Okay.
Thank you.
Dr. Hernandez, if you will.
Okay. So in Earl, much like Pine Bluff, for K-6, they utilized the Arkansas AMI process and then also had packets available. Overall, K-12 in the district, they did utilize Google Classroom and Zoom. With grades 9, 12, they continued using what they had established with Virtual Arkansas as well. Technology-wise, they did purchase some of the Wi-Fi instruments for 4 different buses within their districts, and then made internet available on various campuses across the district. As far as challenges, those are the things that you have seen throughout, is internet access. Another thing that's been talked about, but what they had put down, is that teachers not trained to deliver instruction virtually. And then also what I know was mentioned earlier about teachers trying to perform their duties while at the same time parenting. And so I've seen some really entertaining YouTube videos with teachers trying to teach with kids running around in the background and doing all kinds of stuff. And But I know that's very much a reality for not just teachers, but anybody that's been working remotely. In terms of human capital, they utilize their certified staff to provide instruction. They are a district that has just entered into an agreement recently that was starting to get off the ground before COVID hit with Solution Tree. They have continued those meetings virtually and getting the groundwork established for the work that they'll start in the fall. And we think that'll be a very valuable thing for their staff moving forward. They are going to have credit recovery for summer school in July. And Tish maybe will speak a little bit to what they're doing in other grade levels, but they will be doing some of that Solution Tree work during summer school as well. CARES Act funds, they receive approximately almost $409,000. They're doing some surveys to kind of determine what is the best use of those funds. I know I'll just make this comment, Deb will probably appreciate this, is that, you know, they do have some time, so I know a lot of districts may rush out to spend that money, and so, you know, we've asked our districts to be very thoughtful because that money doesn't expire until, has to be obligated by September 22, is that right? I watched your webinar. So that's something that there is time for that, so it doesn't have to be a rush to spend those dollars. As far as assessment, they had scheduled to complete assessments and they weren't able to do that in K2. They did complete, and Stacey's here, she may be able to help me with this one, but there's something different about this interim assessment 3. That they were only able to get raw data that went back to the schools, and so next year it'll be in a place where they can utilize to be able to show growth with that. So that was a difference there in that one. And then they do plan to participate in the Ready for Learning model.
Okay, before we go to questions for Ms. Knowles, did Dr. Owa have anything more he wanted to say about the pros and cons of the teacher fair dismissal? I forgot to ask him.
I think we missed that part. I don't know if Dr. Owa is still on, but.
Dr. Owa, are you still on?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, did you have anything more that you wanted to add about the pros and cons relative to the waiver of the teacher fair dismissal?
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Zook. To be honest, we didn't see a significant impact by having the waiver. We felt that it was still important to give our teachers and staff members the timeline. And so we still followed the timeline that was giving or noticed. And of course, they had the grievance process. And so we probably would have still carried the same process. We did have some staff members who were recommended for non-renewal, and we would have had those same and went the same route even if we didn't have a waiver. So having a waiver did not honestly have a significant impact on district operations and how we moved forward with addressing at sometimes inappropriate behavior.
Okay, and I know last year when you were or a year and a half ago, when you were being questioned, you said you could see some value as far as the administration, but you weren't so sure you needed it for teacher. Did you use it with administration?
We did recommend some non-renewals for some administrators. And it was for that very reason that I stated almost a year ago that I felt like even then and more so now that we needed to take the time to see what type of support and leadership that our building personnel members were receiving. And I felt like then and now that if we had strong leadership that supported our school staff as well as held them accountable via tests and any other evaluative measures, and just monitoring their progress, then we wouldn't have a need for the waiver. And that still remains to be true, that we needed to make sure we had strong leadership that addressed the concerns and the issues that happened in the classroom and throughout the building. And that's the work that we worked on with the support of our two assistant superintendents, Mrs. Van Dyke and Mr. Crossley. That's the platform, or that's the direction that we moved on to make sure that we were following tests and leads with both the teachers and the administrators and held them accountable accordingly. Okay. And supported, and not just held them accountable, but supported them. And that's how we informed our support and working with them.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry I had failed to get that report from you, but I do appreciate you coming back on the line. And yes, Ms. Knowles, I appreciate your patience. Okay, now questions for Ms. Knowles and Earl.
Is that the same?
Okay, Ms. Dean, go ahead.
Ms. Knowles, good to see you. I just have the same kind of questions that I had for the previous districts. I did see where you said that you had an 18% meal participation, and it was lower because during a time where SNAP benefits were available. But do you have an idea of how many families you were able to actually get contact with, and how many you weren't, like a percentage, and how many of your families have access to Wi-Fi and devices?
Tish Knowles, Earl School District Superintendent. Thank you, and I appreciate your questions. We had about 80 students was the top number that we had that would come to get food. So we had available, we had our elementary open that we delivered outside the building, actually, that we did the lunches as lunch bags. And then we had 2 buses go throughout 2 different neighborhoods in our region to reach more students. The smallest number we had was 18, and the largest number we had was about 80. That was very disheartening to us, and we couldn't figure out why, but we as we started looking at the data, we believe that it was because their benefits had run out, and then those numbers picked up. So we went a little bit different route. We ended our meal service, and we got on board with the Baylor food boxes, and it took a little while to get those done, but we have a district parent and community liaison and one for each building. And those 3 ladies, along with our child nutrition director, contacted every single family. And then we were able to compile a list with correct addresses and everything so that those benefits would come in. We were so excited because 2 weeks ago, I believe it was 2 weeks, our boxes were finally delivered. And so in those boxes, there are 2 weeks worth of food for every child in the family. And the UPS guy said it took 4.5 hours to deliver all the boxes. And so they were not expecting that, but they will get fed they'll get 3 different deliveries. So that will go through the end of June. So we're so excited about that. That's really a blessing because we were really concerned about them being able to feed them. And we are a district that's very spread out, mile-wise. We're spread and hard hit with that. And so when you ask about the Wi-Fi, we actually provided buses in 4 different areas. We actually we went out to a community in Hughes, if you know where that is, in Hughes, and one of the churches allowed us to put a bus there, and we left the bus there for the duration at the time, morning and night. So it was watched and everything like that, but we didn't cut the Wi-Fi off at a certain time. We allowed them to use it in the evening. And then we had a subdivision where we put a bus. And then we had another church, which is our old Dunbar campus, which is a church there. We put one there, and then in the community in town. And so we were real pleased to be able to do that. However, even with the hotspots, we had a couple of families that lived so far out, even the hotspot didn't work. And it was a family, one of our ELL students, and that was very much a struggle. So we still had to do a few packets for AMI, and we had teachers who would go and deliver the packets, and take care of that. So we just had runners throughout, very supportive with that. And so I was very pleased, but we still had struggles. I calculated, we did the survey for Don Benton's survey, and I believe we calculated about 5% of the students did not have access to Wi-Fi. We had a very unusual circumstance. We had a parent/grandparent who had 10 children in the home every day. She was there with them. They spanned 3 school districts. So they included Earl, West Memphis, and Marion, because it was children and grandchildren that she was tending to and living in her home. And she was so frustrated about not being able to have access. She only had 1 device. And so 10 children, and 8 of them were school age. And they were trying to get their work done. And she just called in just a panic and a frustration. And Mr. Luckett, our IT guy, talked to her and talked her down. And we were able to work. Our instructional facilitators worked with her. We got more devices in their home. And our instructional facilitator told her, she said, it doesn't matter what school district you're with, we're going to help you get help for your students. And that was something that really touched my heart. And it does, I get all choked up about it, because she was so angry, but it wasn't an anger at us. It was an anger because she was so frustrated about not being able to help the students.
Touch your heart.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Well, thank you so much for what you've done for the students in Earl, and I'm so glad to hear about the 2-week boxes. Were you able to actually stay in contact with the majority of your students? Do you have a percentage of, were any families that you could not contact?
Yes, there actually were. Some of those we found out had been, their parents were still working, and so they sent them off to stay with grandparents in other states or different places, but they were still on our roll. So we tried to communicate with them. But again, some of them didn't have minutes on their phone. Some of them didn't answer the phone when the school called. So we did have some frustrations with that. I am very grateful that with our special ed students, we had 100% of our conferences. And that was something that was a blessing to me. And I was so excited about our dyslexia students, because the training we use that Shelton provides for dyslexia, we were able to work with them, and we were able to provide tele lessons for dyslexia. And so they waived some of their guidelines, so to be able to help, because they knew that, you know, other people in all over different states were going through the same thing. Our teachers had Google, they all had laptops, so that was a blessing that everybody had a laptop and they all had them at home with them. They got into, instead of people sharing their cell numbers, they did Google phone numbers, so you can go in and make a number, and so that way a parent wouldn't have your personal cell number. And many of our teachers communicated that way. We were, just like Ms. Warren said, this hit everybody. It's such a surprise that although we had the capability of Zoom and virtual lessons and blended lessons, some of our teachers didn't feel comfortable delivering instruction that way. And when you don't feel comfortable delivering instruction in that manner, you don't deliver it very well. You don't know how to get student engagement or things like that. So that was something that was a struggle. And that's one of the things that we are looking at to use some of the CARES Act money for. And that's also something we put on Don Benton's survey, is that we need some training to be able to deliver engaging instruction for students. And AAEA put on a session about blended learning, and they had different teachers from different regions sharing what they did. And so we gleaned a lot of ideas from that webinar that they did. So that was very good. I was thinking about, I guess, some other ways that we could do this. So although we're one-to-one computers, I believe Dr. Hernandez had said earlier, when you're one-to-one computers, that means you have one at school. But even what Ms. Warren said about even having Wi-Fi, and it was slower in different places, and down the street, or I guess Ms. Stacey McAdoo said this, down the street, it might be more than that. So that was a really hard question to answer on the survey than Don Benton did, because we had to estimate, how much Wi-Fi, how much power there is where it is. So we were also able to put a hotspot in my office and then in the high school so parents could drive up. What we found is that nobody was utilizing those hotspots. So we didn't see people going to the high school using that to get on Wi-Fi, and nobody during the day came to my office, because I've been at the office every single day, and unless they were doing it at night, that was the only way. So that was a little troubling to me, delivering the instruction in a manner that was engaging for students. And although we did not have to deliver new material this time, we will be expected to provide new material for students next time. So that poses that same question, those same questions, those same problems. But as Dr. Hernandez said, we've been working with Solution Tree, and they have been working with our building level teams and our district level team. And I feel the work is just moving and growing. And so one of the things that they came up with was a chart, so that a chart in the one says, well, what was mastered? What standards were mastered prior to COVID-19? What standards didn't get mastered? And then what standards were never covered? And just like Ms. Warren said, you cannot expect a child to go from second grade to third grade. You can't start back at second grade standards. You have to start with the third grade standards. So it's real important to get that data to determine which ones were not covered and how do you embed that from second grade to third grade and all the other grades. And so those were challenges that we foresee coming up with new models. And we're going to think outside the box and do whatever we can do to make that happen.
Thank you.
Ms. Chambers? Ms. Newton?
No questions.
Thank you. Dr. Hill? Ms. McFetridge? Dr. Moore?
Yes, two main questions. I know a lot of your high school students were already doing virtual instruction via Virtual Arkansas. What kind of supports did they do as they continued that? And then as far as counseling and social support services, have y'all been able to provide that to your students?
That's a great question. So yes, many of our students were getting Virtual Arkansas, and they continue to get that. We did have some students who were failing third quarter, and they were still failing fourth quarter. And so that's where those credit recovery courses come in. What was your second question, Dr. Moore? I'm sorry.
Counseling services.
Oh, we have counselors on board. And so one of the members of our advisory board is actually a case manager. And so I've had some conversation with him over the time. And we actually had a virtual advisory board meeting during this time off as well. And so he has been in touch, and I asked him what they were doing. If the school couldn't get in touch with somebody, they might call the counselor, and they were able to get in touch with those. But again, like Dr. Hill said, there are still students in some areas that there was no learning going on, no matter what they turned in. There wasn't any learning going on. And so some parents, when the parent has lost their job and they don't think about what's going on with a student and what their needs are, because they're worried about where their next meal is coming from. And so that's very challenging for them. So those are some pieces. As we move forward into the next school year, we have been really trying to think outside the box. And so we are in a partnership with APSRC, where we're going to get, you remember the old CIV lessons where you had the actual teacher teaching, and every student in the classroom sees the teacher every single day, and you have a facilitator in the class. That is the model that we're going to go through with them. So we want to enlist Virtual Arkansas, APSRC with their pilot program, and then Lyon College. So we have just given a letter of support to Lyon College, and they have some concurrent credit classes. They offer for parents, they offer a lot of different things. So we're gonna be involved in it's a grant, but it's no cost to the district. And so we are looking at just different types, what LMS, what model works for our students, which blended learning, which platform to use, how can we get success for every student, and what does that look like for us? Parent training, student training, what we expect parents to do at home. We also want to come up with guidelines on what this looks like. So many people when you Zoom with them, they don't show their face on camera. And so we have, even with our district leadership teams and with my core team, we have been having mandatory turn your camera on if you're on a Zoom, because that way we're making sure that everybody is engaged and everybody sees. And so those are going to be some norms that we set for our students. And I think that is one thing that might be helpful for us.
Anyone else?
Thank you.
May I add one more thing?
Sure.
I want to say how pleased I am because we've been recruiting. We actually hired 2 teachers in the month of May, and they're both certified.
Good for you.
So we have a certified music teacher, a certified PE teacher, and I got 2 recommendations this week for another teacher that's in the Apple program, and another a teacher. One of our teachers used to be a teacher and then went into a different career field and is coming back. And she would like to do an ALP for special ed because she's been working outside of education field with students with disabilities and transitioning. And so I want to say that we have a recruitment flyer that we've been sending out. We posted on Facebook, we posted on our website, and we've been using AAEA. And we have been taking everybody. I'm so excited because we have certified people applying for jobs. And so if I could say one thing that is just excitement for us is to have certified teachers applying for jobs. And we've had a new process for interviewing. So we phone screen. We have a team that's been interviewing via Zoom. Then the team has a point system. They talk about that. They check their references, and then the recommendation is made to me. And then I get on the Zoom with a principal, and I meet the candidate, and we're really pleased with the process. And so we're really moving along with that, and I'm very excited. And I feel like we're going to be able to use less virtual teachers because of the new process that we're putting in place.
Well, that is just terrific news. And I would be remiss if I didn't say to you, I've enjoyed so much getting acquainted with you and the time I was in Earl with you, and I know Dr. Morrow was over there as well. And you're a bright spot in the Delta, and I'm sure the word is out that somebody would want to come and work for you. So do I have a motion to accept the report for Earl?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Dean.
Second.
Second by Dr. Moore. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, and if you want to leave, you're more than welcome to. Okay, Dr. Hernandez, we have 2 separate items regarding Lee County.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. So in regards to Lee County, you can see there they use K2 Study Island and 312 USA Test Prep program. There were a lot of paper packets utilized within the district. I know the district had actually went and sought out some old newspaper bins to be able to have parents come up and have less contact between teachers and staff to provide paper packets to the students. And then they continued to use Virtual Arkansas as they had been for their AP students. They did set up a virtual homework hotline as well. I think the district worked really hard in trying to provide internet access. There were several MiFis that were purchased in addition to hotspots that were put on buses, the internet routers to go out all over the district. I'm not sure what the utilization rate was. I know in the beginning the numbers weren't very high, and that may have grown over time. As far as seniors, they did have a pretty neat graduation ceremony where they had scheduled out. I was down there one day with Mr. Hoy, and they were actually running through the practice where parents or the student was coming in and having their graduation piece and then going out, and so they had it scheduled throughout the day. So they got to have a non-traditional graduation, but it was still felt somewhat traditional. There in Lee County, internet access obviously is a concern, and then access to technology. Trying to not having all the devices that they needed up front. They've slowly started trying to purchase those and get ready for the district, but that was a challenge. As far as staffing, the certified staff used the digital platforms, and then they had call-ins for parents, and then also classified staff. They really got ahead of the game in terms of stripping and waxing floors, getting the buildings cleaned up. The district did make a lot of tremendous gains in getting buildings up to par last summer and the beginning of this year, to where they had a solid elementary and solid high school in terms of paint, flooring, all those things, and so they continued that work as well during the time that the buildings were closed. They do have plans for summer school. Also, there's a local group called the Men of Action that they're trying to work with in the community, trying to provide services over the summer to students. In terms of CARES Act funds, they're receiving $742,000, and you can see the topic areas which they've applied to do that. They will be we'll be trying to do the Arkansas Ready for Learning model. Our team's been starting those conversations with the district and trying to figure out what their plans will be moving forward. In their assessment, what their report says is more of because they didn't actually test during the testing window, it was more of a progress monitoring, so it was hard to show the growth pieces, and so it's almost like they took an assessment shortly after the window closed for winter, and so the information's there. They did test a number of students, but it was not not considered an interim. It was more of a progress monitoring type thing.
But nonetheless, there was progress, so that's good.
Yep. And I don't know if we want to discuss change in leadership during the waiver process, or you want to do it now, or?
Well, not much to discuss, but we did in the process of changing superintendents, and Mrs. Murdoch is coming back on board, I think, is now there in the decision-making process and involved in hiring processes and getting ready to crank up in the fall. So Mrs. Murdoch was superintendent when the state had authority over the district the last time, and was making progress, and has agreed to return. So I'm very appreciative of that, and that's really about the only thing I think, Dr. Hernandez, I need to say about that.
I think the big part is in terms of questions. Ms. Murdoch is on, and we'll try to tag team questions that come up and answer the best we can, but just knowing that Ms. Murdoch is really not new to the district, but recently back in action and working alongside with Mr. Hoy and trying to get some things ready for next year.
Welcome back, Ms. Murdoch.
Thank you, Ms. Zook. I appreciate it. It's glad to be home. There's no place like home.
Yeah, that's good. Okay, do we have any questions from the board? Any statements, any inquiries?
Just my same question, I know you're Ms. Murdoch, you're newly on, but I don't know if Dr. Hernandez can answer this or not, just what the percentage of families that were able to be reached.
I think with the number that I've received is a little bit over 80% of students. And so we placed some mobile buses out with MiFi, Wi-Fi, so that we could reach a few more students. But unfortunately, about only 2 or 3 students have actually signed on. But we're still working at it.
Right. Well, and I mean, as far as, I know there were phone calls made, emails. Is there an amount or a percentage of students that you just could not contact?
No, we've been pretty much able to contact all of our students. It's just the fact that, and I have to echo Dr. Hill. I mean, there are some issues in terms of, because Lee County is such a wide span of area, there are some spaces where there are going to be some dropped calls, dead zones, whatever, what have you. But for the most part, our students have access. Now, with the access, we're trying to figure out how many of those students are actually using and taking that for granted. So that's what we're working on now.
And as far as your child nutrition, do you have a number of how many students were being fed?
There was a little over 160 students a day, but that was only for lunch. We were actually serving breakfast and lunch, but it seems that many of our students don't get up in time to come for breakfast. But our numbers did improve for lunch. And we just recommended and have been approved for a food service company that will provide the services, because unfortunately, 2 of our most loyal and dedicated cafeteria managers for over 30 some odd years are retiring. So it was at the right time that we went to a food management company. So we're excited about the new company that we'll be working with this year, and hopefully not only have great food for our students to choose from, but also it will save the district some money. So we're proud of that.
Thank you.
Did anyone have any questions, or Dr. Hernandez or Ms. Murdoch, do you want to discuss the fiscal issues?
So I can start. We did have, when we took over the district, as you might recall, there were a lot of issues related to contracts and things like that. We've had different issues related to the local district in terms of bringing in the bookkeepers that were there in the beginning, transitioning to kind of an outsourcing type thing, and then back to finding people that were, I don't want to say willing to do bookkeeping work, and trying to train them. Just had a lot of challenges. And so we've recently, the district has recently contracted with APSRC, and so they're taking over to a large degree their finances. And so that work has been really, really good in terms of identifying, some of the areas where there can be some cost savings, developing budgets for this year, closing out and rectifying contracts this year. We're still in that process, but Ms. Murdoch can give you more information, but I feel really confident in the abilities, and it's just a different mindset around there. Is that finance was a big problem for the district, and that was tended to be a lot of focus for people in the district working on that. And now this has been quite a relief to have people in there that we can work with, and over time have a plan to build capacity when the timing's right to maybe transition back to more of a local type deal.
Anybody else have questions? Ms. Murdoch, here I am, the special ed woman and the dyslexia, so I really look forward to you giving reports during your legislative reports and updates about what you're doing there, because I see that even though they weren't complete K-2 testing, that really the drop-off is 3rd and on up. So getting kids screened, and if they have a dyslexia issue, then getting them served, and I know you will, but we have to understand that all kids can learn and not have any racism when it comes to the expectation of children who are poor or who are of color. So I'm counting on you on that, and I won't be here. This is my last meeting, but I will be keeping an eye out and being a cheerleader.
I really do appreciate it. I know Lee County has a lot of opportunities for success. Again, this is my home. I'm a proud Trojan, and I'm going to do my best with the time that I'm provided. And I want to see my district, my children, my babies have as many options as they can when they leave Lee County.
Anyone else have questions or comments? All right, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the report.
Moved by Ms. McFetridge, second by?
Second.
Dr. Moore, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Ms. Woods, do you understand why there are certain districts that present every 3 months legislative reports?
It's my understanding, and so correct me if I'm wrong, but they're basically under state review, under the board's review, and so we're just basically keeping progress reports. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct. Thank you
Excellent.
for being informed. Okay, Tracy Webb will come about the accreditation issues. If you'll remember, initially this was the issue in Lee County.
The Lee County School District was found to be in violation of 2 of the standards for accreditation this year. This will be the second year for the district to have violations, and therefore the district or the division is recommending that the board classify the district as accredited corrective action. A corrective action plan has been developed by division staff and has been reviewed with the district superintendent, and it was included in your board packet. This is the first year for Anna Strong Learning Academy, which is the elementary school, to have a violation. So the district is recommending that the board classify the school in a status of accredited cited. And the letter that was sent along with the corrective action plan was included in your packet.
And do you need a motion?
To accept that, I believe.
Okay. Do I have any questions, or do I have a motion to accept?
I do have a question.
Okay, Dr. Moore?
Are we, just as far as the motion, are we accepting the accreditation status, or are we accepting the correction action plan?
The accreditation status.
Okay, and then do we, I don't know, can it be fixed? I mean, because of the nature of the issue, do we undo their accreditation status next year, or what does that look like?
So with the corrective action plan, we will make sure that they follow those steps to ensure that the violations are corrected for next year, and so that status could change for next year when the corrective action plan is completed.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else? Do you have a motion?
Move to accept the division's recommendation regarding accreditation corrective action status.
Moved by Ms. Chambers, second by?
Second.
Dr. Moore, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Webb. Next is the final standards for accreditation status report.
So a report of the recommended accreditation status for all Arkansas public schools and school districts was included in the agenda packet. The division requested the board accept the accreditation report as posted.
Looked pretty clean to me.
It's pretty clean, yes.
That's good. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, if I may, let me just you heard a reference earlier today, and I wanted to make note of that. You heard a reference from one of the schools, and they talked about their standards. You know, I think I can't remember exactly how you referred to it, but it was Heber Springs, yeah. But he made a reference to how they saw that they were in violation at the time, and that's actually me. I don't know that the schools, all of the school folks out there, think that it's a good thing, but let me tell you, it's a good thing. It's because of the work of Ms. Kaufman and her team, Regent and his team, of creating the Standards for Accreditation tool, because now we're not having to chase down things at the end of the year to make sure they did get them corrected. It's a tool that helps us help them correct their violations before they become violations. They might be a deficient in an area. It shows up on the Standards for Accreditation tool. Our support team can call them and say, hey, look, this is what we're seeing. Or the school district can call us. And we have come so far with respect to how we handle those and how we are really being able to, in real time, identify what the challenges are for serving kids. And like I said, I know a lot of our school partners may not feel that it's a positive thing, but it really is, because it helps them helps them eliminate or mitigate or correct those problems as they arise, rather than wait until the end of the year and trying to go back and fix things after the fact. So I just want to give kudos to Deb and her team, to Tracy, to all their folks, to Regent and his folks, everybody that's been involved in that, legal. It's been a very much a team approach to solving that and creating that tool. So good job, team.
And all the work that went into the revision last year, I think it was, finally finished, or a year before, I don't know, time moves on. Yeah, because they had not been done since '83, and I happened to be there at the time, so I was glad I lasted long enough to see them done all the way through. Do I have a motion to accept this nice report?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Dean.
Second.
Second by Ms. Newton. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Little Rock School District.
Okay, so on the Little Rock School District, kind of similar fashion, we have the information provided. So we kind of have two parts, and I'll ask the board how they want to proceed. I do have the updated exit criteria as part of this at the end, so I can go through this and ask questions, or go through all of it and then ask questions. So however.
Let's do it in two parts,
okay.
Please.
So the information provided by the district, you can see there is how they handled their academics, primarily using in elementary the It's Learning platform, and then in secondary using the Edmentum content management. Some of the highlights that they had in technology was that they sent out over 9,000 devices, which, that's, thinking about devices, that's a lot of things to get out there into the mainstream for staff and students and parents to be able to access. The district also established a technology tech support team. So not only were they having to tech support some things for the district, but also having to do that in the households. Seniors, you can see some information about how their counselors work. Virtual, non-traditional graduations were held for each high school. The challenges, I know just hearing from some of the comments, and Mr. Poore can probably speak to this, is the part that says determining the right amount of work, and across the state we'd hear way too much work or not enough work, and trying to find that medium was a struggle for the district as well. Getting all the students engaged throughout all of the remote learning, and then also teachers, like I mentioned earlier, being unfamiliar with some of the platforms that they may not have used regularly in classroom, and having to switch to that model was a challenge. You can see the information about how they supported special education, dyslexia, and mental health. In human capital, they used paraprofessionals to provide support. One of the big things, and I'll let Mr. Poore probably share more information about this, is the child care program they established for the essential workers, primarily the healthcare field across districts, which I'm sure you've heard information about that. They are planning for summer school, and I think those are ongoing now. And then also the credit recovery that's for the high school. CARES Act funding, there is expected almost $6.6 million in CARES Act funding that will be available. You can see the components that they're planning on utilizing that. They're in the process of planning for the Arkansas Ready for Learning model. As far as assessment, K2 did not test, but I've shared information on assessment with the other grade levels, so you can see that for grades 3 through 10. There was some data that I think Dr. Cummins is on the line that can speak a little bit more to with questions. But with that, before we go into the exit criteria, I'll pause there for questions.
Okay, Ms. Dean, let's start with you. You have the good questions that sometimes are on the minds of others. Can you give it back to you? Yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you.
Welcome to the meeting, Mr. Poore.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Mr. Poore, I just have the same questions for you that I've been asking all the other districts, which is, do you have a percentage as far as how many of your families or students you were actually able to contact and reach, either phone or email or some sort of way to actually check on them and see how things were going?
Yeah, if you don't mind, Ms. Dean, I do want to just take the privilege, if I could, and just say that I want to thank Ms. Zook personally for her leadership with the board and her willingness always to try to talk to me in a variety of different ways and share thoughts and ideas and critical questions that always make me better. So I appreciate that. I would be remiss if I didn't bring up, I have Stacey McAdoo coming back to Little Rock School District, and we are putting her to work with helping out with new teachers and also our teacher cadet program. And I have Jeremy Owa, which I know the commissioner's still a little bitter about that, but he's going to get over it, and Barbara Warren's going to be fine. And I got Jeremy Owa, so I'm very excited about that. And then I want to finish before I answer Ms. Dean's question with, I really appreciate Dr. Hill's comments today because I think they're spot on, and I hope that those comments end up becoming viral because I think that should really impact our state discussions right now about learning in the fall, because I think we're potentially missing the boat if we don't. So on any given day in Little Rock School District, during what we called phase 2 of our AMI plan, we had as many as 85% of our students interacting on any given day. Now, can we pin down exactly how many missed the boat totally? I don't know if we ever got to a number that could say during that whole span of the 2 months, every single kid got on. I would hope that's the case, but I don't have an exact number. But on any given day, we had 85%. The other thing that happened to us is that we used, we also had not donations, but grants that we had received for technology. That impacted our high school and our middle schools. So we actually had, beyond those tech devices that are in the report, we actually exceeded over 12,000 devices out to our students. And those we set up so that a parent could get 2 devices or 3 devices if they needed them in their home. That was on their call of how many devices they may need. And we now have the task of trying to recover all those. And right now, ballpark guess, we're probably around somewhere between 8,000 and 9,000 devices that we've got back so far.
Yes, I also want to just give my thanks for the amount of work that the Little Rock School District has done. The teachers, your leadership, other people's leadership, there has been so much done for our students. I know my children are in Little Rock School District, and we had lots of support. And I've got 4 at my home at once right now. So I understand as far as trying to get everybody on Wi-Fi and take turns and make sure, we have devices and things of that sort. And so my children had lots of support. So I'm very appreciative of how thorough you and your team have been, and your report is extremely thorough, so I appreciate that as well. The other question I had was as far as food services. I know that you all did a lot of food service. Do you have a ballpark idea of how many or what percentage of students were served, or how many students were served?
I want to compliment our child nutrition staff because, we were told on, I believe on a Wednesday that, we were going to close schools, and then by Friday we were ready to serve meals. So the very next day, and that delivery was basically around 2,000 meals, 2,000 breakfast, 2,000 lunch every single day. That's kind of the average that we had. We also served probably around over 200 meals that were sent directly to a home, and those were delivered by our bus drivers who would deliver to severe need children, severe handicapped children. So we actually drove into the neighborhoods with those buses and then physically dropped off the meals for those families that had those challenges. We had a wonderful partnership with the City of Little Rock, with the Clinton Center, with Arkansas Hunger Relief, with COWS, with Rock Region Metro. That partnership led to us being able to serve meals on really 7 days a week, which I'm very proud of, and breakfast, lunch, and dinners. And at this point in time, we've served over 450,000 meals. To give you context, at one point, there was a media story about Miami-Dade School District, which has over 300,000 kids. At the exact moment they hit 100,000, we hit 100,000 in Pulaski County. And the effort with that meal program was that in Little Rock or at the library, it didn't matter whether you were a private school, a home school, a student that's going to one of the charter schools, or a Little Rock school, or a Pulaski County, it didn't matter. Wherever you ended up showing up, you were going to get a grab and go meal. And so I'm very proud of that.
Thank you. Appreciate all of your hard work, and I'm looking forward to working with you.
Are there others who would like to ask any particular question on this part? I think I want to,
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, who was that?
Dr. Moore, but you can go first.
Okay, Dr. Moore, go ahead.
And maybe we're going to do another part, but I wanted to hear, I know you all have a lot of challenges on your plate, but one of which is the new high school opening next year, and wanted to hear a brief update, if possible, on the plans for that and how things are going.
On Hall and West?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear the question, Mr. Poole?
I believe I heard that you'd like to hear about all 3 of the new kind of campuses that are kind of taking shape.
Yes.
Okay. I'll start with Southwest because it's kind of been in motion for the longest period of time. We are ready to have our grand opening. Mr. Burton actually will be moving his offices into that facility at the end of this week, start of next week. So we're ahead of kind of a schedule that many have. The building is being pretty much substantially complete, other than the fine arts area. Staffing is going well. He is probably ballpark guess around 85% of his staff selected, but he's got a majority of that completed, and that's in a good shape. And the facility is amazing. And I was a part of building Bentonville West, and I not to make the people in Bentonville mad, Ms. Chambers or Ms. Woods, but wait till they come see Southwest. But you should get better. Each time you do something, you should get better. And Southwest is really a tremendous campus. With the West School of Innovation and Hall, I'll lump a little bit of those together and then break them apart. We were really hampered in our recruitment efforts because right about the time when, we were going through all the push out of marketing is right when the pandemic hit. We're excited about who we've hired at the West School of Innovation, Ms. Heatherly, and that she has been previously on that Pinnacle staff, so she knew the families. She was an assistant principal for Mr. Pickering. She knows the families, she knows the students, and we believe that she will consistently figure out ways to recruit. But that school's numbers are lower than what we would hope for going into next year, but we will keep moving that forward. At Hall, we had some of the same challenges with recruitment, and our numbers at the freshman class are low. And so that's a challenge right now in terms of considering, what that means. We have surrounded Dr. Roberts. He's done a great job of selecting talent, and all the people that have been picked by Dr. Roberts for leadership positions are the kind that make stakeholders happy. And when I say stakeholders, I'm talking about kids, parents, and staff. So they're magnets. And I really believe that will fit well for him and for Hall as we move forward. But we were severely hampered. It is not the fault of either of those buildings that we didn't get the numbers like we wanted. But I believe that, throughout the year, our Community Advisory Board will hear a report from Dr. Roberts on Thursday about his recruiting plan, and I think people will be very impressed.
Do you know if you kept those students like they went to Central or Southwest, or did they leave the district completely?
I'm not sure I understand the question, Ms. Zook.
Well, are your 9 or 10, 12 numbers down, or did the students that might have gone to Hall or West wind up choicing into Central and Southwest?
Our 10th and 11th and 12th graders for next year, we actually held pretty strong on those numbers, because remember, a large segment of Hall transitioned as an option for them to go back to where they live in the Southwest. Right now, we're probably about 470 students that have chose to be at that Hall magnet, and but they're primarily 10th through 12th grade.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have a question about this? Okay.
I do, actually.
Okay, go ahead, Dr. Moore.
Yeah, Mr. Poore, when is y'all's next CAB meeting, and is that where you're going to be further discussing plans for the fall? I know you all have a number of community groups and things going on right now.
We will be talking next Thursday. Will be our next Community Advisory Board meeting, and we will have reports on Southwest and Hall at that meeting. We also will be having a report from Ms. Worsham, who's by my side even in the room today, who will be sharing. She did an excellent job of working with teachers to really take note of where kids are, and then establishing what the essential standards need to be as we begin the year. We also did a parent survey that I hope Ms. Dean will say, yes, I was a part of that. We had over 12,000 parents by the time you add in all the families that are out. Excuse me, I'm saying that wrong, aren't I? 30, what's the right number?
It was around 3,000 parents.
3,000 parents, excuse me, that participated in our survey to kind of evaluate how our AMI plan went. And, that's the highest percentage survey that we've ever had since I've been in the district. So 3,000 parents. We also had approximately 1,000 of our teachers complete the survey. And so that's over 50%. And from that survey, then we had focus groups that we just finished this week with parents and teachers that were in groups of 7 or 8 that met with all the senior level cabinet officials. So that was everybody from Kelsey Bailey, our CFO, to Hope as the curriculum instruction, Brandy and Darian, who work with schools, Daniel Cummings, who does the assessment. All of them held focus groups, and all that data is now being crunched and we hope to have that ready for the CAB meeting on Thursday.
Anything else?
Yes, I was just curious, what is Dr. Owa going to do in the district? I know you're excited about having him, and we're excited, but what's he going to be doing?
He will be our chief academic officer, and so he will be over the instructional side of the house. And then most of you are aware of Kelsey Bailey, who is the chief financial officer that will handle all the operational end of things.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Dr. Moore?
That's it for now. Thank you.
Okay. One thing I noticed is even though overall, looking at the winter to spring NWEA test, your overall reading in the district is a low to average. I noticed that in those schools, the 4 elementaries, the 1 middle, and the 2 high school, or 2 of the 3 high schools, where the department people were providing extra support, that you were in all of those in the high and high average. And I think that speaks well for the way not only the support that was given, but the teachers and the students and the parents' response to that help. So if we can get everybody in the district to, you know, jump on board and see that it can be done, but I want to compliment both the department people who were helping and those principals, teachers, and students who responded to the help.
I know that wasn't a question of me, but I want to just say thank you. I know you're a data person, and I appreciate the compliments to both staffs. And as I've said before, you know, I know a lot of people say, well, working with the department, we need to get rid of that. Well, I don't want to necessarily see that go away. I want us to get local control back. I need to put that in right now, but I also very much appreciate the partnership with the department. I also want to compliment our staff. If you think back again to our elementary teaching staff, of all that's been put on their plate this year, our teachers had a tremendous load as we totally changed the delivery in terms of reading instruction. And we actually, I think next year is a year where I project that you're going to see even more positive gains, Ms. Zook and members of the board.
We will keep our fingers crossed. Also, I wondered, I noticed in your special ed report, but in your special ed report, it didn't say whether or not any of the students are going to need compensatory help over the summer, either off of their IEP or in OT, PT, or speech therapy.
I don't know if I can answer that right now, Ms. Zook, and I'll have to check on that to make sure I give you a better answer.
Okay, that's fine.
Just a guess.
Y'all don't get these questions ahead of time, so, but yeah, that'd be interesting to know, because as you and I have learned over time, if I don't get it from you, then I get it from the parents. So if you can help me be prepared in case I need that information, thank you. Okay, now then, if we'll go on, if anyone has any other questions or doesn't have any other questions or comments about this part of the report, then we will go to the new exit criteria for explanation and questions.
So, want to kind of give a little refresher to the idea of exit criteria, exit plans, and so I know Ms. Wood, being a new state board member, this may help kind of understand the backstory. So the district, when it was first taken over, we were under a different accountability system where there was a threshold of 49.5% being a reason for a district being considered in academic distress. And so as the accountability system changed, Little Rock was already under state authority. And so in following the new guidelines, they were converted over to level 5 support. In addition to that, we had to create an exit plan or exit criteria for the district. The district in that time period, the 5-year time period, did not meet their exit criteria. And so the state board took action to reconstitute the district. but keep them under level 5. And so in our process, as the district has been reconstituted, awaiting the election of a local board, we took that opportunity to revisit the exit criteria and start to strictly follow what our rules say, that says that in collaboration with the district, the department is to come up with an exit plan. And so, you know, the department team alongside Little Rock has been reviewing the past exit plan, and then having discussions in collaboration, trying to determine what are some things, some of those high-level things that we know have been working in some of the districts or some of the schools, like Ms. Zook alluded to, and continuing that process across the district, and moving kind of those exit things to not be based on schools, but based on the district as a whole. And so as part of that collaboration, we brought this draft exit plan in front of the CAB, and then also in front of the state board for feedback. Mr. Poore will continue to seek feedback from his staff and the larger community, but ultimately that plan will then be adopted by the department, and then we will then at some point in the future come back to the state board to certify that they've met their exit plan, and at that time the state board will make a decision whether to remove the district from level 5 support. Did I say all that right, Deb? Good. Okay, and so the kind of the 4 main areas of focus that we believe that the district needs to be focused on is the development of collaborative teams. Also, the second point is that the district provide clear and ongoing evaluations of the teachers in their instructional skills. Also, that the school have a literacy curriculum that adheres to state standards, inclusive of things with dyslexia and the science of reading. And then also the fiscal and operational piece, which includes the finances and also facilities. And so the way the plan is structured, you can kind of see the breakdown of how we're looking at it in terms of what the expectation is in the beginning of the year, what some of those artifacts that we'll be looking for, also evidence that we would be looking for at the mid-year term and then at the end of year term. And as we've developed that, you can see the people that are responsible for that, and we've consulted with some resources in development of this, like the Solution Tree in Marzano, in terms of developing their collaborative teams. So over time, we want to be able to produce, and the district is committed to standing up a website where this exit plan will live, and as artifacts are developed, those will be placed on there when they can. Obviously, if some of the examples of teacher evaluations, we wouldn't want to post those publicly, but there are some pieces of those data that can be shared and artifacts that can be shared as that as well. Our idea is that as we transition back to a local board, we want to ensure that everybody's on the same page, from the department to the staff to the local board and the community, that they clearly understand the direction that we're trying to move to. And so that's why you see these dates where we've looked at this, have some kind of general consensus approval by the department. The PPC gets a presentation, the Community Advisory Board gets a presentation, the local board, once it's elected, kind of ratifies, and that's a signal for both the department and the district leadership that the new board that comes on, they're committed to the plans that are outlined, that'll be developed a little bit over time. And then that'll be kind of the way that the work goes on over that time period. And so that's kind of the first section you can see about the implementation of the PLC process. The second point is around the implementation of tests and leads, which we know that work has been ongoing, but what we want to do, and I use this analogy with the cab, you know, we want to, just like a track meet, you know, we're in a relay race. We want to make sure that we're passing that baton over to the local board and they're able to run with it. In my time as a track coach, I've seen sometimes when the person takes off too early, and I've seen the thrown baton, and sometimes that doesn't work very well. And so we want to make sure that we're working in concert with the district and the new leadership that will be established within the district. In terms of the third piece, which is the reading curriculum, we know that work has been progressing, but we want to ensure that there's still a commitment there after the board's elected and there's funding and all those things are in place and everybody's clear on what the plan is moving forward. The fourth component, and I know my slides are kind of cutting off a little bit at the bottom, is we're asking for a 3-year budget plan. And make sure that shows that there's not deficit spending, and that way when there is a local board, there's a clear understanding of where the district is financially and what the expectations are in terms of those budgets. With great working relationship with Kelsey Bailey, and we want to keep it very real. These are areas that as we're developing these budgets, these are expectations on things that how money has to be spent. And where some problem areas are down the road that they may have to address. Things like as enrollment, if enrollment declines, there's going to have to be adjustments made. The last part within that is the approved master plan. We know there's some DSEG components that still have to be met. The DSEG agreement in terms of the work that needs to be done with McClellan. And so having that plan in place, in addition to that, how that may be funded, so that way when the board comes back in, that times out really nice with a February approval of a master plan update to say, hey, we understand what the plan is, we understand the fiscal implications, and we're on board with moving that forward. So there are lots of opportunities within this plan. If you notice, within the academics, we're going to be looking at their academic data. One thing that you may see that's obviously glaringly missing is, there is not a test score like ESSA school index and things like in this plan, and that doesn't mean that we're not going to be looking at data. I think what the board will have to consider is looking at things like NWA data, like the ESSA school index, and say, in totality, the district is making progress on their plan. But in addition to that, what is the academic piece that is telling us? And if it all seems to be moving in the same direction, that should give some comfortability to the board that, and the department that we would certify that the district is ready to exit level 5. But even in doing so, in exiting level 5, the district could still be in need of something like a level 4 support, where there's still going to be involvement no matter the level of the department working collaboratively with the district. And in some cases where things have to be pushed, those can be pushed by department staff depending on the level of support that's given. And so that's kind of a quick overview, and with that I'll take any questions.
Okay, I'm glad you mentioned that, because it did look on the surface like we had gotten away from students and looked at, are all the adults doing what they're supposed to, or do they appear to be? So I'm glad that we will still be looking to, is what's being done aiding students and making students progress, because we still have too many students who are in need of support, and not just in the schools that we've been focused on, but in almost every one of the schools, and as many as I think 37% at Central itself. So if they're going to get more kids this year, that they're going to have more kids in need of support than are attending Hall. So, okay, with that, I'll start with Ms. Woods. I'll start with you this time. New kid on the block.
Let me collect my thoughts. Would you come back to me? Because I do have some questions.
Okay, great. Ms. McFetridge, are you prepared? Ms. McFetridge? Oh, you were reading. Are you ready for questions, or shall I pass you?
I don't have a question right now, thank you.
Okay. Ms. McAdoo, do you feel comfortable asking questions?
I don't have any, thank you.
Okay. Dr. Moore?
Yes, we didn't get to this earlier. I appreciate the hard work y'all done and the district's done, and I was able to watch the Community Advisory Board meeting last week or 2 weeks ago when y'all presented this, and I'm glad y'all took it to them first, and expect to have more community dialogue around this. But as I've talked with you, Dr. Hernandez, before, there is a lot of activity on here, and I do have questions as to how that is all directly related to student achievement. And I know, given the present tense, we can't. You know, we don't have test scores, and test scores aren't the end all be all. But we do have students that need to continue to grow.
So I think that
I know
plays
there's
off, yeah,
the
I think that
NWA
plays off
in here.
Go ahead.
But do we, how will we take that NWA scores into account? And where will we be able to see, not for us, but for teachers themselves, be able to see student growth in the next year?
So what is the quantitative goal?
So, you know, it's hard for us to put a specific number, especially without having the school index piece in there. And when you think about NWA, I know, and Deb may speak to some of this about how that being used as an accountability measure. What we're hoping to do is that, and it kind of started with this process, is, you know, we wanted this to be a more collaborative process, because the lesson learned is that when we're, you know, going in and saying without having that collaboration, it didn't work as well as we'd hoped it. I think we can all agree with that. I think with the district really taking on ownership of the PLC process, I think that's where we're going to see teachers having those collaborative meetings, that meaningful feedback, and that NWA interim assessment being more used as a flashlight to say, how are we improving? And so our hope, when I think Dr. Moore asked about how this relates to student achievement, we think this is the core structure and the most important factors that will help drive the student achievement. And so as a result of this, when you're looking at aggregate information about NWA scores, when you're looking at those as a school index, our belief, our theory of action and our plan is that we're going to do this work. That's our plan. And as we're doing that, we're going to be checking those NWA scores, those ESSA school index, to see, is that growing in the right direction? Do we need to adjust this plan? And at the end, did it work? And I think we'll all agree that the work that we'll see in the improvements in ESSA school index, the improvement in growth in NWA, that we're moving in the right direction, as we did with those subset of schools that we were heavily involved with next year. But we've got to pass that baton to the district to get them to start taking ownership of those things.
Right.
So
how many schools are in year one, how many in year two, and how many year three of the PLC?
So I know there's Mr. Poore may have to speak to
Poore,
this.
do you
So
know off the top of your head?
they're just now starting, I know that, in most of their districts at a district level.
So, and we know from other districts that, and schools that come in, that sometimes you're looking at 2 and 3 years before you get what you want.
Correct. It is, most of our pilots are a 3-year process for us, that how we've been doing the PLCs across the state.
Anything
Along those
more,
lines, the schools that we saw growth in last year that received intensive support from the department, will those be the same schools receiving that support, or are you saying that's going to be different for next year?
So, you know, what we've started with this year, and we were hoping to see, you know, with the tests coming out in the spring, is we were hoping to see that the work's moved more to a district level. And so, yes, there is some support that was part of the subset of schools we were working with last year. That's kind of moved over into some other schools. But, you know, with Mr. Smith and Mr. Rutherford and Ms. Worsham, you know, that work at the district levels really started to spread out more. And so I think their collaboration in this plan helped them, in working with the principals, show ownership, that they're starting to be more committed on a district level. And by the significant dollar amounts that they'll be attributing to the work with Solution Tree and Marzano Resources, that's going to move it along at a higher rate.
Anything else, Dr.
This might be a question for Mr. Poore, but I know is the city, have there been schools identified as the community model schools? I think we've talked till we're blue in the face that these issues can't be solved from 8 to 2:30. They're much bigger than that. And so those schools that were receiving those supports, are they going to continue? Are they going to, you know, fall under any new community school model or receive any other differences in the future?
Mr. Porter, that would have to come to you.
Thank you, Ms. Zook and Ms. Moore. We have been, first of all, I'm going to kind of address your first set of questions that we have taken a more intense approach with and coming up with additional support at the schools where we've had the greater challenges in terms of students performing well academically. So those can mean everything like at Washington Elementary to provide an extra assistant principal, even though there's not the number of students maybe that would demand that. We're trying to push in extra folks to help out with literacy at those sites. And so we've been very intentional about extra staff into those buildings to provide support, as well as then, you know, our team with the department's team still is, you know, I guess, what do you want to call it, blanket or following up to make sure that there's support coming into those buildings on a regular basis. The community school model, we did tours with Dr. Barth and Kendra Pruitt, who's a chief advisor for the mayor in late May with Mr. Smith and myself. And we're getting really close to announcing the first set of schools that we will be using, you know, pushing into the community school model. Dr. Barth and I meet one-on-one every week just to talk about those types of things in the partnership. And so I think you'll be pleased, but it'd be a little premature to announce that right now, but you'll be pleased with where that support's going.
Thank you. I look forward to hearing more there.
Ms. Newton?
Questions?
Dr. Hill?
No, ma'am, I'm good.
Okay.
I
Ms.
talked to
Chambers?
Mike quite a bit.
That's okay. Ms. Chambers? Ms. Chambers?
We just ask that, back to what Dr. Moore was asking about and Ms. Zook. Mr. Poore, I think it'll be really important as we work through these collaboration efforts that I think are so important that Dr. Hernandez was talking about, somewhere in there bringing more clarity to bear on student outcomes. The words we're using are careful and appropriately so. But at some point, we don't want anybody to be disappointed where we're all using the same words and nodding, but we mean very different things. We want to avoid any tacit agreement or understanding that hasn't been clarified. So I don't know, and today's not the day for that, obviously, but having some increasing sense of what that means, again, for the student outcomes, I would appreciate that so we don't lose it in the balance of things that we're looking at directionally.
Did you want to respond to that, Mr. Poore or Dr. Hernandez? Nope.
I'll start, I guess.
Okay.
Ms. Chambers, you're right. And I think that one of the things that I appreciate about the plan is that it involves so many different stakeholders, you know, so obviously the community advisory board is being involved, the PPC is being involved, so we have teacher voice, and then the recognition that the new board will have to be involved in. And each one of those groups, we've got to build consensus about what it is that we're really after. And, you know, again, the beauty of the plan is that these are all the foundational things of what makes for an effective school system. And so if we do these right and then tie them to some measures, we will see the achievement come, is my opinion.
Dr. Hernandez, did you have anything to add to that? Okay, I have a few questions if everybody else is finished. I noticed that.
I just had one.
Okay.
And maybe this isn't appropriate. Are we?
I was supposed to come back to you. Sorry, Ms. Woods.
Are we allowed, or can I get a copy of that level 5 exit plan? I don't know if that's been circulated or if that's not something that we share.
No,
but
if you will go to this this link that's under Little Rock School District on your agenda, and you will go down through there, it will say current exit plan, and it says here, and if you click on that link, it'll take you, and then the former one, if you click on that link, it'll take you to the former one.
Excellent. Okay, thank you.
Okay, while you look, I'm going to ask my questions, then we'll come back to you. Okay. I noticed on the exit plan, you have Mr. Rutherford, and if it's Dr., I'm sorry, I don't always know whether it's Mr. or Dr. Rutherford Smith and Worsham. And have they all been through the complete high reliability school training to become certified facilitators, and also in PLC and RISE?
So I'll try to, Mr. Poor may want to answer that. I know when we have them as the lead, they're leading that work, and so I think the answer is they've probably been through some training, but in working with those resources, the people that will be providing the work will be some of those Marzano and Solution Tree associates that have been doing the work, and so that's part of the contract and the plan that they've been working on within their district. So that's specific to Solution Tree and Marzano.
Okay,
besides
so
a reading piece.
Doesn't the exit plan need to say that instead of, I don't know about you, but if my name's going to be there that I'm responsible, then I'm going to feel like people are going to hold me accountable. But if I'm going to be co-responsible with Solution Tree or Marzano, then it would seem appropriate to list that as well.
So, and the way we looked at it is those people that are identified are ultimately responsible in ensuring the work is done, and that's why we listed those people as resources, is there'll be resources to help complete the work. A lot of those things will be outlined, and the district I know has kind of a draft for their HRS PLC implementation and sustainability plan. That will be something that'll be uploaded as part of the evidence, where you can see more of the meat of how that is going to function. But to have it, you know, a multi-page document with all those plans in here, conceptually, we wanted you to see where we were going with the exit plan, and that's why it's a draft. But they'll actually have the tests and leads plan, the HRS plan, how they're doing their literacy plans. Those will all be components of this as we further the work.
Okay, and I noticed Ms. Whitlow's name is listed here, but is she not going to Pine Bluff?
She will still be some support as we've been talking with the district as kind of a check-in. I think right now we're talking, when we discussed yesterday with Mr. Poor, we're kind of setting up a schedule where she'll be able to check in with the district and still support them in some fashion.
But most of her time will be on site in Jefferson County.
That's what my understanding was. And is there or has there been a needs assessment done to see what the teachers and stakeholders and parents think is needed in these schools?
So within the HRS and PLC process, when Solution Tree comes in, they actually provide the needs assessment. With HRS, there are a series of surveys, and the district had done some of those last year, but we expect that there'll be some needs assessments as part of this.
Okay. Okay, board, y'all heard them, so you know you can ask about it in 3 months. Ms. Woods, are you ready now?
The two questions that I mainly had, one was asked by Dr. Moore, and then you just followed up with one of my last ones about teacher and parent involvement. So I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else come to the mind for the good of the order? Mr. Poor, and I see you, Hope is there with you. I do wish y'all well. You know, I started my teaching in Little Rock School District, and my husband's children all went to school there, and I have cousins and nieces, and so Little Rock is near and dear to me, and I want you all to succeed, and I want the students all to, and the teachers to believe that all the students can learn, and I will be cheerleading you from a distance now, but nonetheless I will be cheerleading. Do I have a motion to approve this report?
do have a question. Are we approving the plan or just the report?
So overall, you're approving the report. The plan is just a draft, and that is the plan, and the way it's outlined in rule and statute is it's approved by the department as far as the exit plan.
Will you be taking some of our concerns into consideration before you do approval and maybe tweak it?
And I think, yes, ma'am, we will. And if there are additional things as you have the chance to, you can send those to, me or for a short time, but Secretary Key and we'll make sure, or Mr. Poore, and we'll make sure that those things, feedback gets incorporated. We said the same thing to the CAB, and we haven't gotten a lot of feedback, but I think as this continues to be presented to the different groups, there may be additional feedback that gets incorporated. But you will, once it's approved, you will get a copy or get presented back to the board to let them know this is kind of what the final document looks like.
Okay, so the motion would be to accept the legislative report. Do you have a motion?
I'll move to accept the legislative report.
Moved by Dr. Moore.
Second.
Second by Dr. Hill. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Dr. Hernandez mentioned this morning that my first year to serve on the board was his first year that he came to the department. And even though we didn't do a tribute to him, we should have, because he will be leaving the department to go head up AAEA. And so, Dr. Hernandez, we appreciate all your hard work. As Secretary Key has said many times, he is more than willing to do anything I ask him to do, and not only willing but capable. So thank you for your service, and I look forward to you helping AAEA be as student-focused as you are. Okay, and now then, I've been told we need to go back to number 16. And don't everybody cheer at once. You want to pull it down?
That's not you, Mary Claire. Number 16.
I know they asked me to advise what you needed to do. Mary Claire.
Mary Claire hadn't been here all day. She wanted to say something.
I'm just dying to get up in front of the board. Mary Claire Hyatt with the division. I believe she's going to explain exactly what happened, but there is something that needs to be changed on item 16, which you already approved. So after they explain exactly what needs to be changed, you'll need to, if you're in agreement, rescind your vote, which is a majority vote motion, and then approve, assuming that you vote to approve through a second motion.
Okay, here's something for you. Okay, if you will come through. How about Ms. Underwood?
Okay, sorry, I'm back again. Susan Underwood.
Don't be
with
sorry.
Arkansas Better
We're
Chat.
all still here.
Okay, so let me just start out. As we teach our children that when you make a mistake, you identify, correct, learn from the experience, and move on. So I'm just letting you know you should have received an updated spreadsheet this afternoon on the Arkansas the ABC Professional Service Grant, which captures the correct amount in information.
Board, that should have come in at 4:25 from Ms. Wendell, if you'll look at your emails. It has 2 attachments. Okay, you may proceed. Okay, board, are you willing? I need to have a majority or a two-thirds? Okay, I need a majority vote. So we have to decide if someone will move to rescind. I'll need a motion, a second, and then a vote.
I'll move to rescind the initial vote.
Moved by Dr. Moore.
Second.
Second by Ms. Dean. All in favor?
Aye.
I only heard one aye.
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 Okay, good. Any opposed? Motion carries. Now then, what is different? Can you summarize it for us?
Well, too many spreadsheets, too many lines. some of the amounts were in the incorrect category. So therefore, what you received, it captures the correct amounts for each of the grantees, and the descriptions are correct.
Okay, good. Do I have a motion to accept the new report, the revised, accurate report?
Move to accept.
Moved by Dr. Moore.
Second.
Second by Ms. McFetridge. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Okay, new business. If you remember last month, it was brought to us that perhaps we needed to relook at the board procedures and to possibly make suggestions if we thought any of it needed to be revised or corrected. I know I got with her, I think most of the things I talked to her about was changing ADE to Division of Elementary and Secondary, and did we need to distinguish between secretary and commissioner, just minor little things. And I don't know if others of you weighed in or not, but she is ready to give a report today. And then it's my understanding in the July meeting, you will see a draft of, and I've asked her to do it side by side, similar to the way that we do the rules when we're looking at them, so you'll know what was taken out, what was put in, and then she can give you the rationale. So, Mary Claire, if you will.
Mary Claire Hyatt with the division. I know last time we talked about this in May, it was the, I think, ambitious goal that we would have a draft by the June meeting. Thank you very much for all of your comments. I received comments from several board members and from several people from the department on things that through the past 2 years since we've been working with this version of the operating procedures needed to be changed. There are a couple of sections because in the rules section, we've changed the way we promulgate rules. That needs to be redone. This year, we've had tons of public comment, and I think it really needs to be cleared up exactly what, how that process works, and so that it's extremely transparent.
The public comment in the board meeting, not the public comment during rules section.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So I wanted to make sure that I had time to do a thorough job, but also that I didn't give you a copy of the operating procedures 3 days before the board meeting and expect you to approve them. So there will be a draft uploaded on the July agenda, and as Ms. Zook said, I will note it like we do the rules, where anything that's new will be underlined, anything that's taken out will be stricken so that you can see it. And if you've got questions, you'll have that 10 days to review it, so you have plenty of time. And if you've got questions, you're more than welcome to reach out. And if the draft is acceptable, we can approve them in July, or I can take it back and continue to work on it.
Okay. Does everybody understand? Any questions? Okay, moving on. Ms. Freno, do I need to adjourn this meeting and go to reports, or can I go straight to reports? Okay, good.
Madam Chair, just for the record, Mr. Williamson had to go to another meeting, and Dr. Hill just had to go to another appointment as well. So
yeah, I think Dr. Hill does a on-air show on Thursday nights. So y'all are making up for all of those months that we just went click, 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 and everybody went home. And this is a baptism of fire, Miss Woods. Sorry, she has twins and a new baby. So. And others have family and children responsibilities also. Does any board member have any report? I know I had Ms. Wendell email the special ed report. Does any board member have any other report that they want to give for the good of the order at this time?
Are you including me? Are you asking?
No, I've got you down separately. You're special today. You're special every day, but today in particular. Commissioner, do you have a report?
well, I dare not to do this at 5:15, but I think it's still necessary because there has been a lot of conversation today that's very relevant to what I wanted to talk about. Last week we rolled out the Arkansas Ready for Learning model. What we've talked about in the Ready for Learning model is being prepared for blended learning. That has been, we have to communicate as a department very clearly and very often of what that is and what it is not. And at this point, there's a lot of perception out there that means we're just going to go back to online school. And that is not at all what blended learning is. We intend for school to be back in session in August. We intend for school to be back in session on site as normal as possible, given the guidance that we have from the health department. They are being very diligent about the guidance that they provide, and they have even worked with us and I'm going to read this statement in its entirety because I think it's so important that our public understands what we're talking about here. When they see Facebook posts that have CDC guidance that says that every student is going to have to wear a mask all the time, or that desks have to be 6 feet apart, or you have to close cafeterias, all those things that you see on Facebook posts is not anything we put out. So I think it's very important as we are communicating with our groups, that our affiliate groups, and we are in constant communication with them as legislators are in contact with constituents, as we have interactions with the public. We need to make it very clear. The plan is to be in school. The plan is not to extend what we've done the last 9 weeks and keep that going in the fall. We want to be on site. Here's what I'm going to read. This is from Health Department and from the Department of Education. When schools reopen this fall to on-site instruction, it is expected that the most updated guidance from the Arkansas Department of Health will be applied to school district operations to the maximum extent practical. Requirements for physical distancing may not be feasible in all situations in every school facility or on school buses, but all efforts possible should be made to observe physical distancing. School district personnel will be given the resources and tools to help keep students, teachers, and support personnel safe. Safety precautions may include wearing face coverings when physical distancing is not possible, and everyone will be encouraged to stay home when they are sick. School districts should contact ADH or Division of Elementary and Secondary Education for any additional support needed in the implementation of safety measures and other protocols. And I should have shared my screen so y'all could see that, and I'm going to do that now. Apologize. Okay, that's what I just read. Again, I apologize for being delayed on that. But I want to point to a couple of words. Practical. Well, we're talking about what we can do that's practical. And I know that a few weeks ago, that CDC guidance that came out, and everyone was, just in a panic that, how can we have school if we have to do all that? Well, health department is very cognizant of the challenges. And then feasible. What's feasible? What's feasible in one district may not be feasible in another district. So, when we get feedback of parents that are concerned that, we're just going to do online school. No, we're not. That's not what we're talking about. But we do have to be prepared if there is a COVID outbreak to respond to that. And the response to that is not a suspension of learning. It can't be a suspension of learning. We have to have the methods to continue learning, and in many of our districts, we have that. In some of our districts, we agree. We don't have broadband coverage. We don't have affordability with respect to broadband coverage or broadband service in the home. And that's why we, through our Ready for Learning, we are encouraging all the districts to have these local committees these local Ready for Learning committees that, and this document that's posted on our website, on our Ready for Learning page, it takes you through all of that. It takes you through the 6 systems. And it encourages districts to create these committees that are going to consist of parents, teachers, school board members, community members, you name it. We are encouraging districts to cover all the bases, because not every decision about this is going to be able to come out of the commissioner's office. It's not going to be able to come out of the state board. It's not going to be able to come out of the department. There has to be some local decision making and local conversation that takes place. So just reiterating that, so that hopefully we can continue to communicate that we're not talking about moving to online school. We're talking about making provisions so that we can continue learning, our kids can continue learning in the event that some outbreak occurs and there has to be a temporary closure. And that's what we would expect it to be, temporary. And Dr. Pfeffer and I were going to tag team this earlier, but she got drafted to go up and be with the governor at the his press briefing today. And I think she talked about this too. This is the thing that she talked about to try to help clarify some of the concern that's out there. But the resources are there. The work is going to continue. We are doing everything we can to make sure our plans for the fall, for August, are as well understood as we can and as clear as we can make them, and providing the support to the districts as they run into those unique situations that each district is going to have. So I wanted to talk about that. Please refer anyone that asks to these resources there at our webpage. There's a lot of work that has gone into this, and a lot of good information there. So please spread that word to everyone around the state as you have the opportunity. Want to say something about Mike Hernandez. When he came on board 3 years ago, we created the position with his talent and his ability and his background in mind. And over the last 3 years, we've seen an amazing shift in how we support districts, especially those that are under state authority. We have a better understanding of what needs to happen in these schools and how the process does need more than just, it's more than just taking a board, replacing a board, or removing a board and replacing one person in the role of superintendent. That's what it had been in the past. There's so much more to it now, and Mike has done a very good job of putting together a team at OCSS, leading that team. He's been right there as a member of the leadership team with ADE, not just looking at his role at OCSS, but helping us with all other aspects of the agency. And I'm excited for his new role at the AAEA. I'm excited for what he's going to bring to that organization and continue, Ms. Zook, as you said, his student focus. But with that, I have an announcement that we have received approval for Stacey Smith to become the director of OCSS. It's notice it's a change of title. It's a change of modification of the duties. It's going to be a little different than what Mike was doing, but she will be organizing, directing, leading the work of OCSS beginning July 1. And we're very excited. You all know how talented she is and the strengths that she brings to the table. And it's a big role, but I know that Stacey is very capable of taking on that role and building on what Mike has started there. And I know that I'm going to ask if, as part of my report, if Dr. Pfeffer could be allowed to come up, since she was not here at the beginning. I know she has a couple of things that she would like to say.
So can you tell us who's going to be Stacey?
I can't tell you that right now. Soon we'll be able to tell you that, I hope.
Okay.
But
Well, you'll have to send me a text or email.
I'll make sure you find out. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Secretary.
Good afternoon,
Key.
Dr. Pepper.
Good afternoon.
You will be happy to know that you and the governor both made Tennessee and Mississippi news.
Okay.
And they're all wondering what it is that you all do and what you know how to do that they hadn't figured out yet. So.
Well, we are happy to share all of our information because it's definitely been a team effort. And I wish I'd gotten up here before you talked about Mike and Stacey. I'm so excited for Stacey and the role she's going to play, and I'm going to miss Mike too. So anyway, next time we got to work out our timing a little bit better.
Well, some of us have been crying all day, so don't worry about it.
But thank you for giving me just a minute, because this morning I didn't get a chance to talk to Ms. Zook, but what I wanted to say is I remember my first board meeting as an assistant commissioner, and I'm not sure who I was more afraid of, if it was you or Alice Mahoney, because you both asked me some really tough questions, and I did not know the answers at that time, and I think it was the first really big wake-up call that I thought, oh my goodness, I do not know why they want me to do this work. I'm obviously not prepared, but you all made me better at my job, and you've continued to do that. You've continued to ask tough questions. You're always prepared, and you're also very good to let us know when it is that, you know, there are things we need to do, but also be gracious when, you know, we may just need more time to think through things. So I definitely appreciate that, and we appreciate all that you've been doing. You're very passionate about students, and I think that's why also I feel very confident about Arkansas Ready for Learning, because it is all about planning for the future, and planning for the future is very different from responding to a crisis, but we've learned a lot from what we did, and we have the opportunity, and we have time to plan, we have time to make adjustments, we have time to learn. And the opportunities we've had with transformation, Secretary Key, the other cabinet secretaries have all taken on a role of everyone's helping. And I think that that is going to make us even better and more ready for the return to school. And I think we can do things even better. And that's what's really important. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for giving me just a minute of your time.
Does that finish your report?
One last thing that I think is very important. This week, I received a notification that we have issued our first 5 certified teaching assistance certificates. That is a process that it's been, about 3 years or so in the making, and just want to say how much I appreciate Carly and her team, and Angela. She's not in here right now, but the team at CTE and making this happen. This was something that it is something that I think is going to be a very unique way for Arkansas to build that teacher pipeline, provide the step along the way where teachers can or teaching assistants can be in a role in a classroom, having a credential, and then getting experience, and then going on and finish to become a fully certified teacher. So it's 5. It's a small number, but it's a big deal. It's a start. And it's just the start. That's right. That was on top of that. That was getting that done in spite of COVID and all the challenges. And they were able to pull that off, so hats off to the team, and really wanted to express my appreciation and tell you all that good news. That's the end of my report.
Okay. All right, our Forever 2019 Teacher of the Year, Stacey McAdoo.
Okay, so I have a screen share, so. Okay. If I can get it. Hold on. I was pretty initially. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, y'all, maybe I don't have it. Nope, that's not it. Hold on. Stop screen share.
That's all right. We're all in this together, Stacey.
Hang on. Stop that. So, I might need, that's the wrong thing. Is it still sharing my screen?
No, it is not. It's now back to the Zoom.
Okay, hang on 1 second. Why is that not? I guess we're just not gonna be able to play that for whatever reason.
Does Dan have it? Could he do it for you?
No, see, that was part of the problem. That one wouldn't go. This first slide has a little video embedded in it, and I don't know why it is changing. I'm gonna X out and then open it back up and see. If that doesn't work, then I'll just go on.
Well, I hate for you to go to all that trouble and then it not do.
I know. Okay, so let me play it on my screen first before I. Okay, so yeah, it works before I do the screen share. I don't know. All right, let me go back to Zoom and do screen share and we'll see if it works this time. All right.
Maybe that's it.
Yeah, this is what it should have been. But, slideshow. It's moving slow. All right.
Let them know I may look like a teacher, but I am a tireless technician of tutorials training toddlers to teens to target their talent and tenacity toward the top for today and tomorrow. I've always known two things about myself. I've always known that I was a writer and a teacher. When I was little, I would line my dolls and my Barbie dolls up in my bedroom and I would play school. And my little brother Craig would be my only live pupil. And I did that. I mean, that's probably my earliest memory. So I knew that I was supposed to be a classroom teacher. I fought it and I ran from it. And I ran because of societal stuff. You know, we know that teachers are overworked and underpaid, and you hear all of this stuff about those bad kids, and mainly it was money. I thought that I should have a career that was financially rewarding. So that's what I went after. I went to college. My bachelor's is in professional technical writing, and I thought that's what I was gonna do until my brother died in a car accident. And I realized then that life was just too short for me not to do what I felt I was put on earth to do. So I quit my job, cut off my hair, and enrolled in a Master's of Art in Teaching program at the UA of Monticello and started teaching.
I am a promise. I am a possibility. I am a promise. With a capital B, I am a great big bundle of potentiality. And if you listen, I will get the right voices if I'm trying. I will make the right choice. I am a promise to be anything I want to be. You are a promise.
Point to somebody.
You are a possibility. You are a promise.
I don't believe you.
With a capital B, you are a great big bundle of potentiality. You listen.
Okay, so that was just a small clip of that gives you a glance of what my life looked like just a year ago. And in many regards, it feels like that was a lifetime ago. This past year has definitely been a journey, but I have appreciated the opportunity to step outside of my norm to attempt to view things from a systems approach. Early on, especially after the induction week in California, when the red carpet was literally laid out everywhere we went, and workers lined the sidewalks to clap and cheer for us and thank us for our service, where pilots and flight crews did things like this.
I'd like to welcome aboard the 2019 Arkansas Teacher of the Year, Stacey McAdoo. Yeah, I think I said that wrong, but sorry. So if you want to take a trip back to seat 11C.
So, I mean, stuff like that happened every time I would go anywhere. And I often said to everyone who I met or who would listen to me that all teachers needed to be treated with that same level of admiration and honor. And I still hold true to that sentiment. But ultimately, I think what I want for teachers, more than to be, admired or respected from those outside of education, is I want everyone to feel that same type of love and appreciation from everyone within the education setting. And that's everyone from the building level to the district level to the state level. And I think that that truly starts with everyone listening to teachers. I mean, like truly listening to them and including them in on conversations and making the conversation centered around teachers and students and working collaboratively with them proactively on the front end to help develop policies and initiatives instead of coming to teachers with things afterwards, asking them to rubber stamp it or to clean it up. And so just like I had to expand my network through this whole process, I think that we should also expand ours. So even when we're including these teachers in on these conversations, it shouldn't be the teachers in our immediate circles. We have to be intentional about ensuring that teachers who are quiet and more unassuming and underrepresented are also being heard. As you know, I'm at the high school level where we do A-Day, B-Day block scheduling, which means that I see a particular group of students every other day for 90 minutes. And when we do semester exams, we alter the schedule, not just the schedule for the day, but also for the classes. So what we do is we shorten the day, but we lengthen those blocks. And instead of having 4 tests on one day during the semester exam week, we have 2. And it's still set up on the A-B day block schedule, but the timing is offered different. So that means where I would have had a class, my last period of the day, I'm now having them earlier in the day. And I remember the very first time I experienced semester exams as a new teacher and how different the class felt just having them at a different time. And so I immediately, recognized the impact that timing and all of that has on not just the teacher, but also on the student. And in my circle, my friend circles, we always talked about how awesome it would be if we being the school system, figured out a way to rotate logistically where we shifted down every term so that we experience children at a different time of the day. And I think in many regards, that's what this whole Teacher of the Year experience has been for me, especially when I have been engaging and learning and visiting with other schools. It's given me just a very similar experience to that concept, whereas I've had time to shift and reflect. And all of the teachers, I think, deserve an opportunity very similar to that. So just like the schedule shifting would be beneficial to student outcomes, and it fits in line with tests and the Charlotte Danielson's framework and all of that, I think that the structure allows, a structure that allows teachers an opportunity to have a mini teacher of the year sabbatical-like experience will accomplish the same thing. And I don't know logistically how that works, but it would be very, very amazing. If all teachers were able to figure that out. And maybe that's something that is not, and when I say, teacher of the year-ish, or even sabbatical-like, I'm just meaning an opportunity for teachers to step away from their classroom, to visit other schools, and that it's a part of the academic school day. Anyway, so moving along with the rest of my presentation. So on the screen right now, you see a picture of my 2019 cohort. And we are the most diverse group of state teachers of the years in the history of the program. And although, in the history of the program. So I'm gonna kind of move forward because I kind of went somewhere else, and I'm getting notes that I'm still screen sharing, which I know I'm still screen sharing. I'm just still here a little bit too long. Anyway, for the remainder of the presentation, I'm gonna focus on accomplishments and legacies that I'm most proud of, and I'll discuss some of my challenges and end with a slideshow. As many of you know, for the most part, I teach almost exclusively first generation college bound students, and that's sort of who I am. I teach in the district where I was educated, and I live in the same community that I've pretty much always lived in. So when I was named the teacher of the year, the joy and stuff that you see on my students' face, it was really, really real, because in my neighborhood, which if I were not being broadcast live, I would say in my hood, we say, when one of us wins, we all win. And that's really, truly how it felt. So not only did it mean a whole lot for my students to see me in this role, it also meant a whole lot for my district, because my district hadn't had a teacher of the year from the district in 17 years, which coincidentally is also the last time there was a Black teacher of the year. So some of the things that I am proud of, aside from being able to be a living example for the students that I directly impact, is I'm very proud of the Arkansas Spirit Virtual Week that I created. I hate that we had to come up with it because we were forced to be at home, but I had a lot of fun thinking of things to do for each of the day, like Mindful Monday and Talent Tuesday and Wisdom Wednesday and Thursday Threads and Fitness Friday, which Secretary Key and Mr. Poore were actually supposed to do a video on that Fitness Friday showing us them exercising, and they kind of bailed out on me, but that's okay. I'm also really, really proud of the work that we did with Arkansas AMI. I remember sending a message to Mr. Poore and Commissioner Key, or Secretary Key, asking them had they considered using public access channel as a means to deliver instruction. And so when I heard the governor later, when I heard the governor say that this was coming our way, and I got the email from Stacey Smith to be a part of it, I was really excited about that opportunity. And I think a little bit more than just the opportunity, I'm also very, very appreciative of the opportunity, again, I need to come up with a different word, of working with the Arkansas PBS staff. Like, they were amazing, and not just the staff, but also everybody that I have had meaningful, authentic relationships with, such as CAL's library system, UA Little Rock, the city of Little Rock, Mr. Poor specifically, which I think he's in the next slide. So it's kind of hard to be in this role. A lot of times you feel very isolated and like you've been plucked from your school, your home, and everything and everyone who you know. And you're on the road so much, so you're technically like a motherless child. You don't belong really anywhere. And Mr. Poor, anyway, Mr. Poor made a point to meet with me once a month just to check in with me to see how I was doing, what I was learning. And that meant a whole lot to me, because while it was about what I was doing, what I was learning, it was also a wellness check of just how are you doing. In some of those conversations, we would talk about things that I saw. And one of the things that I shared at one point was that I would like to see our Teacher of the Year program go beyond recognition. And seemingly like the next day, I mean, he was actively recruiting his team and figuring out how and what they could do to take the Teacher of the Year program to the next level. And the following group, this group, they started doing passion projects, and he's using them in different capacities so that it is more than just a recognition. I'm also extremely proud of the righteous poets who just kept going and going and going. I was afraid that when I left that they were going to stop, but they were like, one monkey leaving, don't stop no show. And they kept going. They had meetings without me. And even when the world stopped, they kept writing, and they produced a book called A Righteous Look at Corona that they have put out on as an ebook and physically as well. And I guess the last thing that I am probably most proud of, which was a part of the clip that you just saw at the beginning of this presentation, are 2 courses that were developed for Arkansas Ideas. And one is called Teaching to Close the Opportunity Gap, and the other is Coaching Self-Expression. And these are professional development courses that teachers can log on to take. And the first one, they sort of, Arkansas PBS, at the time it was AETN, followed me around that year in the classroom before I started doing my duties as Teacher of the Year. And there was so much content that they were able to develop 2 courses. So the first one talks a whole lot about strategies and classroom stuff. And the second one, classroom and helping students find their voice and use their voice. And then the second one actually shows me coaching a student, a poet, several of them through that process. Let's see here.
Hello, my name is Stacey McAdoo, and I'm the 2019 Arkansas Teacher of the Year. In my classroom, I use quotes and proverbs to motivate, redirect, and inspire my students. Marianne Radnatcher often says, courage doesn't always roar. Sometimes courage is that quiet voice at the end of the day saying, I will try again tomorrow. I love tomorrows. I often have to try again. Please share your favorite quotes with me via any of the social media platforms and visit my blog, stillstacy.com. Thanks.
So yes, I do have to try again quite often. I just shared with you the highlights and the things that I am most proud of, but I also had very challenging days as the Teacher of the Year. And I was very glad to hear that we actually started today's meeting acknowledging that racism exists. And I was glad that Dr. Hill mention some of the inequities that he's familiar with, because that's actually what this picture and the next one is all about. So throughout this whole year, I experienced a lot of microaggressions that some days just made me want to just go home and close the door and not have absolutely anything to do with educators or the education in and of itself. This particular day should have been a really one of the happiest days, because it was a total surprise that I was receiving $5,000. Like, I totally had no idea. But what happened, I got cornered by a teacher who asked me, why was I the teacher of the year? And she asked me with such hatred in her eyes and this just real stern look on her face. And she was very serious. She wanted me to give her my qualifications, as though I owed that to her. Like, I owed her an explanation as to how I was selected. So that was probably one of the first things that started on my journey. Another incident was, I'm the keynote speaker at this event for retired educators. So again, these are educators. This is not outside of education. And I was mistaken for the help, even though my picture is clearly in the background and I'm about to go up. I'm called over and asked to give someone a refill. And I explained to him that I wasn't a waiter, and he just kept insisting that, it's okay, you can do that. And and if I'm being very honest, being a part of this board was also very traumatic for me at times. I am a processor, and so I am very slow to respond and slow to engage. And by the time I figured out how to be a board member, how to speak up or ask my questions or formulate what it is that I wanted to say when I was asked, did I have any questions? We were on to a different topic, which, like, right now, there are things that I wish I would have said earlier today, but that's a whole different thing. So, this was pretty traumatic for me. And I don't use that word lightly, and that's not even dealing with the tension of the relationship that I brought with me as a Little Rock School District employee before assuming the role. Speaking of Little Rock School District, so we know that last school year was not only traumatizing for me, but it was traumatizing for a lot of my colleagues. And I mentioned how I was plucked away and felt very isolated at times. And part of that is because I didn't have a coordinator, teacher of the year. So most of the things that I went to that I was doing, I had to book and promote myself. And I felt like I was out there by myself. But my colleagues were having a whole different battle and fight the whole year through too. And that was hard, knowing that I didn't quite understand, because at that point I'm almost this outsider. I'm like, I got 1 foot in, 1 foot out, and it was just very different. So I think it was very fitting that I end my year the way I began. And this was most recently at a rally that started at the division that went down to the mural last week, I believe. At this point, all my days run together and every day is just day. So anyway, I thought it was very fitting that my Teacher of the Year experience started and ended very similarly. So I guess this is the year of the fighting for change. And I was scared to be out there, because I have been still trying to social distance. And that was probably the closest I'd been to humans since we left that board meeting, because we were at the board meeting when when everyone else got the notice and everything shut down. So I do thank you all so very much for giving me the opportunity to represent the teachers and having the chance to learn about the way things work. I had an idea, and in many instances, what I thought is what it was, but there were things that were totally different that I was very unfamiliar with, and I really enjoyed having the opportunity to travel, not just within Arkansas, but traveling and representing the state of Arkansas everywhere we went. So that was truly an honor. I'm going to end with a video. And I'd be remiss if I don't thank my husband and give him a shout out, because he not only helped me with this video that I'm about to play, but he has helped me and been by my side for the entire 22 years that I've known him. And I am actually, I don't hope he's not listening. A lot of what I've learned, I learned from him. He gave me a lot of advice. He was an educator before I was. So yeah, I just wanted to shout him out. Okay, so I'm gonna press play, but I need to figure out how to fast forward this way, and I don't know how to fast forward, so I guess you gotta play the whole thing. So these are some of my students leading up into when I started my year of recognition. Those were some righteous boys, some avid students. That's actually my daughter. Those are Fayetteville students who were former avid students. We took a field trip there. We were in Texas visiting colleges. That's actually a lunchtime poetry club meeting. It looked like it was class, but it wasn't. And this is where I wanted to start the video. Cloverdale. It's my church. I was into the blue with Thea. That was my very first children, reading to children. It's Mr. Tori and Megan. The finalist.
You saw my future when I couldn't see tomorrow. With lessons for life that made me feel bright. You saw potential where I saw circumstances. Showed me that my best was more than a test. Thank you for seeing something.
Oh, I guess my internet just went out. Talk about technology. I wonder why. Okay, well, I guess I'm gonna, it says my cue to stop screen sharing, but I wonder how can you fast forward when you're screen sharing? That would be lovely. But
If that right arrow doesn't work, I don't know.
I think I might, I think maybe if am I still screen sharing?
No, you're back on Zoom.
Okay, right. So I think if I exit and then screen share, like if I fast forward, but I don't know why the internet stopped, because it was still on Zoom. So that's weird. Okay. Anyway, let's see if it plays. Yeah. Well, okay. ahead one more time. Screen share.
Thank you for seeing something in me.
I guess you can't do it that way. Okay. So you just have to see it little.
Something in me made me believe. Because of you, I know there's more I can be. Gave me strength, gave me hope, gave me a chance, gave me advice. The one who changed my life. You found me hurting, but you left me healing. You taught me to think and know I'm your need. You found my beauty beyond my insecurities. You said, raise your hand to work out your plan. Thank you for seeing something in me. Made me believe. Because of you, I know there's more I can be. Gave me strength, gave me hope, gave me a chance, gave me advice. The one who changed my life. Thank you for seeing something in me. Made me believe. Because of you, I know there's more I can be. Give me strength, give me hope, give me a chance, give me advice. The one. Thank you for seeing something in me. Made me believe. Because of you, I know there's more I can be. Give me strength, give me hope, give me a chance, give me advice. The one. Thank you for seeing. Thank you. Something in me. Seeing something. Because of you, I know there's more I can be. Give me strength, give me hope, give me a chance, give me advice. Oh, the one who changed my life. Teacher of the year. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah,
Right, so that is officially it. Again, thank you guys so very much, and I am positive that you're going to absolutely love Joel. He is fabulous, and that's all I got.
Thank you, Stacey. And yes, I'm glad you worked it out because it was worth seeing. And thank you for sharing your truth with us. And thank you that you felt comfortable enough with us, even though at times I know it was a struggle, that you could openly share and have the courage of your convictions. So you will be missed, and I'm sure you'll give Joel some help as he needs it along the way. So, okay, next we have Miss Saraceni, Doctor or Miss?
I'm going to bring Melissa Jackson with me as well.
Well, that's always a good idea.
Carly Saraceni, Assistant Commissioner for Educator Effectiveness and Licensure. Melissa Jacks, Program Manager, Educator Licensure. Madam Chair, Secretary Key, members. In your packet, you saw our summary of licensure exception waivers for the year 2019-20. And we'll start with types of licensure exceptions and waivers. And we have our ALPs, our long-term subs, our emergency teaching permits, our Act 1240 licensure waivers, and of course our effective teacher licensure exceptions. And that's where you can teach one grade above what you currently have your certification in, but it's very limited. So that's kind of like on a case-by-case basis. If you look on the next slide, the additional licensure plan comparison, we're pretty much holding steady. This year we had 374 out of our 1,125 ALPs. They were special education. 3 years ago it was 391, so we're about the same over the past 3 years, and we know that special ed is one of those areas that's hard to keep those teachers in there.
Maybe that's what I'll do next.
Listen, a district would hire you very fast, and
Maybe.
you know that. And so if you look on the next slide, it kind of goes over the percentages. And I'm gonna let Melissa Jacks take over on this one. Okay, so the ALPs by districts, let me put my glasses on, I'm sorry. And this is a percentage. And what we did is just put those, the highest number by percentages. And if you look at it, it's our smaller schools, okay? Because remember, the ALPs, that's an additional licensure plan. So it's for someone that holds a license that is just working on something in another area. But it makes those percentages more if it's a smaller school by teacher.
Yes.
You know, looking at it the other way, if we did by numbers, you're gonna see the bigger schools are gonna have the most
I
ALPs.
think the thing I noticed is Imboden only has 4 teachers now.
That's what it was reported.
They must
for-
be
we
way
have to-
down on students.
Yeah, we have to take it from, we took it from
Right.
high school info
Right.
at the beginning of the year, so, you know, it may waver, and we'll be looking more at Insight, you know, the new system.
Yes.
And to take that from. And long-term subs, we, looks like we are going down for long-term subs, but I do want to admit, it does look like we had, more long-term subs that stayed for the whole year this year, so that was disappointing to me. I'm hoping that they will use those emergency teaching permits more, when it's a true vacancy.
Right.
But it's getting schools used to that and to using those, and that way we can get them into programs if they see that that's, what the school wants to do and what that person wants to do after they get in there, and see the best route for them. I do want to say on those long-term subs, we must remember that special ed cannot use the emergency teaching permit. So those numbers may be up. Correct, yes. Also, on the effective teacher licensure exceptions, you know, this is just the second year that we're doing those. And they're stayed about the same from one year to the next. But like you asked, I think Ms. Newton did ask earlier in the day, if you were a P4 licensed teacher, you were teaching 4th grade, and you had taught English language arts in 4th grade, and you were an effective teacher, that school district could move you up to 5th grade and let you teach. And it doesn't even have to come through our office. They can just, you know, they go through and code it that way in their accreditation system, and it's a good thing that those teachers can just move up or down one grade from where they are.
Right.
Okay. The emergency teaching permits, if you look at those, I'm gonna look at mine. And so those really did go up this year, okay? But school districts are catching on. to that, and hopefully they're using those more for those true vacancies that we have. Elementary ed was the most requested both last year and this year. But we have more elementary ed teachers than we do in other areas, so that may be some explanation for that. Again, special ed is not available through the emergency teaching permit. That's, you know, with federal rules, you couldn't do that. We can't use an emergency license for special ed. Okay. Our emergency teaching permits, if you look at them by district, you want to see, and these are numbers, okay, who has the most emergency teaching permits. Dollaway is on top, and followed by School for the Deaf, but on the percentage wise. But do remember, Dollaway doesn't have an Act 1240 waiver either. So they were really putting people on the emergency teaching permit and really holding them to that and trying to put them on a plan and to see if that's going to work out and if that's going to be the best teacher. And so I wouldn't, though they don't have Act 1240 waivers. That is something that I did want to bring to your attention. Those people, the school districts that have the higher percentages of emergency teaching permits. And the Act 1240 waivers from licensure. We get that from My School Info, but it does look like it's going up every year somewhat. I could not get the map to see where they are, but I can tell you that by looking at that report that I give you guys with the ALPs, it has it on there, whether they have Act 1240s. And if you look at it, the highest percentages and the highest numbers are going to be in the Delta and in South Arkansas. I've got Pine Bluff has the most, followed by Forest City, Helena, West Helena, El Dorado, and Hope. So, you know, south of I-40, but going along the Delta and across the south. And I think we know that we're in need there. Okay, and again, the very last slide tells you, oh, you got my sights up. Tells you the numbers that we have in each area for the entire year. And if that's all, I'll take questions from you guys. Carly and I both will.
Okay, if you will take us out of that, okay. Do I have any questions?
Curiosity, just for my benefit, under what circumstances do you issue an emergency teacher permit?
So that would be for someone who, it's at a school district's request. It's not at a teacher's request. And it might be that a school district cannot find a licensed teacher to teach, but they can find somebody that is AQT, an Arkansas qualified teacher, okay, to fill that position. So if it's a core area, they must be AQT. And they might put that person in there to teach that class. And they're for 1 year. There is a opportunity that if they're making progress, that they can have 1 more year after that, but we're going to need to see that. I will tell you that with this year, Praxis, you know, with the COVID-19, was unable to test people. And so that really affected our graduates. So, but Arkansas did have the emergency teaching permits in place. And so next year, when you see this report, you might see a lot of schools who have really increased their emergency teaching permit because our graduates were not able, some of them, to go and take their test. Some people who were going into non-traditional type programs were not able to take their test. But this allowed Arkansas, we didn't have to go and ask for any rules really to be changed, whereas some states did have to do that. We were we didn't have to do that, so that was lucky for us.
And Ms. Woods, it might be you have a degree in biology or you have a degree in English literature, but you didn't get your BSE. You may have a BA. And then they know how to teach, they know their subject area, but they just have not been trained in the teaching area, which doesn't always matter depending on which college they went to.
Understood. Thank you.
Does anybody have any other comments before the secretary faints?
One quick question.
Ms. Newton?
When schools are coming to apply for 1240s and thinking about 1240s for particular teachers, are y'all trying to steer them toward the emergency teacher or the effective teacher licensure? Are y'all making the effort? Because I'm not sure that everyone is aware or just not taking advantage of it. Are y'all trying to steer them that way?
So a lot of times they call me and I will tell them their options. And so, you know, we had one today and I had spoken with the superintendent and given the options and spoke about the effective teacher licensure exception, the career and technical permits, just the different things. I had talked about the library media, that we're now going to have an ancillary license for library media. So, you know, I try to give the information if they call me. But and I also, on the Act 1240 waivers, I know when they're coming up, they do, Ms. McLaughlin does share that information with me, and I look at that along with various other people at the agency. And the one thing I do look at is how many ALPs did they file, you know, how many long-term subs did they have last year. But I'm just here, I provide information for them, and I try to, you know, be real open and friendly and make sure that they know that we're there, that we want to get those teachers on a pathway to licensure, that when you do file this, that we want you to work with us, with those teachers, so that we can get them on a pathway to licensure. And I feel good about it as long as we're doing that and we're in communication and we're talking.
Okay, very good. Any other questions? Thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Next we have Advisory Council for the Gifted and Talented, Stacey Smith. Say again? Okay. They're both just reports, and there are links for us on there. So, that being said, let me get, Secretary Key, can you get us out of this so I can get back? Yeah, there we go. Thank you. The only public comment of which I'm aware, I had an email from Jay Barth, and he gave, he said nice things, and then he went into, gave information about the Little Rock School District exit criteria. I asked him if he would like me to read that, and he said no. He just wanted the board to know that he believed that it was a good exit criteria. So, any other public comment of which I am unaware? Seeing shaking of heads, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Oh, before I do, I want to tell you there likely may be, y'all may be getting a call or an email if they decide to have a meeting before, after the deadline for the submission of the plans. I think that submission is due the 26th, so it would likely be the 29th or 30th if it's in June. If it is, I'll be back. If not, it'll be in July, and you will have the pleasure of working with Ms. Dean and Mr. Williamson. That being said, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Ms. Dean?
But can we I want to thank Stacey before we lose her. you've been very courageous, Stacey, in the role that you've played, and you made us better. And we were so lucky to have you in our company, and we can't wait to hear what you're going to do next, because it'll be good.
Thank you, Ms. Chambers.
But thank you, and move to adjourn.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Enjoy your evening and your June.
Thank you, Stacey.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Diane.
Give a hand to Dr. Hernandez.